Dobar dan svima. Dobrodošli u drugi dan online sajma o studijama i stipendijama u inostranstvu Study Expo koji organizuje Via Akademika. Ja sam Jelena Bašević, jedna od mentorki u Via Akademici i danas ću biti vaša moderatorka, odnosno, da tako kažem, domaćin narednih prezentacija. Danas smo, kao što već znate, spremili veoma bogat program, odnosno niz prezentacija koje će vas upoznati sa konkretnim univerzitetima i sa njihovim programima, stipendijama i sa svim onim što vam je veoma korisno i bitno da saznate ukoliko želite baš da konkurišete na njihove programe. Za početak ugostit ću Dominique sa Univerziteta Trinity College, odnosno Trinity College Dublin, koja će nam govoriti o ovom prestižnom univerzitetu. Good morning, Dominique.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, and you? And of course, a bit excited about this event. And how are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome, and we are very happy to have you here because if I'm not wrong, this is the first time your university is presenting in our region.
Yes, it is. First time indeed.
It's a great thing. So the floor is yours. I will follow the questions that are upcoming on our platform. So feel free to present as you want, and then we will switch to the questions.
Okay, perfect. I see that I'm not able to share my screen.
Yeah, you should.
I see that it's disabled.
Okay, just a second. If I can help you with that, can you try once again?
It's still disabled.
Mm-hmm. And now?
Yeah, I can do it now. Perfect.
Great. So you can start, and I will be here just to support with questions.
Okay, perfect. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining this presentation about Trinity College Dublin, the University of Dublin. So just to get started, I don't know if you're familiar with Ireland or if you've been to Dublin before. So you have a little map just to show you where we are. And I'm just going to go through a few photos of Dublin just to give you a feel for the city. Because it's a really beautiful city, really worth visiting if you've never been to Dublin before. And I will show you as well where we, Trinity, are located. So you can see this photo here, and this big complex that you see is our campus. So you can see that we are really in the middle of Dublin, not too far from the sea or the mountains. So another way to look at a map is this one. You can see Trinity College Dublin is our main campus. We also have another campus called Trinity East, which is mostly for innovation and research. And then you can see who is around us. So just a few steps away from our campus, you have the European headquarters of Twitter, of Facebook, of Google, of Airbnb, and so many more. And this is really interesting for you as a student because it means you have lots of internship and career opportunities. Now, a little bit about us. Trinity is a very old university. We were established in 1592 by Queen Elizabeth I, and we're one of the 7 ancient universities in the British Isles. So we are one of the oldest English-speaking universities in the world. Trinity was modeled after Cambridge and Oxford. Now, I have a little quiz for you. In the original Latin statutes of Trinity, so the first one that were ever written in 1592, it stated that our students should always carry a sword when on campus, should ask for a glass of wine while taking their exam, or could let their sheep graze on campus. I'm not sure if we get any response on what you think may be the appropriate answer for this question. Not sure if we see that, but I will tell you.
Can I give it a try?
Yes, go ahead.
B?
Well, actually, it's all 3 of them.
Oh, great.
Yes. Don't try this now, though. You know, if you try to ask for a glass of wine while you're taking your exams now, you won't receive one.
Oh, too bad.
So let me keep going on. I'll take you on a quick campus tour. So if you've not been to Dublin, or if you've not seen our university, this is the front gate of Trinity, and you can see that wooden door is actually the main entrance to the campus. So when you walk through the door, you arrive here in Front Square. So you can see our campus is really beautiful, filled with historical buildings and greeneries. When you walk around, you may stop in our museum building. This is where our School of Engineering and Geology are located. We also have some new buildings. For example, this is our School of Business, which was built about 3 years ago. It takes about 10 to 15 minutes to walk from one end of the campus to the next, so it's a fairly big campus. And of course, you shouldn't miss our library, which is truly amazing. The Trinity Library is the oldest and largest library in Ireland. We have a legal deposit privilege since 1801, which means we get a copy of any book printed in the UK or in Ireland. And we have over 6 million items available in our library, including the Book of Kells, which is a Bible from the 9th century and a national treasure here in Ireland. Now, I have another little quiz question for you. In which movie is the Trinity Library featured? Harry Potter, Beauty and the Beast, or Star Wars? So most students typically answer Harry Potter, which is not the correct answer. The correct answer is Star Wars. Actually, our library was the inspiration for the Jedi Library in Star Wars. So our students actually don't study in that beautiful library that you've seen. We have other study space available to our students. You can see, for example, the Usher Library, the Berkeley Library. These are some of our lecture halls. You can see some of them are pretty big. Typically, a Trinity education would be a mix of large lectures and small group tutorials. So you have a bit of both, big groups, small groups. In terms of ranking, we are Ireland's leading university, and we have been for over 400 years. We are ranked 101st in the world, and we're really proud to be #1 in Europe for entrepreneurship. We've produced more entrepreneurs than any other university in Europe for 6 years in a row. We are also ranked in the top 50 in the world for graduate employment rates. Overall, 95% of our students find a job or continue their studies within 6 months of graduating from Trinity. In terms of subject ranking, we have quite a few subjects that are ranked in the top 100 or in the top 50 in the world. So who has studied at Trinity before? We've had famous writers such as Jonathan Swift, who wrote Gulliver's Travel, or Bram Stoker, who wrote Dracula. Probably our most famous alum is Oscar Wilde. We've had 4 Nobel Prize winners who graduated from Trinity. I'm going to introduce 3 of them here. Ernest Walton, Nobel Prize in Physics. Samuel Beckett, Nobel Prize in Literature. William Campbell, Nobel Prize in Medicine. We also had some political figures, such as Mary Robinson and Mary McAleese, who were both president of Ireland. More recently, Sally Rooney graduated from Trinity. She's a writer, and she wrote a few books, including Normal People, which has been turned into a TV show. And if you've watched Game of Thrones, Jack Gleeson also graduated from Trinity. Actually, the TV show Game of Thrones wouldn't have existed without Trinity, because the writers of the TV show, not of the book, met while studying at Trinity. And maybe some of you will graduate from Trinity, and in a few years' time, I will be telling other students about your achievement following your studies with us. So Trinity is a very international place. We are the most international university in the European Union and 8th most international university in the world. We have about 18,000 students on campus, and 28% of them come from outside of Ireland. Our staff also is very international, with about 40% of our staff from outside of Ireland. So overall, a really good mix of students. So Trinity is a comprehensive university. We have 3 faculties and 24 schools. So really a broad range of program offerings. I'll be talking about some of our programs in a moment, but if you want to know about different programs that I won't be talking about today, don't hesitate to book an appointment with me, and I'll be happy to discuss this with you in further details. So I'll talk now about our undergraduate degree. So if you're interested in a master's degree, please hold on. I'll be talking about master's degrees just a bit later. So in terms of undergraduate degree, we have a few range of options. The first option that we offer is single honors. And this is when you study one subject with us for 4 years. You have the possibility of adding a minor in your second year if you want to. But this is really a very popular option, and we have lots of single honors study options. I've just listed a few examples here just for reference. You can see that in addition to law, history, and math that are 4 years, I've also pointed out that you can study pharmacy and computer science with us for 5 years, and you can graduate with a master's degree. So for example, pharmacy is a very popular course in Trinity, quite difficult to get into. You can study pharmacy with us for 4 years and get a bachelor's in pharmacy, or for 5 years and get a master's in pharmacy. The program is quite experiential, so you have a few placement options during your studies. You can see that in your second year, you would do a 2-week placement, a 4-month placement in your 4th year, and in your 5th final year, if you do it, it would be an 8-month long placement. The MPharm entitles you to register as a pharmacist in Ireland. And in addition to that, we also have research opportunities over the summer that you can do abroad. So that's a quick introduction to our degree in pharmacy. We also have joint honors. Joint honors is studying 2 subjects at the same time. So you can combine a few of these subjects. Not all the combinations are possible, but you can do, for example, economics and German, or computer science and business, for example. I'll take law as an example because our School of Law is quite interesting. It's a very old School of Law. It was founded in 1740, and it has a range of options for you to adjust your interest in law. So in terms of option, you can see that we have law by itself. So that is the single honors option that I was talking about earlier. For the joint honors option, you can do law and business, law in French, law in German, and law in political science. So here you have a little graph. The single honors option is the first option I talked about that you can see here. And the joint honors option is here at the bottom. So you can see that you can study 2 subjects, such as law and business, at equal weights, or you can have one of the subjects as your major and the other as your minor, or you can drop one of the subjects should you wish to do that. So you could start with business and law, realize you don't like business that much, drop it, and only continue with law. So lots of flexibility through this option. The next option we have is common entry. And this is when you start with 4 subjects and you adjust the way of your subject as you go. And this is available for 3 courses: business, economics, and social studies, political science, philosophy, political science, economics, and sociology, and classic ancient history and archaeology. And these are some of the most popular courses in the university because of the flexibility they offer. So if you take business, economics, and social studies, for example, you would do business, economics, political science, and sociology in your first year. And then in your second year, you could choose to take 1, 2, or 3 of those 4 subjects. Finally, in your...
Sorry for interrupting. We have one question, so I think it's the best moment to answer it. Actually, it says, are your undergraduate programs 3 or 4 years long?
They're all 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
They're all 4 years in duration, yeah. So for example, in the case of this course, in the 3rd year, the students decide on their degree, and they would study their degree for year 3 and year 4. So for example, students would have the possibility of graduating with 1 subject or 2 subjects as part of this particular degree. But at Trinity, all of our bachelor's degrees are 4 years.
Okay, and what about master programs?
They're 1 year.
1 year, okay, thanks.
No problem. I'll move on to the next option, which is multidisciplinary, which is a range of subjects for the duration of your degree. So here you don't have really the possibility of dropping 1 subject or adding another one. It's pretty set. You pick, for example, computer science and a language, you would do that for the duration of your studies. So for example, for European studies, it's a course really looking at Europe, its culture, history, and politics. You would study 2 European languages, the history of the region, some social sciences modules, and spend a year abroad studying one of the 2 languages. but it doesn't have the flexibility that you've seen in other programs where you can just drop one subject or add another one.
I will have to interrupt you once again. I'm sorry, but let's make the best of the presentation. Another question says, is this system of honors similar to major and minors at American colleges? This could be a bit confusing for our students. I mean, can you maybe compare or just explain how it works in Ireland?
Yeah, absolutely. Honors would be like a major. So if you choose to study single honors, it would be like a single major, just one major. If you do a joint honors, it would be a double major.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. The next option is specialization. So specialization is when you start pretty broadly and you specialize in year 3 and year 4. So for example, you would apply for general biology, and then you have 12 specializations you can choose from for your year 3 and 4 in biology. So we have a range of courses that follow this model. For example, here I was talking about biology. If you apply for biology, you would do general biology for year 1 and a few electives in one of the other sciences. And then in year 3, you can decide to major in botany, in genetics, or in zoology, for example. And our 4 sciences follow that same model, where you do 2 years of general chemistry or general geography before actually choosing your major for year 3 and year 4. We follow that same kind of model for engineering. So for engineering, students do general engineering for year 1 and 2 of their bachelor's degree. And then in their 3rd year, they choose a major. So you could major in biomedical engineering or electronic engineering. And then you have 2 options. You can study with us for 4 years. In that case, you would get a bachelor's degree in engineering and you would do a research project in year 4. Or you can study with us for 5 years. In that case, during your 4th year, you have the possibility of doing an internship or studying abroad. You would do your research project in year 5 and you would graduate right away with a master's degree. Global business follows this model a little bit as well, where students start with really broad general business. So they would take modules in all of these subjects here in blue. And then for year 3 and 4, they would choose an area to focus on. So if they want to focus more on finance, they can do that. If they want to focus more on marketing, they can do that. If they want to keep it broad and take a little bit of everything, they can do that too. So again, we have that flexibility within biology, within engineering, within business. The last option I wanted to talk about is a dual BA. And this is a program we offer in partnership with Columbia University in New York, where our students spend 2 years at Trinity, 2 years in New York, and they get 2 bachelor's degrees. This is a very competitive program, very, very prestigious. It's an early deadline, so please be prepared. You have to apply before the 2nd of January each year. It's an American style application where we look at your grades, but also who you are as a person, what you're doing outside of the classroom. It's SAT optional, but students who are pre-selected have to pass an interview. So here you can see the courses available for this particular program. So you could see on the left-hand side, if you start in Trinity with classic ancient history and archaeology, that would be the name of your Trinity degree. And then once you get to Columbia, you have 3 options associated with classic ancient history and archaeology. So you could major in classics, in ancient studies, or in archaeology. And that would be the degree you would get from Columbia University. So here are our entry requirements. So if you look here on the last line, you can see our entry requirements for students from Serbia or Bosnia or the region. So we separate our courses in 4 bands. Special band is health science, medicine. Band 1 would be some of our most competitive courses like psychology, pharmacy, English literature. Band 2 would be lots of courses, things like business or science. And band 3 would be computer science and some humanity courses. So in order to be eligible for different courses, you would have to achieve the listed score on your Matura. And in addition to that, you would need to have a proof of English proficiency, either IELTS, TOEFL, Duolingo. We also accept a few more tests such as Cambridge or a PTE, for example. And now I will talk a little bit about some of our postgraduate programs. These programs last 1 year, typically. And I'll just highlight a few options. For example, this program, Smart and Sustainable Cities, is a new program looking at building the city of the future. So it's a combination of urban geography and city planning, engineering and computer science, as well as environmental science. This is a really interesting course because even if you've not studied science, you may be eligible for this course, which has a bit of science. Another popular option is law. You can see that we have quite a few options within law. So we have a general LLM. We also offer international and comparative law, international and European business law, intellectual property and information technology law, and an MSc in law and finance. Overall, we have 40 modules, so 40 courses that students can choose from to build the law degree that they want to build to meet their professional needs. Energy science. This is a program looking at finding alternatives to fossil fuel and nuclear energy. So it analyzes the type of energy you're able to produce with fossil fuel, for example, and how you can move away from that and be more environmental friendly and sustainable.
Dominique, it's me again,
yeah.
Which means that we have another question.
Yeah.
The next one is about SAT test. Do you require this kind of test or other placement test?
We don't. We don't. So students who do an American high school diploma would typically submit this, but we've become SAT optional. But if you're doing the Matura, you absolutely do not need to do SAT or other tests.
So candidates are selected based on their GPA.
They're based on their GPA. Typically, students would submit their transcripts in the middle of their final high school year. And then once they have the final high school diploma with their final score, their conditional offer would be turned into a firm offer.
And what about other typical documents like CV and the motivation letter or any kind of personal essay?
Yeah, so our students have to submit a personal statement, and that would be 500 word long. So it's quite short, very academically focused. Why do you want to study this particular subject at Trinity? They would need to submit 2 letters of recommendations. Typically, they don't get the letter directly from the teacher or the professor. The professor would submit the material to us directly or to you guys. And then we just need proof of English proficiency, copy of passport. For master's students, master's applicant, it can be useful to have a CV as well.
Okay, great, thanks.
Perfect. I'll move on to this program, Masters in Education. This is a very popular program with us. You can see we have 11 different strands to choose from, depending on the focus you want to have in terms of education. Language education is particularly popular, as well as leadership and management in education. This program is very popular also because it is our most affordable master's degree. Quite popular with international students. This one is an interesting one. It's a course in digital humanities. And this is really looking at the intersection of humanities, computing, and information management. And it's asking the world, how are we going to preserve everything that's posted online? How will we preserve our digital heritage, everything that is posted on Instagram, on Facebook, on TikTok, and so on? What will the museums of the future look like? How will we transmit, what we are creating at the moment to future generations? So it's a very interesting course, and it includes an internship where students can look at technology and culture and how we are preserving this for the future. Engineering, I just have a quick list of all the programs we offer in our School of Engineering at the master's level, ranging from mechanical engineering to civil engineering, which has 4 different strands: environmental engineering, sustainable energy engineering, structural and geotechnical engineering, as well as transport and policy planning. So that's just a quick overview. Computer science. Okay, so computer science is super, super, super popular in Trinity and in Ireland because we are the Silicon Valley of Europe. So we have lots of students who want to do computer science with us. It's therefore quite challenging to be admitted. Our Masters in Computer Science has 4 different strands: data science, future network system, augmented and virtual reality, and intelligence system. So just to let you know that if you want to do computer science with us, you need to have a relevant background. So you need to have studied computer science or maybe computer engineering. And you need to take a coding test in order to study with us. So if you're from humanities and you want to do computer science, that would not be an option. However, we do have some alternatives. So we have an MSc in business analytics in our School of Business. It requires a quantitative background, but not a computer science background. And we also have a diploma in applied social data science. And this is specifically designed for students who've studied humanities and who want to work with data. For example, working with an NGO or working for the government, looking at data. And I have another course that's not listed here. It's a brand new course in quantum technology that we offer in partnership with Microsoft. And it will be a good alternative to computer science as well. Our School of Medicine offers 23 courses in the field of medicine. And our School of Medicine is over 300 years old. So we have a range of courses for students with a variety of backgrounds. So if you studied medicine before and you want to go into research, or if you studied biology and you want to branch into the medical field, we have options within biomedical and pharmaceutical science, health and healthcare, mental health, as well as imaging and physical health. So lots of options in the School of Medicine as well. And finally, the very popular School of Business. So here you have a list of our master's degree offered by our School of Business, and you can see the undergraduate requirement. So you can see, for example, that if you want to do international management, you need to have a background in business. But if you want to do management, you must specifically not have studied business before. Some of them are offered to students from any background. Some of them require a quantitative degree. Just keep in mind that our School of Business is very, very popular, and therefore it can be quite challenging to be admitted to a master's in our School of Business. In terms of requirements, we typically require a 2-1 degree, a GPA of 3.2 out of 4, or at least 7.5 out of 10. But some courses would be more competitive, require additional tests, or pass an interview. So you would be able to see this on our website, or if you get in touch with Via Academica, they can walk you through the process of different courses which may have different requirements. You can also see our minimum English requirements here. You can see that, for example, for IELTS, we don't have sub-score requirements as our minimum requirement, but some programs have higher English requirements. So it's quite important that you take a look at all this. Most of our programs have a deadline at the end of June. However, it's recommended that you make sure, because the deadline can be pushed earlier, and that you apply early, because we work on a rolling basis, which means some courses may be full before the deadline. So it's quite important that you apply early. And our application system this year will open on the 1st of November. So now I'll come to the painful part. How much does it cost to study at Trinity? Here you can find the fees for last year. Our fees have not been published yet for 2022 entry, but you can see that an undergraduate degree will be between 20 and 27,000 euros per year. And our postgraduate programs would range from 13 to about 25,000 euros per year. It is an investment, but overall, it is cheaper to study in Ireland than to study in North America. And even if you compare us to the UK, where a bachelor's degree is 3 years, we are competitively priced given the prestige of Trinity and our location. In terms of living expenses, we typically recommend 15,000 euros per year, but this very much depends on your lifestyle, whether you eat out every day or you cook for yourself, whether you ride your bicycle or you take the bus, and so on. To sweeten the deal, we have some small scholarships available. The Global Excellence Scholarship is quite easy to get. You just have to apply for it. If you don't apply for it, you won't get it. So this is up to 5,000 euros. So it's anywhere between 1,000 and 5,000 euros. But very many students who apply for this scholarship would get it. It's open to all of our students, except applicants to medicine, dentistry, and postgraduate programs, so master's degree in the School of Business. Our School of Engineering and Natural Sciences also offers scholarships. At the undergraduate level, they can be valued between 2,000 and 16,000 euros. So you can see this is quite generous. So for some of our programs, you can get 4,000 euros per year for the duration of your degree. And at the master's level, they can be valued between 2,000 and 10,000 euros. So again, you know, if you're doing a master's degree that costs 23,000 euros, 10,000 euro is a very generous scholarship. And then we have the Foundation Scholarship. This is Trinity's most prestigious scholarship. This has been in place since the foundation, since the establishment of Trinity.
Of course, we have some questions about scholarships.
Yes, of course.
Do you have, what is the application process for Global Excellence Scholarship? You said that we should apply, students should apply. Do you have some special requirements in terms of documentation? Or
Yeah, so actually, if you Google Global Excellence Trinity, you will find the exact requirement on our website. But to apply, you need to be admitted to the university. So you cannot apply before being admitted to the university. And then you need to submit your CV, and you need to submit a statement on how you, as an international student, will contribute to the global community at Trinity. So you will be evaluated based on your academic results. You will be evaluated based on your essay. And then there's a diversity part. So depending where you come from and which course you've selected, this will also come into play when evaluating your application.
And it's both for undergraduate and graduate programs?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah.
We can move on, and I will save some questions for the end of the presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm on my last slide, so I'll just talk about the last scholarship, the Foundation Scholarship. As I said, it was established by Queen Elizabeth I over 400 years ago. It's a very, very prestigious scholarship. To get that scholarship, you need to take an exam in the second year of your bachelor's degree. So it's only open to undergraduate students. You would take 4 exams in your major, in your degree. And if you get an average A on those 4 exams, you would get the scholarship. So the scholarship would give you discounted tuition fees, free accommodation on campus, in the heart of our campus, and 1 free meal per day, which includes a small glass of Guinness, if you're so inclined. And the scholarship lasts for 5 years. So it applies for the 3rd and 4th year of your bachelor's degree, and then for your master's or your PhD, if you continue your studies with us. In addition to that, there's also some school-specific scholarships. For example, the School of Business has their own scholarship for a master's degree, and different programs have their own scholarship that are listed on our website. So this is it for my introduction. Thank you very much for listening, and I really hope to see you in Ireland. I just am adding a QR code here where you have the possibility of talking to our students. So if you really want to hear it from the mouth of our students, you can have a chat with them. And that's it for me now.
Thank you so much for this lovely presentation. This was very useful for us as well to get to know more about your university and about all the possibilities that you offer. And finally, we have one question about English language requirements. Actually, you already said what should be certificates that our students should present. Can you please repeat what happens with the IB students? Do they have to apply with the certificate or no?
No, students who are doing the IB don't need to have a proof of English proficiency to apply to Trinity. If you're doing A levels, same, you don't need to have a proof of English proficiency to apply to Trinity. Now, keep in mind, however, that you may need it to apply for a visa to Ireland. But the requirement is lower for the visa. So it's only, I believe it's IELTS 5 to get a visa to Ireland.
Yeah, it's pretty close. So they always have like
exactly. If you're admitted to Trinity, if you're admitted to Trinity, you know, getting that level of English for the visa should really not be an issue.
One more question from the same girl, Nadia. What are accommodation options? Can you please explain something about that? Because, of course, accommodation is one of the main questions.
Sorry, I've lost Yelena. I don't know if it's my...
Okay, don't worry. Just a second. I will repeat. The same girl wants to know about accommodation options at Trinity. Do you hear me now? Nisam sigurna šta se dešava, da li smo izgubili vezu ili samo neki privremeni prekid u pitanju, ali sačekat ćemo još malo da vidimo da li je do interneta tamo. Kod Dominik.
Sorry, it looks like my internet dropped.
Yeah, no problem. It happens. Actually, the same girl wants to know accommodation options that you offer at Trinity.
Yeah, so we guarantee housing for all of our first-year undergraduate students. So first of all, you don't have to worry about that. We have a range of options. So for undergraduate students, typically they stay in Trinity Hall, which is about 4 kilometers from the main campus in a beautiful part of Dublin, surrounded by red brick buildings and embassies. But we also have other options closer to campus, within 1 kilometer. So you can walk to campus in about 15 minutes. So students are welcome to apply for one or the other, but in any case, we make sure that they have a place to stay for their first year. For master students, we don't guarantee it, but there is a range of housing that we work with that we can recommend.
And the price of the housing is similar to the prices that you showed us on the presentation.
Yeah, so typically it depends on the housing you pick, but it would be somewhere close to 7,000 euros, and it can go up to 9,000 depending on the building.
Okay, Dominika, so we don't have any questions at the moment. I think it's everything that you prepared for today. Of course, our students will be able to chat with you at our platform and to make more questions, and we are here to support them if they want to apply for the next academic year.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anyone wants to really know about a course, they're very welcome to book an appointment with me. I'm available in the afternoon every day of the coming week.
Great. Thank you for being with us today and in the next week. So enjoy our fair. I think it's, I believe you like it and all the possibilities that it offers.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
To je bila Dominika. Ja bih da vas pre nego što pređemo na sljedeću prezentaciju podsjetim na sve opcije koje nudi naša platforma. Pretpostavljam da ste juče u toku dana već vidjeli koliko je tu zanimljivih opcija i koliko je tehničkih mogućnosti kako bi ovaj sajam ličio na one naše sajmove koje smo organizovali uživo, odnosno u više gradova na Balkanu. Podsjećam vas da možete da zakažete razgovore sa predstavnicima univerziteta i da s njima chatujete uz video opciju. Dakle, veoma korisno nešto da biste ovako u nekom neposrednom neformalnom razgovoru saznali sve što vas interesuje. Prezentacije služe tome da vas upoznaju sa nekim generalnim informacijama o univerzitetima. Kao što vidite, to su vrlo praktične stvari. Međutim, ukoliko imate neko konkretno pitanje i smatrate da vam treba njihova pomoć i podrška, svakako da bi bilo dobro da ili zakažemo razgovor ili da iskoristite opciju za chat. Tu su također i virtualni štandovi na kojima se nalaze brojni materijali, tu su i video snimci sa kampusa univerziteta, brošure koje možete da preuzmete, tako da je i to način da taj neki materijal sačuvate i da možete da se podsjetite. Via mentorke vas također očekuju na našoj platformi i moje koleginice koje će vam pojasniti kako vam možemo pomoći da se što brže i efikasnije spremite za samu aplikaciju i da vas upute u korake koje vas očekuju nakon apliciranja, pošto znate već da vam pomažemo ćemo i oko drugih nekih delova priprema za studiju u inostranstvu. Uglavnom, o svemu tome bit će reći naravno u toku naše prezentacije, toku sledeće nedelje. Spremili smo i brojne Instagram live-ove koji će vas upoznati sa nekim konkretnim univerzitetima, načinom života u pojedinim zemljama, jer su to sve načini da zaista što bolje u toku ove samo jedne nedelje se upoznate sa onim što vas može očekivati negde na nekom univerzitetu u inostranstvu. Budite slobodni da nam postavljate pitanja, zaista je odlično što možemo na ovaj način da komuniciramo, da dobijete odmah odgovore i da kažem, praktično rešite sve dileme koje imate. Naše sledeće predavanje je o univerzitetu iz Soluna, American College of Thessaloniki, ali ćemo sačekati nekih 5 minuta da bismo tačno na vreme počeli prezentaciju. Napravit ćemo malu pauzu pa se onda vraćamo. Evo nas ponovo. Kao što sam najavila, sledeću prezentaciju imat će Američki koledž u Solunu. Dakle, sjajna opcija za sve one koji ne žele da budu mnogo daleko od kuće, a žele da dobiju vrhunsko obrazovanje, zapravo obrazovanje u okviru posebnog sistema gde možete kombinovati osnovnu oblast studija i sporednu oblast studija. O tome će nam više reći Vogla sa ovog univerziteta i evo pozivam je da se pridruži pa da počnemo polako. Vogla, do you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you and I can see you, so welcome on board.
Hello.
This is not your
You can hear me well. I'm not sure whether you can hear me well or see me well, but let me know if something is wrong.
Everything is fine, don't worry.
Okay.
So this is not your first Study Expo. We already hosted you a couple of times ago, so you are very familiar with our platform and everything.
I think, yeah, it's the fourth, or yeah. I'm not sure, but I think we have been collaborating since the beginning of this fair event. So we are very, very satisfied and very, let's say, happy to be here with you, and of course all the students who are attending the week fair during this weekend. So yes, we're here and we're really hopeful that we will get to meet a lot of students.
And we are very happy to have you here. And I have to say, Thessaloniki, your Solun, is a very special place for our people. So I think we should discuss about also about your study life and everything the city offers. However, you can start with your presentation and we will maybe wait for the answer for the questions or answer as they come. We'll see, but whatever you prefer, you can tell me and start when you're ready.
Well, yes, I mean, Thessaloniki is a very special place. Most of, Serbian students, they usually pass by either for vacations or for studies. So we will be talking a little bit about Thessaloniki in our presentation as well. Feel free to interrupt me if something comes up. I will just start saying some basic information about ACT, our programs, deadlines, processes, scholarships, and you jump in whatever you feel like it should be. Okay,
I will be sharing a video and then I will come back with questions.
Yes.
You can share your screen now and we'll check if everything is fine.
Just a second, please. Okay, so now I think, let's say now you can take a look at my screen, right?
Yeah, we can
see it. So the American College of Thessaloniki, as the name states, is actually located in Thessaloniki. It's a non-profit organization. So basically this means that we only have our premises here while our offices, our headquarters are in Boston. I will be explaining more. A small overview of what we are going to mention is basically who we are, our mission, the student population, which I'm sure a lot of students will be interested in learning. Also why attending ACT, why applying at ACT, some small information about Thessaloniki, especially for the students who weren't able to, pass by either for vacations or studies. And then we're going to focus more on the academics, the community, the admissions processes, and scholarships, of course. Let me just start by saying that American College of Thessaloniki is the post-secondary division of Anatolia College, which means that, as you can actually see, it starts from kindergarten up to bachelor and master's programs. There is an exceptional location. It's approximately 400,000 square meters. So basically, we host a lot of different students inside of the campus. It's a multinational student population. We have over 55, let's say, cultures inside of ACT. So this means that the student body consists of different students from all over the globe, UK, US, Europe, Balkan area, Australia, less students from Asia and Africa, but also those cultures as well. And of course, we are talking about a very vibrant community, which means that not a student will not only be coming for the courses, but also for the seminars, for the careers office services, different, conferences that we organize. And of course, this can be part of your daily classes, which means that you are going to integrate that knowledge into your courses and into your assignments. And last but not least, if we can say that this is the last point of what is most important to know about ACT is basically the largest, we host the largest study abroad program for US students in US, from US in Greece. This means that we are attracting approximately for more than 400 to 500 students who are coming from US. Some of them, they are staying for 1 or 2 semesters, and the remaining of the students, they are staying for the full-time bachelor program or for the master's. The accreditation that we share is basically coming from the United States, is the New England Commission of Higher Education. It's exactly the same educational system that accredits universities such as Harvard, Yale, MIT, Princeton. It doesn't mean that we are Harvard though, but it means that we have the same quality of courses, the same quality of professors. The curriculum is organized in that way, in the American educational way. So this means that the students will be applying during their studies at ACT, the fully American educational system. Plus we are validated from Open British University. Because of the Brexit, we wanted to make sure that the diploma will be fully recognized and validated, especially for students who wish to do an internship work or do master's program. As you can actually see, our mission is basically we are focusing on liberal arts curriculum. This means that during the first year of studies, the students will be eligible to change their major. So for example, they might be coming for computer science, but then they can change to psychology, for example, or they can change it to another course, which is more related to what they want to do and based on their personality. So this means that they are focusing on how to think and not what to think, to be adaptable, to be able to make decisions, but at the same time work in teams, doing different homework assignments, individual ones, or teamwork assignments. At the same time, our values are academic and professional excellence, critical thinking, and of course, appreciation of diversity. As you can see, some of the most greatest leaders with undergraduate degrees in liberal arts, you can actually take a look at this slide. For example, Michelle Obama, Richard Klepper, YouTube CEO. So there are very strong names when it comes to leaders who followed an undergraduate degree rooted in liberal arts. It actually gives you more freedom to decide what is most suitable for you as a person. Going into our student population, you can see that it's basically separated to degree-seeking students, but at the same time to visiting students. Our 45% of the student body is visiting students, which means that they're coming from different parts of the globe. Usually they're doing 1 or 2 semesters. It actually depends on their selection. And because of the accreditation that we share, it's very feasible for them to transfer all the courses that they are taking at ACT. So this is actually very helpful, especially if you want to spend one semester, for example, in US or in Europe or in UK, just to receive, the experience, network a little bit, and of course do a research for the internship or actually work during your studies there. So the accreditation gives you the option to basically transfer all those courses back to Greece and complete your program, or back to your home institution if you are coming from another university. The remaining 55% is degree-seeking students, and which means that during the year we have 3 actually intake periods: fall, spring, summer, where students can actually come as degree-seeking. Of course, the deadlines are a little bit different depending on let's say the nationality, because it depends whether you need to go for a visa or not. But usually this is a help that the students are getting either through Via Academica, or they can actually contact us directly and we can let them know what are the right deadline for each student. Now, if we think about the different nationalities, as I mentioned, we almost have 55 nationalities on campus. You can actually see the percentage of those. I mean, we have almost 13% from the Balkan area, Albania, Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Serbia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Montenegro, and then the remaining 39% approximately, we have students coming from different parts of Greece. But at the same time, a huge cohort of students are coming from US and Canada. The remaining, as I mentioned, are very, the percentage is very low. I mean, we have students from, let's say, Netherlands, Germany, Romania. So a lot of cultures, and this basically gives a multinational community. So it means like, you know, you kind of live as a local because you're interacting with a lot of Greek students, not only from ACT, but also from other universities. For example, we have PAMAK, which is the University of Macedonia here in Greece, in Thessaloniki, and of course, Aristotle University, who are both public universities, and they attract a lot of students. So basically, the population, it gives you know, experiences as well, not only the ACT students. So when it comes to deciding about ACT, I think you should be focusing on three things. First of all, on academics. We are a very student-centered college. So this means that we like to have a personal communication with the student, engage students within the classroom, small classrooms, which means that approximately 20 to 22 students per class. It gives you this experiential learning, which means that you have a lot of opportunities along your 4 years of courses, or if you go for a master's program for 1 or 2 years, it will allow you, you know, to do an internship, to build actually your skills, not only let's say your presentation skills, but also soft skills that you will be needing in the job environment afterwards. And the second most important thing, I think, is the community. It's a very personalized attention from applicant to alumni. So throughout the whole process, you have a very good communication as a student with all the staff members. It's a small, tight community, I would say, because, you know, the numbers are not so large in comparisons to other colleges, for example, but your voice matters because we also have a student government association. So it actually, you know, builds the relationship of the student with the staff. So we kind of help you, you know, to, let's say, do better things or change a little bit, you know, the, let's say, the things that are not suitable for students. And of course, the location is very, how can I say that? I mean, Thessaloniki is a very student-oriented city. So basically, it's one of the popular travel locations. In 2014 was a youth-centered selected city here because it attracts a lot of students. It has a very long history. It was founded in 315 BC. So I'm not going to go into that because I'm sure that you wish to learn more about our scholarships. But if you take a look at the history of Thessaloniki, you will see that it's basically a student-oriented city. 1 out of 10 residents is student. It has a very vivid, you know, life, not only like in studying, but at the same time, you know, you can go out, you can go for a coffee, or it has a very exciting nightlife. Plus, at the same time, you are able to study and receive a double accreditation program. So now going into academics, we offer different programs in business administration, in computer science and math. So as you can actually see in this slide over here, you can take a look at the different concentrations where a student can focus, for example, web and mobile applications, programming, robotics, or if you go to business administration, you have 4 different concentrations: economics, tourism, marketing, management, plus finance, and international business. So it gives you a sense of, you know, you can actually select your own major. Plus, you can combine both. For example, you can do business administration and computer science. At the same time, we have humanities. So basically, you're focusing on English language and literature or at the communication and new media. So basically you learn how to teach methodology. Plus you can do a, for example, a major in English language and literature, and at the same time select, for example, a minor in marketing. So you can actually combine two different programs at the same time. The same applies for psychology. So basically from the first year of studies, you get to do an internship. You learn whether you wish to go for consulting, whether you go for forensic psychology or general psychology. So it basically gives you the field of where you belong from the first year of studies, and this is where you are going to focus at the future. It's 4 years of studies. The language of delivery, of course, is in English. And last but not least, as a major, we have the political science and international relations. So here we are talking about diplomacy, foreign policy, European studies. And there you are going as a student to have 1 or 2 courses in Greek. So this will actually help you, to learn another extra language, which I'm sure it will help, especially in the politics and the human rights. If we're going into our master's program, we offer programs. The first one is our new baby, as I tend to call it, is industrial organizational psychology. So basically it combines the business administration and the psychology part, which means that you will be having different courses in organizational leadership, change, positive psychology, coaching, mentoring. And then if you are not into that so much, let's say human resources and psychology, you can still select the tourism program, which is a specified master's program in hospitality and tourism management. So there you're going to have hospitality management, marketing for tourism, and of course, events management, all related close to hospitality and tourism. Last but not least, which is very preferable from students who are from different backgrounds, the MBA program. So basically banking and finance, entrepreneurship, management, marketing in the digital era. This refers to students who are of different majors. They want to change a little bit the major, or they actually are in the process that they are let's say, managing other people beneath them. So it's very, very helpful to have this knowledge as well. You can also see different combined programs. We have more than 45 universities, exclusive partnerships with EU and US universities. One of those universities, you can actually take a look here, which is in Europe, for example, Swiss Education, but at the same time in US, we share a collaboration with Washington University on engineering, American University in business administration, and then we go into different, let's say, universities where you can actually select a totally different major. So for example, you do the first 2 years at ACT and the remaining 2 years in US. Of course, this depends on degree seeking students who gain international experience while they're completing the degree. So this is also an option for students. Beginning, I explained a little bit about the experiential learning. So basically I was referring to internships, service learnings, excursions. So with ACT, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's like a sense that you belong into a community. This means that basically you won't be having your classes on a daily basis. You will have the option to do academic learning, hands-on learning experience. You will be able to collaborate with different NGOs so that you put that in your CV. You can volunteer or give back to the community, but at the same time, we have organized different trips or excursions, basically, extracurricular activities so that students have also a sense of belonging, creating their own friendships, networking with other students, creating actually, memories. This is how I call the experiential learning, plus at the same time that you get to apply what you're learning in class. I think I covered this one. So I would focus.
We have one question.
Sorry?
We have one question about your academics. So I would like to use this moment for it. When should a student decide for a minor? Major is something that you apply for, but minor is something that they can decide later, isn't it?
They can actually decide it later. I mean, during the first year of studies, they get to decide whether they are going for what major they are going during their first year, or they have the option to know already. Okay, so during the first 2 years, they will be having an advising. Each student will have throughout the 4 years of studies their own advisor. So this is very helpful, especially if you don't know what major you need to follow, or if you change your mind. Plus, you will be having this advisor, so this helps students to do a better collaboration of 2 different majors. Okay, so the minor, you get to select that after your second year of studies. So you will be gone into the major like fully, and then afterwards you can actually select. Instead of taking let's say elective courses in the third and in the fourth year, you can actually take those courses for the minor program, and this is how you can combine 2 different fields. Of course, in the meantime, all 4 years of studies, you will be the student will be having advising from a professor, so that we eliminate the students taking irrelevant courses and then not done, at 4 years of studies. So the goal is to get it over in 4 years, 40 courses in total. So if you go with 10 courses per year, this is how you complete in 4 years of studies. Of course, the same applies whether you wish to go for study abroad students for 1 semester. You actually get to do that during the 3rd year of studies. And if you wish to transfer in US, you do that after your 2nd year of studies. So there is also that advising from professors, which actually helps students to be more sure of whether they want to do a minor, whether they want to go for a semester abroad, what is basically the thing that they like the most to do. So this is very helpful.
Yeah, it is for sure. Okay, then you can continue, and I will interrupt you if we have more questions.
Sure, feel free, because I'm sure that I'm bombarding a lot of students with different information, so I know it's a little bit too much. But of course, if they have any question, they can contact Via Academica directly, and I'm sure that it's going to be very helpful from your side. So focusing now at the admissions philosophy and on scholarships, I would say that it's very important to know when you are entering a college or when you are applying at a college, make sure to know the philosophy behind it. At ACT, we are following the students' academic ability and willingness to be part of a vibrant global community. So you have to know where you are coming. Plus, we have a more holistic application process, which means that you will be having guidance throughout the whole process. You need just to follow the steps that we are going to share with you. And of course, we want to make sure that there is a personal responsibility of community. So when it comes to students, we take a look at that through an interview that you usually do with the admissions office. Usually the admissions office interview comes after the submission of the application. So we can say that the admissions process is really easy. We have a rolling admissions. We have 2 intake periods, one in fall semester, one in spring. The fall semester starts generally by the 3rd week of September, and the spring semester starts on January, the 1st week of January. So basically the students, they can either apply for fall or spring. The deadlines are a little bit different. So if someone is applying for next year, fall 2022, there is an early admissions deadline by the end of March and the late admissions deadline by the end of May. If you're going for spring semester, either for this January or for next January, we give an application deadline to students by October 15th. So they have some option to have some time, to apply for a student visa and stuff like that. The process is really easy. You just go online, you upload your official transcripts, a grade report of 12th grade or a high school diploma. If you haven't received that, you are just going to submit that on a later date. 1 letter of recommendation, passport photo, and of course, a passport size photo of yourself, plus the non-refundable application fee of 70 euros. I think it's written now in dollars, but if you do that in euros, it's 70 euros actually. The tuition and fees. Every year, if you go with 10 courses per year, for example, it's estimated 8,400 euros. So each student is going to calculate 840 euros per course. Normally, other fees, for example, library fees or lab fees, they kind of range from 200 to 300 to 500. It depends on the major that you are going to select. Usually we deposit to confirm enrollment one course, which is going to be deducted from your annual tuition fees on September. So it's very feasible for students who are applying, you know, for next year, so that they confirm enrollment in that way. Of course, we offer different financial aid and scholarship opportunities. We are a nonprofit organization, so this means that during the years of studies, we offer that option to students. For Serbian students, students who are coming from Montenegro and Bosnia-Herzegovina, we have been granting for the past 2 to 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, a 45% scholarship by just applying at ACT. So the same applies for this year entrance for the students who wish to enroll at ACT. So all students coming from those 3 countries will be having a 45% scholarship by just applying at ACT. This is basically need-based grants available scholarships. So this means we take a look at the academic background, we take a look at the financial situation, plus it's a scholarship and not a discount. This means that someone else is covering that. And because we are a nonprofit organization, we do not have, let's say, a boss or an owner. So basically the scholarships that we collect from different donors, they are coming, you know, as scholarships. So it means that the student needs to hold a certain GPA, and this is going to be renewed. The scholarship is going to be renewed per year. So the full 4 years are covered by a 45% scholarship for all students who are coming from Serbia. It's very easy to apply. So you're just contacting us or via Academica. And if you decide to go along with that, you receive a fully US and UK accredited diploma in a very low price, I would suggest. And plus the amount of money that you are going to be covering by this percentage, you can actually use that in the housing options. The financial aid process is exactly the same. So the deadline is as admissions. So either by the end of March or by the end of May, which is the latest admissions deadline that a non-EU student has. It will follow an interview with the financial aid committee, and then you're just going to receive an acceptance or rejection letter. If you are accepted, then you will need to confirm and deposit the one guarantee fee, the one course that I mentioned before. So this is how you actually proceed with confirming your attendance at ACT. Financial aid is applied on all 4 years of studies, provided the student maintains the required GPA, but of course you will be notified since the beginning. So you will be able to organize your tuition fees and your living expenses from the beginning before coming at ACT. So this is very helpful. Last but not least, because I want to leave some time for your questions, is basically housing. We used to offer on-campus accommodation, but this year our on-campus accommodation was demolished because we are going to build new buildings for housing at ACT for students. But we offer off-campus accommodation, which is basically, let's say that there is the option of going with renting on our premises, which the 2 buildings that we offer as off-campus accommodation to our students are located downtown, or you can actually rent an apartment where you have guidance from the housing department. Housing here, if you go with off-campus accommodation coordinated by ACT, usually the costs range from 150 euros up to 450. It depends whether you are going with a single room or you are going with a double room. It depends on the living standards of each student. If you rent a house, it depends on the area of selection. So for example, Panorama and Kalamaria are 2 of the wealthiest places in Thessaloniki. So usually we don't suggest students those places because, you know, they want to to find a place which is kind of affordable. The monthly cost of living, it depends, of course, on the living standards of the students, whether you are cooking, going out too much, but usually they range from 200 to 400 euros per month. It actually depends on the lifestyle of each student. As I mentioned before, we have some different partners where you can actually take a look. These are some of the 45 universities that we actually collaborate, either in US, UK, Europe. So feel free to let us know if you need more questions. You have the option to download our brochures, contact the Academica, review our courses, or you can contact us and let us know where you received information from, so we can set up a Google meeting and help you throughout the whole process, or if you have more specified questions. So this is the team, the enrollment team, Emmanuel Mao. I think most of you met with him yesterday. I'm on your right, and the Director of Admissions, Ms. Lebetli, who is related about the scholarships and admissions, is down below. So thank you for your time, and I think you must be having a lot of questions or anything that it might be helpful at this point to notify our students.
Thank you, Viola. Of course, we have one question regarding accommodation, although you already explained it pretty good with all the information about prices and actually range of the prices they have to pay for 1 month. That is maybe one of the most common questions after academics and deadlines and scholarships. What happens when I have to arrange the accommodation? What kind of help do you offer to your students?
Well, first of all, when a student is applying at ACT, they will receive both options: a list of housing with private agencies or private owners, where it means that you can actually select an apartment or rent an apartment either by yourself or with other students. And the second option is basically double room and the single room options that we are offering to students. So basically, first of all, we get in touch with the students. So we help you in regards to receiving the information, and afterwards we will direct you in terms of the down payment that you need to do, the application form that you need, the housing form that you need to submit. And of course, throughout the year, for example, from the time that they're applying till the time that they are coming here, they will be having a constant guidance. So students are coming to see their places, they have a specific date when they're arriving here in Thessaloniki. Some of them, we pick them up from the airport. Some of the students, they are coming by car. It depends, So of course, they have throughout the whole year during their application process a guidance. Plus, we have RAs, residence assistants from our side in the places that we offer our housing. So there is always 24/7 someone who is living with them, not in the same room, right? We don't, so that I'm not misunderstood, but they're at the building in whatever time there is an emergency, they need to ask something, they can actually call the residence assistant or talk to them, directly.
And when would you suggest them to apply for the accommodation? What would be the best moment?
I will be honest with you on that. Thessaloniki is a very hectic, student-oriented city. So the sooner someone applies, the better for them. Housing for our off-campus accommodation, which is coordinated by ACT, usually, it's covered very, very quickly because the applications at the American educational system, they start from, let's say, on December. So the best for a student, you don't go, especially with the late admissions deadline, it will be too late for all the students who are coming from other countries. Usually we suggest, the best period of time is to be February. Start your application around January, receive information November, December, start your application in January. It will take some time to collect the documents. And then around February, just submit the application. We can go through the interview. And then around March, you will be knowing whether you are coming, not. So then we are going to proceed with housing. This is the best period of time I would suggest during that time.
Yeah, I agree with you because
when we put that deadline, right? Because, sometimes students, they they come late, which is okay, but then, it depends whether, they need housing or not. It takes some time. We usually suggest, receive information 10 months to 12 months earlier prior to coming to a college so that you have some availability of time.
Sure. And another question is about possibilities for scholarship for master students.
Yes, I didn't refer to that. I mean, the 45% refers only to bachelor student, which is by default. To master's to graduate program students, we offer a wider range of scholarships, which are based on the academic background, professional experience, the interview that will follow, plus the financial situation. There, the scholarships, they start from 20% up to 60%. So the percentage is higher because we want to make sure that we can actually help them. This year, it went through two different modes. Someone can either attend the graduate program either in an online mode or with a physical presence. So most probably next year will be the same, especially for the students who they wish to stay back home so that they will eliminate the costs. This is also an option for the graduate programs. The bachelor programs, they are only with physical presence. So they need to be here.
Do you have limited number of scholarships for undergraduate students, or is it evaluated based on the quality of students?
I think it's the truth is somewhere in between of the question that you just asked. We are offering approximately 1 million euros per year in scholarships. So this depends plus on the, let's say, how can I say that, the funds that we are going to have, because these scholarships are donated by banks, by an owner, by a business owner, by a donor. So it depends, right? Usually, we offer approximately to that amount of money scholarships. Of course, this is why we suggest the sooner you apply, the better for you. But definitely, I mean, we have secured that 45% for all Serbian students from Montenegro and Bosnia and Herzegovina. So when we are referring to a scholarship, we have already made the budget and the plan for those students. It depends on what time you are coming. Most probably, you will, for the undergraduate, is a standardized scholarship, but for the graduate, you need to be a little bit earlier in the process so that we make sure that we cover and give you the option, instead of someone else receiving a higher percentage of scholarship, you can also apply for that. So, we want to be fair to all the students. This is how we, let's say, evaluate each application by being fair. Each application is evaluated by itself. So that's why we recollect all those documents and we have the interview so that we make sure that there is that fairness to the decision of each student.
And how long does it take the ACT to evaluate the candidate in terms of scholarship?
Once
they have to wait for the answer.
Once someone submits the application, let's say you submit the application on February 15th and we have the interview on February 20th, or 16th, whatever. In 1 or 2 weeks, you will be notified about the admissions decision, the scholarship, what GPA you need to hold depending on the scholarship that you have, how much is covering, housing options. So in the next 10 days, usually the student receives the decision. So we give them, after those 10 days, approximately 2 weeks to decide whether to accept or reject the offer. If someone rejects the offer, there is no obligation towards the school, just the application fee, 70 euros, which is non-refundable fee. If you accept and you confirm your attendance at ACT, then we request a deposit of courses, which is 840 euros. This amount of money will be deducted from the annual tuition fees of the student. So it's just a guarantee fee, which is deducted so that we make sure that the student is serious and they're proceeding with the process.
Of course, it's very common to have to pay a deposit before the study starts. Okay, I have to say that although we have very good candidates, they are always worried if they will be good enough to maintain the scholarship. That is something we face very often. I personally the consultations with our students and parents, they are not sure. Like, okay, is it really possible? I mean.
Okay, I will say that in a sense of humor, but I think it's the truth. Usually the best students that we have in our college are usually students coming from Serbia. I'm not saying that because it's a Serbian fair, right? But I'm saying that because usually, the grades are very, very high. So if a student, they have high grades, they're doing activities, they're let's say communicating with other students, being present in the classes, they won't be having any issues in maintaining the scholarship. I mean, this amount of scholarship is based because we saw, the potential of Serbian students. So this is how we granted the 45% scholarship. Otherwise, we won't be granting such high percentage of scholarship to students that they couldn't actually keep that scholarship. Mm-hmm. My suggestion, because I used to be a student, is if you go to your classes, communicate with your professors, do your assignments, even if you're not an A student, right? But you're around B plus, B minus, you can still keep your scholarship. I mean, we're not perfect in all subjects, but definitely there are subjects that will give you the option to have high grades and maintain your scholarship. So my suggestion is very few students, lose the scholarship because usually they don't want to be here. So when someone is applying, they're applying, like, especially the students, they are going outside of the country. They are more focused in applying, and keeping that GPA. It's not only a financial motivation, which I'm sure that it's huge, especially for a family nowadays, but it's also an academic motivation, because it's totally different having a good GPA once you're done with your undergraduate program and applying with that high GPA. And it's totally different just having, mediocre GPA and then applying for a master's program. So it's not only economic, let's say, motivation, but also academic motivation for students. So I think they are finding themselves here, and
sure.
System helps them a lot. It gives them options and chances to recover, even if they didn't do well, let's say, in an assignment or in a final examination.
And I would agree that our students are community oriented, and they really enjoy networking, meeting other students, and all the possibilities that they have on the campus. You mentioned excursions, as you said, making memories with their fellow
students.
That's great. That's great system, and very supportive for their skills, and not only for their academic knowledge, but for their skills and personal development as well. Thank you so much, Vola. It was
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome, and I really hope that we will meet in person at some future fair. You already have this virtual experience with us, but it's high time to have you here in Belgrade.
We wanted to be with you in the physical event, but things are not going very well, and we are still under restrictions, but with the first let's say chance, we will be more than happy to meet you in person and all the students. Thank you so much.
This time unfortunately we are not able to meet you in person because of some restrictions, and situation is not that good, but anyway, we do hope that
we will make it happen.
Sure. Thank you once again, and enjoy at our fair with our
Have a great weekend. Thank you so much for today. Bye guys.
Bye.
Wish you good luck.
Bye. To je bila Voula sa ACT koleđa, a mi ćemo nastaviti uskoro za par minuta, jer nam se priključuje Rea sa Univerziteta Utrecht iz Holandije, zapravo za koji minut počinjemo, tako da će pauza biti vrlo kratka i govorimo o Vrhunskom državnom univerzitetu iz Holandije. Kao što sam najavila, sljedeća prezentacija je sa Univerziteta Utrecht u Holandiji. Posebno nam je drago što možemo da ugostimo ovaj univerzitet jer je jedan od najstarijih u Evropi, dakle ima zaista jako dugu tradiciju i sjajnu reputaciju, ali ne samo zbog toga, već zato što ovaj univerzitet ima preko 100 mastera na engleskom jeziku, veliki broj programa osnovnih studija na engleskom jeziku i postaje sve zanimljiviji kao studijska destinacija našim studentima, jer zaista kao grad može mnogo toga da vam ponudi. Sa nama je Laura, ako se ne varam, ona će se uskoro uključiti, a dok to ne bude tehnički moguće, samo da vas podsjetim da s njom možete i zakazati razgovore i konsultovati se u vezi sa svim informacijama koje se tiču ovog univerziteta. Hello, Laura.
Hi, hello. I was wondering when was my cue to say something.
It's your turn now. I was saying something about Utrecht University and about all the programs and possibilities that you offer, but of course you will say much more. I'm here to moderate questions and to support you, but we really like the university and all the surroundings because it's it's special and different from something that we can expect here from the Balkans. So I believe you will have some photos of the campus, of the city, and explain us what is so special about Utrecht.
Yes, thank you so much. So I'm quite a new person when it comes to Zoom meetings, so I will do my very best. So I'm going to share my screen.
No worries. I mean, you can give it a try and we will confirm when we see your screen.
Perfect. You can see the presentation, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can see.
Okay, perfect.
You can start and I'm here to pass you questions.
Perfect. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura and I work at International Marketing and Recruitment Team at Utrecht University. As you can see, I've also worn my Utrecht t-shirt. Very excited to do this presentation. I was actually also a student in Utrecht and I also went through the same process a little bit. I'm originally from Argentina, so I hope I can share a little bit of what Utrecht is like, how it is like to experience things. So now we'll do the presentation as I try to be a bit more general. We'll try to speak a little bit about Utrecht, the city at first. I don't know if you have been to the Netherlands, but this is a little bit of the most used picture to describe Utrecht is the Dom Tower. It's the fourth biggest city in the Netherlands, Utrecht. And of course, we have to take into consideration the size of the cities in the Netherlands are not very big, but we're one of the fourth biggest cities. It's also the number 3 bicycle-friendly city in the world. We're always fighting who is the most bicycle-friendly city. But it's something that you get used to, like when you come here and you're like, oh, these bikes, is like, how do people do this every day? So there's 1 million bicycles. So the running joke is that there's more bicycles than people. There's a lot of vibrant student life in the city. There's a lot of bars. There's a lot of things to do. So if you see, I think the inhabitants are a bit higher at the moment. It's like 350,000 inhabitants, around 60, or I think also more students. Not all of these students go to Utrecht. Of course, there are other educational institutions in the city. But just so you know that there's a big chunk of the population that actually is a student. We say also that we're located in the heart of the Netherlands because right in the center, it's very easy to connect to all the other big cities. And also it's very easy to connect to other countries. You can go very easily by train to France, to Belgium, to Germany, also to the UK. So that's one of the great things about Utrecht is their location. And this is some of the views that you might have. So this is a bit, maybe a lot of people may have been to Amsterdam. So what's the difference is that you see that in Utrecht, we have like those little sidewalks where you can walk next to the canal. So that's actually very special from Utrecht in that perspective, because in Amsterdam, you just have the canals and you cannot really walk next to them. So there's a lot of tables, there's a lot of restaurants that have their terraces outside. You can go canoeing. This is the view of would be the city center. Now I'll tell you a little bit about the university. So the university was founded in 1636. It's one of the oldest universities in the Netherlands. We have 7 faculties, 2 university colleges. And so when we say we have 7 faculties, we have a lot of different types of programs. So that makes it quite special. We have right now 13 bachelor programs and more than 100 master's programs, all taught entirely in English. Of course, we have more programs in Dutch. We have around more than 150 student associations. And this is our latest ranking. We're ranked first in the Netherlands, 15th in Europe, and 50 worldwide. So we're very proud of that. We're very happy about that. So we have around, I think, a bit more than 31,000 students at this point. We're waiting for the latest numbers, but it's a very big university. We have 4 different locations. We have 3 locations in Utrecht and 1 location in Middelburg, which is the southern part of the Netherlands. And that's where the University College of Roosevelt is located. So you see here on the map, you have these 3 different spots. You feel like, oh, they might be far away, but really, if you maybe Google Maps and check the biking distances, you see that they're not so far away. So we have the city center, the international campus, which is also where University College of Utrecht is located, and the science park, which is most of the graduate schools are located. So here's a bit of an impression of how it looks like. The city center has this more old type of style. It's more like traditional international campuses. Used to be an old military base. So it's the way the buildings are located. There's this huge park. The international campus is where, UCU is located. There's some student housing there for UCU and others. And some, if you do some classes in economics, the Faculty of Economics, you can also have classes there. And you see there on the left side, Utrecht Science Park, you see that big black building is actually our library. It's a very big library, won a lot of like architectural awards. It's very modern, so you see how different it looks like from very old and then very modern. It's a bigger library, so you have way more spots than the one in the center. And Middelburg, that we call the Hogwarts of Utrecht, looks a little bit like Harry Potter. And these are some of the programs these are all the bachelor programs that we have, ranging from different topics, Celtic languages and culture, pharmaceutical sciences, new program, molecular and biophysical life sciences. So you can read all about it in uu.nl/bachelors. And for the masters, the same goes, uu.nl/masters. The fields that we cover are, of course, ranging from these 7 faculties that I mentioned before. So it's very broad. And one of the great things is also there's a lot of interdisciplinary programs. So you're never really focused on your own faculty. There will be connections with other faculties, and that makes the program special. Master's programs are 1 and 2 years, depends. And bachelor programs are 3 years of duration. So it's a little bit about Utrecht education. And there's a lot of freedom and flexibility. There's a combination of seminars, tutorials, and lectures. There's a very open door policy when it comes to professors. It was the thing that I experienced also as a student. that was a bit different than I was accustomed is that, well, classes are not very big, and that really allows you to get to know your professor, and they get to know you, and then they talk to you by first name and things like that. And I was a bit surprised about that. There's a lot of critical thinking. They really ask you to move away from what you're reading and really try to think what it is that you like, what it is that you think of the topics. The classrooms are quite international. Of course, there's some programs that are a bit more international than others. Internships are part of some programs. There's a lot of services from the university, from tutors, mentors, study advisor, student psychologists, and career services, which is also very important. And during the first days, we actually had the orientation days. We had them in person, so we were very happy to actually see the students. It's been a while, so we will actually see you guys in person. That was really great. See all the students. And you can have, of course, a very active student life. This is just some pictures of ESN, for example, is one of the biggest student associations for international students. You can do a lot of activities. There's a sports center, Olympus, in the science park. And there's a cultural center called Parnassus that is more towards the city center. You can do things like photography, painting. You can play an instrument, things like that. Now go quickly and generally through the application process. This will be just general things. I cannot really go into detail for each program because it will take us all day. So this is, generally speaking, some of the admission requirements of the bachelor programs. You need, what you do is, of course, you need a high school degree comparable with a Dutch university. There's some examples listed there. For some programs, you need specific courses. For example, you need mathematics for PPE, for also for economics. So this is all determined by our international student admissions. And there could be, for some programs, additional selection procedures. So it could be that they are asking of an interview or things like that. But of course, you will read more about it in the program pages. And of course, you also need to have proficiency in English. So you need to submit a test. We accept IELTS, TOEFL, Cambridge. You can see a lot of the application information in the website, as I mentioned. And these are the deadlines for applications for bachelor programs. Notice that there are some differences in them, so please do check each program just to be sure that you don't miss the deadlines. When can you start applying? I think the Osiris, we're still not in October. The first week of October, Osiris will be open for application. So that's a good time to keep in mind. For the admission requirements of masters, you will see when you look into the master's requirements that they're a bit, more general, the descriptions, than they are for bachelors. And that's because, it's very difficult to just pinpoint what it is, the degree that you need. There's some flexibility in this because some degrees are available in some countries and others not. So what they really looking for is that you have enough knowledge on certain topics. So that's what you will see. It says a bachelor degree in a related field. That's one of the things that they will say. And of course, they will give some criteria, but it's good to check the program. We also need a CV, motivation letter, letters of recommendation. Some programs might ask for a writing sample, and of course, the English language test. So the same type of test that you need for a bachelor's degree. For most programs, application deadline is 1st of April or 1st of June. It depends on your nationality. But please do check in each program page. The application procedure for both, for bachelor's and master's, quite similar. That's a good thing in the Netherlands. All the procedures are kind of similar also for other universities. First step is that you apply via StudyLink. So StudyLink is it's a website where everyone from the Netherlands that wants to apply for a program, any type of program, goes through StudyLink. So that's the governmental website for it. You upload all your required documents. You follow the steps, of course, in StudyLink, and then you go through the other application process, which is OSIRIS, which is the university's application process. And then you upload all these extra requirements. You need to pay the application fee of 100 euros. Unfortunately, if this is not paid, we cannot really process the file. So an application is sort of complete in when you actually pay for the tuition fee. The application fee. Once the application is complete, then it goes to International Student Admissions Office, and they make sure that you have all the right requirements. And after that, it goes to the faculty or the graduate school that you're applying to. Last step is after you get your admissions. Probably will be a conditional admissions that you need to comply with a certain condition. You need to, as a last step, send the certified copies of your documents by mail, by post. There's some tips or good to knows. You can apply before having finished your secondary education or bachelor's degree. You can apply also before having an English language test. And yeah, stops, you can apply to 4 programs at the same time. It's not really that common. Maybe students are between 2 programs that maybe are similar, or they're interested in those. It's not really common to apply for 4, but to know that that's the limit. Quick thing about finances. So tuition fees per year for EU or EEA nationals, 2,143 euros per year. For non-EUs, there's a range there, and it will depend on which bachelor program you're choosing. Same goes for masters. You can find this in the program website. A lot of students were wondering, like, is it possible to work next to your studies? For EU, EEA students, it's possible to work. There are no limitations to work, but it's really not something that we highly recommend, because the programs are going to take a lot of your time. It takes time to actually adjust to a new way of studying. And I understand if you need to work, but you need to keep it sort of a limit. That's why we say try not to exceed 14 hours a week. And for non-EU students, you need a work permit to work. And it's 16 hours per week or full-time during the 3 summer months. That's a limitation, but you do need a work permit that it's something that you request to your employer. So it's not something that you can do. Other type of expenses, we say more or less 800 or 1,000 euros per month, ranging accommodation, living expenses, insurance. Yeah, we mentioned the Dutch health insurance once you start working, but it might be a lot of information right now. So let's just focus on the bigger picture. Also study materials, but it's not really that common. I think everything is available online. So it's for study materials, it's less and less common, I think. So for housing, it's really important that I mentioned that housing is not really something that Dutch universities offer in a sense, in a general way, because how it works in the Netherlands is universities don't actually own housing. There are usually no dorms in campus. The only exceptions will be the university colleges that I mentioned in the beginning for bachelor students. But how it goes for masters and most of bachelors is that there is no guaranteed housing. So something that you need to do for yourself. what students do is they get a contract with a private landlord organization. They're mixed gender and kind of type of dorms could be. You can also have a single room or things like that. So what the universities are doing more and more, because it's of course the amount of international students coming each year, it's increasing, and of course this is also a problem for Dutch students. So this is a problem, a housing problem that goes around in the Netherlands for all universities. So what we do is we try to support you as best as possible by giving you a lot of information. There's a lot of information in our website, uu.nl/housing. There you can find, at least you get a bit of a grip of what it is, the main tip, the main things that you can do, or recommendations, the timing of when to find housing. And there are some special characteristics, I think, of being in the Netherlands and finding a house. So one of them is the hospiteeravond. So that's one of the, it feels like a speed dating thing or a job offer, some people call it. It's like, for example, you're looking for a room and then they say, okay, you can come and view this room. This actually happened to me. I went and I realized I was in a hospiteeravond after I was in it. So basically you're there and maybe some other people are there and you feel like, oh, am I viewing the house with a group? And it was for a room in my case. And people that live in the apartment, they just have like little interviews with all the candidates to see which one will be the best fit for the house. Can be quite intimidating, but at the same time, it also gives you the power to also see like, will I fit in living with them? So it works both ways. The cost of rent is, I would say, a bit, $350 or maybe $450 to $800 or more per month. It depends on how much people you're sharing the house with, basically. So if you're sharing with more people, rent is lower. And if you want to live alone, it's going to be maybe even more than €1,000 per month. It's not really common to live on your own while you're doing your program. So I think the main thing is that you just go to our website and you see a lot of information. So as I mentioned, Dutch universities don't own housing, but we do have certain cooperations with housing corporations, so that they offer a certain amount of rooms each year for a certain amount of international students. So you can find all this information in the website. And getting to know the Dutch is our Dutch course. Of course, you don't need to necessarily learn Dutch to move around and live here. But this is something I would recommend if you actually want to continue your life in the Netherlands. If you say, I'm not staying here for a year, I'm staying here after graduation, for example, then speaking Dutch is actually opens a lot of doors. Professionally, so it gives you a competitive advantage. Also makes you feel a bit more part of the Netherlands, right? So there's a lot of Dutch courses. You can see ESN, the student organization I mentioned before. The International Neighbor Group, they offer courses by volunteers. There's Utrecht Summer School, of course. Babel is more like the more official type of English the certificate that you can get. It's a language institute, and there's 25% discount for students. And there's also an app, Hoi Holland, that teaches you like little phrases in Dutch, so at least you get to know a little bit about this beautiful language. And as I mentioned, the website is your best friend. Sometimes it's a lot of information, but that's where most everything is there. You can compare study programs if you're thinking which one do I like the most. You can also chat with current students, so that's also really cool. You actually get to know what does it feel like for the student that is actually doing the program. And there is an FAQ for admission and application questions. And there will be an online bachelor's open day on the 19th and 20th of November. So everything is online, so you can join. We will also be there giving a presentation, and there's also an online Masters Open Day coming up in October, 13th of October. And of course, we have all our social media ready, all of our channels. If you like to see a little bit how Utrecht looks like, how does it feel? I would recommend you follow us on Instagram to see. There's like loads of fantastic videos there, so you can actually see a little bit how it feels, how it looks, Utrecht, and the students and sometimes professors that teach here. We try to have interviews and have nice content. Also LinkedIn for developments in jobs. So hope you stay tuned for that.
Thank you for the presentation, Laura. I have to say that the website of Utrecht University is very user-friendly, so it's pretty easy to find all the information. However, they can count on us, or students that are interested in your programs, they can count on our support and help for all the phases of the application process, because we will help them to understand all the academic requirements, to prepare the documentation, and to send their application. Other thing that I would like to mention is that my colleague Zvezdan and me visited your campus, and it's really impressive. It's difficult to explain and to describe all the beauty of the nature and surroundings of the campus. But I would like to use this opportunity to ask you from your personal point of view and your personal experience, how Utrecht helped you develop your potentials, your talents. How would you describe that experience?
Well, you know, I arrived to the Netherlands after just finishing my bachelor. So I literally just grabbed my bachelor degree and I took a plane and came to the Netherlands. And it was such a different experience to actually go and have classes here and learn how teachers are, the methods that they use to actually, you feel less of a, how do we say, like, that you're just watching, but actually being part of your program. So that's also very like the Dutch approach for education. And I was not used to this. It really makes you
are involved all the time, and they are,
yes.
It's not like a passive way of learning. It's more active and participating, because that's the best way to learn, isn't it? Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And it also, at the first, of course, is a bit intimidating, but as you get used to it, you actually want it. It's really difficult then to go to a different type of learning, and you feel like, oh, but I don't like to be an spectator of this education. I want to be part of it. So that really helped me, and also feel more confident with my studies, with my knowledge. You really feel when someone is treating you like an equal. It really helps you.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And now we have some questions.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just check it. And yeah, the first one is, what do you think we should go for Utrecht and not some other Dutch university?
Yeah, we always get this question. Well, to be honest, and I always give the same answer, the level of education that you will get in the Netherlands is going to be great. It's going to be like the level of quality of education is going to be pretty high. So in this sense, you know, choosing the Netherlands is a good option. But what makes it different between all the different schools is, of course, well, the content of the program itself. Some universities have programs that are stronger in that sense or more competitive than others. And it also, the city plays a huge role, and also the profile of what you're looking for. So before Corona, of course, I always told students, you know, go to every open day, go to all the universities, visit the cities, because the city is really important to make you feel comfortable. And this is where you will stay if you're a bachelor's 3 years, or if you're a master's student 1 or 2 years. So for me, I chose the city first and then the university. I was in Utrecht, I went to visit, and I said, I have to do something here because this is a fantastic city. I love the city. So then I looked for the university. So for me, the journey was through the city. So that's what I would recommend.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go to the next question because we have 4 in a row. The next one is from Martina. Is there any scholarship options, and what is minimum required GPA for master programs?
Yes, we didn't put the scholarship options, but there are some financial aid and scholarships on the website. You can also find them there. And
I can help you with this question because it's very common. Actually, Utrecht has Utrecht Excellence Scholarship, which is for the best students both in bachelor and master studies. It gives full tuition fee and some amount of money for your living costs, but it's a few. The number is very small, the scholarship, so you have to be really good both in GPA at your academic level and at your extracurricular activities. You have actually to you have to have the very good CV and motivation letter, because of course the selection committee wants to know how would you contribute to the university with your skills, knowledge, and activities which you can join. So anybody who is interested in scholarships and further information about them, they can refer to us and send us an email to info@viaacademica.com. So we will give you information and give you a hand if you want to apply. Okay, let's go to the next question, because we should answer all of them. And the next one is also about scholarships, of course. So there is no minimum required GPA, I have to add, because according to the information that we have on the website, there is no such a limit, but of course that you have to have very high GPA. It's only for the best students, and I'm not sure if I should say like the exact number, but basically it's very similar to the criteria that we apply here in our region, in Serbia, Montenegro, almost the best notes and the best students can apply and enjoy the benefit of the scholarship. The next question is also maybe for me and my colleagues. Does Via Academica help with finding accommodation? Well, you can count on our support and on the support of the university. As Laura said, university does give you some information and advices, but you have to choose the room and choose the best for you, what best suits you. So it's more personal choice rather than some kind of our selection. We already told something about scholarships. Theodora made the same question. So I would ask her to write us and to make some specific question for specific bachelor or master program. The next question is about electronic engineering degree. Can we apply for some kind of electronic engineer degree? I'm not sure. Actually, I can check, but electronic engineering is not something that maybe is...
No, what we always say is that we don't have hardcore engineering programs, but we do have programs to which engineers could apply to. So that's the trade-off that our programs are a bit more into the, as you know, it's a bit more of the interdisciplinary
humanities and some sciences, but not engineering. If you want to study engineering, then you should check some technical universities Utrecht is more for, let's say, humanities and some sciences, biology, pharmacy, biosciences, some kind of let's say, natural sciences and disciplines that come from them. And the next question, let me check. When applying for College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, how can we prepare for the entry essay exam? This question is made by Sara Petrovic. Can you help, Laura, or I can also?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I don't know. I usually do masters, so maybe you can help me with this one.
Okay. When it comes to pharmaceutical sciences, there is no typical entrance exam. Candidates are evaluated based on their GPA and their high school diploma. So it's very important in this case as well to have high GPA and to be and to have like sufficient knowledge in sciences like biology, chemistry, because those are very important for this kind of bachelor. On the other hand, we often say that Utrecht is very famous for a motivation letter for pharmaceutical sciences because it's very specific. You have to answer some very some questions that are like very deep in knowledge, and you have to share your experiences in some specific lab work and other motivation things that other, let's say, part of motivation that will affect the selection. However, this question is pretty complex for, I guess, for you because you come from other science. But anyway, Sarah, we can help you with this as well because we have a couple of candidates that are already studying at Utrecht, this pharmaceutical bachelor program. So feel free to ask us and to discuss this further. And the last question that we have is about scholarship as well. It's written in Serbian. Da li ako vrlo dobri đaci sa dobrim CV-em mogu dobiti stipendiju? Basically, the question is about GPA, required GPA for bachelor studies. As we already said, there is no specific GPA, but for a scholarship, you really have to be among the best, which means it's more than 4.5 out of 5. It's something that is really highly very, let's say, only the best in terms of GPA and other parts of the selection. I hope I answered. And if you have any questions about applying about bachelor studies or master studies, feel free to find our VIA mentors at the platform and have more advice and more information. Okay, Laura, do you have maybe something to add? And what would be your final advice for studying at Utrecht?
Oh, final last words. I think, well, first of all, I think I'm very happy that we're sort of going back to a normal situation again, and seeing students again and being in person is really important. And I think the last things I would add is, just check the programs itself, just try to get a bit of a grip of what the program entails. If you have any questions, you can, of course, reach Via Academica. And of course, just try to get a feel of what it would be to actually be in Utrecht. Could be by following social media or maybe getting in touch with a student through chat or something. That also gives you a bit of an idea of what type of people actually come to this university, if you feel comfortable there. So that will be my advice. Okay,
great. Thank you so much for the presentation. I guess you will have interviews with our students during the day. So I hope you will enjoy it. and answer more questions. Of course, the fair is all about questions and answers. And I hope to see you maybe here in Belgrade at some other presentation or activity that we will prepare.
We wanted to go, but it wasn't possible. But thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. We will continue with other presentations. Nastavljamo sa našim programom. Ja ću samo da vam skrenem pažnju da obavezno uzmete u obzir i online open days, koji su zaista divan način da se informišete o univerzitetima. Malo pre Laura istakla koji su to datumi baš konkretno za ovaj univerzitet Utrecht. Dakle, to će biti odlično organizovani online događaji koji će vam predstaviti sve mogućnosti za studije na ovim univerzitetima. Dakle, i osnovne studije i master studije su u opticaju, samo što holandski univerziteti Open Days, odnosno dane otvorenih vrata, razdvajaju, znači jedan je za osnovne studije, drugi je za master studije. Tom prilikom možete također slušati prezentacije, slušati iskustva studenta koji su već tamo i to je još jedan od, da kažemo, kriterijuma koji možete uzeti u obzir, jedan način da se informišete pre nego što donesete neku konačnu odluku vezanu za univerzitet. Utrecht jeste, kao i drugi holandski univerziteti, primer gde će se predstaviti i profesori i studenti i ljudi koji rade sa inostranim studentima, tako da verujem da će biti također veoma korisno, a mi ćemo vas blagovremeno informisati i putem naših društvenih mreža na našem sajtu kada su dani otvorenih vrata, kada možete da se registrujete, na koje kampuse možete otići ukoliko se radi o nekim drugim zemljama, ali u svemu tome naravno bit će reč narednih dana jer se bliže dani kada će ti dani otvorenih vrata biti onako u punom jeku. Naredna prezentacija odnosi se na Univerzitet John Cabot u Rimu, a pravimo pauzu od ukupno 3 minuta da bismo onda nastavili priču o Američkom univerzitetu koji je ponovo specifičan po nekim drugim karakteristikama. Uskoro se vraćamo u program.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Very good and very happy to have you here.
Great. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, we will start in a minute. Actually, you can start your presentation. However, I would like to wish you warm welcome on our online study expo. We would like to know more about John Cabot, but before that, you can present yourself and tell us actually during the presentation as well what is so special about John Cabot. I already did some introduction, and I said that it's American university based in Rome, actually somewhere in Trastevere, very nice neighborhood in the Eternal City. So I'm sure we will enjoy your presentation and everything that you will say us about John Cabot.
Great. Thank you so much for the introduction. Yes. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Transformative Global Personal presentation with John Cabot University. Just to briefly introduce myself, my name is Jessica Silva. I am the International Admission Counselor for John Cabot University, and I really work with a host of international students looking to apply. If you do have any questions, and if there's any questions I can't get to, there is going to be a QR code at the very last slide of this presentation. So I encourage all students to go ahead and download that QR code and fill out the form to get some more information about John Cabot University. But just to start, John Cabot University is an American liberal arts institution founded in 1972, and it was named after Giovanni Caboto, and later called John Cabot as he was sailing under the English flag. And John Cabot was an Italian explorer and navigator working in the 15th century and really opened the channels for exploration in America that lasted over 500 years. And so it's really fitting that our name is after John Cabot, connecting both Italy as well as the Americas. Now at JCU, we have over 1,300 students, with students coming from over 70 different nationalities. So very diverse in the group of students that are going to be on campus and students that you will be in classes with. All of the language of instruction for courses is going to be English. And we do have a 15:1 student to faculty ratio and also an average class size of 15 students as well. Now, of course, location is going to be a really important part of your time at JCU. We are located in a major European capital, home to embassies, international organizations, multinational companies right in the city center. Also, when taking classes at JCU, being able to go off campus and really put the work that you're learning in the classroom and really able to explore that in a living museum is really quite unique. In Rome, there are over 50 museums, over 900 churches, and over 12 UNESCO sites as well. Now, where we're located, we're right in between the Colosseum and the Vatican as well. So from JCU, you're able to walk 20 minutes to the Colosseum and 25 minutes to the Vatican in the opposite direction. So really quite central in that city. Now, of course, our location is bigger than just, being in Rome, but we are in Italy, which is also centrally located in Europe. For further travel and exploration, we encourage students to go ahead and do any kind of independent travel during the time that they have off. And we really find that this helps students back in their academics in the classrooms as well. And of course, cultural immersion. When you're stepping off of campus and even in campus, you really are going to have the Italian culture, language, and community permeate through those courses. Even though the classes are going to be taught in English, there is still going to be lots of opportunities to engage with the Italian community at large, both on campus as well as off campus. And we really encourage students to go ahead and engage with that community. If you are interested in taking Italian as an area of study, that is going to be an option for you. It is not a requirement to take Italian, but we really encourage students to make sure that they are getting some, working Italian to get around your community a bit better and to really engage and get the most out of your time at JCU. Now, in terms of our particular location in Rome, we are in the Trastevere neighborhood. So here's a map that you can kind of take a look at to reference here. This is going to be the Tiber River that runs through the city center. And we have three main campus buildings. They're all going to be very multi-use buildings. So you're going to find classrooms and faculty offices and club space in all of these buildings. We have the Critelli campus that's right over here to the far right, and that's going to also host our Office of Admission. Right next to it, we are going to have our Tiber campus. This is also going to have our main dining hall for students on campus. And then a bit further away, we are going to have our Guarini campus. And then all these additional dots that you see on here are going to be some of our housing options for students. So this may be a little bit different than a setup that you would see at other institutions where they have a main quad. JCU really is not like that. We're really woven into the community of the Trastevere neighborhood. And so between walking from classes, you may pass a couple of bars, restaurants, cafes, where students can sit, grab a coffee, grab some lunch if they're not having lunch at Tiber campus cafe. So it's really nice that you can walk from building to building. And if you are walking from Critelli to the very furthest, our Guarini campus, it's only about a 10 to 12 minute walk. So really not far at all as well. Now, in terms of academics, we're going to be highly focused in areas of the humanities and social sciences. So for John Cabot, we do have 14 different majors that we offer to students and 19 different minors. Now, our most popular majors on campus are going to be our business administration, our international business, as well as art history and communication. So if this is an area of interest for you, this is something really good to look into in terms of our different majors that we offer. Or if you are looking to do a double major, you can do so at JCU. Or if you're looking to do a major and potentially a minor, you can do that as well. So in terms of our minors, we do have minors for all of these different majors that we offer, except our international business. But then we also have art and design, creative writing, entrepreneurship, legal studies, mathematics, and philosophy as well for students. Now, outside of your academics on campus, if you are still looking to go abroad, as most students who are at JCU are already coming abroad from a different country, but if you would like to spend another semester or two abroad in a different country at a different university, you can partake in one of our study abroad opportunities with our partnership schools. We do have partnerships with over 30 different institutions around the world. And the great thing about this study abroad opportunity is that you do get to pay the same JCU tuition, and you get to go and study at one of these universities. So it makes it really seamless. You still apply. Typically students are doing this in their sophomore or junior year, where you can either go for a semester or two, just to get something a little bit different. Now, in terms of campus life, I think because we are a liberal arts institution, campus life is really going to be a central part of your time at JCU. And it's more than just housing, although of course housing is part of campus life and a really big part of that as well. We have kind of four different housing options for students. We have our Gianicolo residence, our Lungara apartments, and our Trastevere apartments, which really are central with JCU's campus and really quite close. But then we also have our independent apartments available for students. If you're already coming to campus and you know you would like to live off campus, that is an option for students. You're not required to live on campus, but it's really nice to do so, at least during your first year. It gives you an opportunity to learn a little bit more about the Trastevere neighborhood, as well as some of your classmates who are living on campus, and get to know a little bit more about the campus and how to walk from building to building, and making sure that you're not having to add a commute to that as well. Now, for our housing, we do have a few different configurations. They're all all going to be quite different, and they're all really hosted in apartment style buildings. And so not every room is going to be the same. Typically we have doubles, singles, triples available for students, and even up to 8 student apartment configurations. So you could live with a larger group of students and have a common area as well as a kitchenette. So if you like to do some cooking, that's also an option for students as well. And then of course, if you're living off campus in an apartment, independent apartment, they're also going to have many of the same, great aspects of living on campus, such as a cleaning service that happens once a week, as well as 24-hour security going in and out of those apartments. So even though we're right in the city center, that Trastevere neighborhood is quite safe, but we still want to ensure that students are even safer in their residence hall. So we do have that added measure of security going in and out of your residence hall. Now, in terms of eating on campus and dining hall plans, there's a variety of options that you can choose. As a first-year student, we do encourage you to do more of a full meal plans, just so that it gives you more of an opportunity to get acclimated with your local neighborhood where you get groceries, so you can go to Tiber Cafe and pick up your meals, your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Now, Tiber Cafe is really wonderful because you can go in and grab something quick, something kind of from the cold bar where you can grab and go if you're running late to a class, or you can grab a full hot meal as well at the Tiber Cafe. And we also have a full espresso bar, because of course we wouldn't be in Italy if we didn't have a full espresso bar right there. So if you are looking to get to your macchiatos, your cappuccinos, you can do so right there in the Tiber Cafe as well, which is quite nice. Now, in terms of clubs and organizations, it's a really wonderful time to get involved with the local community at JCU, but it also helps you really with time management, building a resume, getting involved, doing something different, something new that maybe you haven't tried. And these are all student-led organizations. So there's quite a few that are active every single semester, and there's lots to choose from. Some of our more popular include the Model United Nations. We also have the Newspaper Club, and as well as student government. Now, outside of classes and student activities with clubs and organizations, we also have cultural programs and trips for students. And this is really wonderful and another way for you to get involved with the local community, both just in Rome and a larger Italian community throughout the country. So these trips can range from, a pasta making class, a wine tasting trip, a day hiking trip, a surfing trip, going to a local city for the day. Right now, we're really limiting those to day trips. It's just because of COVID. We want to make sure that we're able to go and come back to campus. But looking forward to the future and hopefully less restrictions, we usually have these trips that can even last through the weekend. So you are able to sign up and go with one of our staff on campus, which is really wonderful because you're going with a much more local perspective than a tourist perspective. And you're also able to go with other classmates. So another opportunity for you to make some good friends during these trips as well. Now, in terms of athletics, we have quite a range that students can choose from. We do have varsity teams. So if you are looking for a more competitive nature in terms of your athletics, you can do that with JCU. And we are competing with other local universities in Rome. And then we also have some intramural sports available for students. So if you are just looking for something more casual, but still want to stay active, that's another great option. And then we also have other activities that you can join in classes, such as kickboxing, yoga. We have one of our day trips also includes meditation in a botanical garden. So if you are just looking for something just to stay active and get, acquainted with the community, you can do that as well. Now, in terms of professional opportunities, I think JCU does really well with making sure that students are getting a great education during their undergraduate years, but they're also looking ahead to what they're going to be doing after their time at JCU, whether that's graduate school or if it's going to be going directly into industry. We want to make sure we're having those conversations with students as soon as they get to campus. And so that's going to be really important to kind of talk with our Office of Career Services, get involved, because there's many, many, many opportunities for you to learn more about organizations both located in Italy and internationally as well. We have over 670 collaborating companies and organizations that we work with. So many of these companies also post jobs specifically for John Cabot students. We have 3 career fairs per year. Right now, during trying to get out of COVID, we are doing these fairs virtually, but it still gives you an opportunity to chat with these companies face to face, being able to ask questions about what would make a good candidate for that particular position or that particular company. You can start working towards that as early as your first year at JCU. We also have over 900 internships and job opportunities available for students. So if you want something, chances are you will be able to get a job or an internship opportunity, either in Rome or something that's happening outside of the city in a different country during the summer as well. Here are just a few of the different companies that students have been able to get placements for internship and job opportunities. Our internships are both for credit and not for credit, and pay and not for pay. So there's really quite, just depending on how much flexibility you have. If you want to take, an internship as part of your academic courses for JCU, that's an opportunity. Or if you are looking just for some additional money that you can use to both get some professional experience and maybe use that for day-to-day transactions, you're able to do that as well. Now, in terms of our admission process, like I said, we are a liberal arts institution, so we are going to take a very holistic approach to the application process and to the admission process. First and foremost, we are going to require a completed application. You can apply either through the common application or through our direct application online through our website. We don't have a preference on which application you choose. We just ask that you don't apply to both. If you are already applying to other common application schools, it makes it really easy to add John Cabot as well and send that off to us. We're also going to require official high school transcripts. So a transcript from your first year of high school up until the point that you are applying. And if you are looking to apply a little bit later, it's also great to maybe see some mid-year transcripts as well, just so we can get the most up-to-date information with your academics. And then we are going to require letters of recommendation for our first year students. That is going to be 2 letters of recommendation, a personal statement as well. And this really gives us an opportunity to learn a little bit more about you in your application outside of your academics that we see on your transcript. And your letters of recommendation are also going to help us give a different perspective from your counselors that we also don't see from your personal statement or your academics. After you've submitted a completed application, we are going to contact you regarding an interview, either via Skype or Zoom or in person, just so that we get to know you a little bit more. It's really making sure that you're going to be a good fit for John Cabot's academics, as well as the larger community at whole as well. Now, if you are taking, your high school lessons in English for at least 2 years, you do not have to submit a language proficiency exam. But if not, we are going to be asking for one of those exams, either TOEFL, IELTS, or the Duolingo exam. Now, in terms of financial aid, we have quite a few options for financial aid for students. Once you submit a completed application for admission, you are then going to have to go back to our website and apply for financial aid. So those are going to be 2 separate applications. Now, you can apply for both need-based aid as well as merit-based aid. So merit-based aid is going to be based on your academics. We're going to look at your application as a whole and really determine if we want to offer you some grant money, scholarship money for your academics. And then you can also apply for need-based aid. This is really going to take a look at your family income and determine if we can add some additional aid for students with that as well. We do have a few full ride scholarships. Those are going to be 3 that are awarded each year in the fall for incoming first year students. And then we do have 1 transfer full ride scholarship that we award in the spring as well. Now, in terms of life after John Cabot, like I said, we do all of this preparation both with your academics as well as with the Office of Career Services to make sure that you're well prepared for once you graduate from JCU after 4 years and earning your Bachelor of Arts degree. And the students can go directly into graduate schools, and they're really going to some wonderful institutions such as Cambridge, University of Columbia, King's College in London. And then another portion of our students are going directly into industry, so going directly into the workforce. And so in terms of options, if you are applying to graduate schools, our Office of Career Services can also help you with that as well. If you're looking ahead to that, we do resume building. We also do mock interviews, and this goes for both graduate schools as well as employment. So it's really nice to be able to have both of these resources so you're set once you've graduated from JCU. Now, I do want to touch a little bit about COVID and what that looks like on campus right now. So right now, our campus is open. So we do have social distancing in place. We do require that students have a mask face covering when they're in academic buildings on campus. We also have thermo scanning at each of our entrances. So once you go in, there's going to be a quick thermal scanning to check their temperature. And we do require that students are either vaccinated or that they show proof of a negative COVID test every 48 hours. So it's quite often. So we do encourage students to get vaccinated to not have to go through that testing every 48 hours. But other than that, classes are open. There is still a bit of a hybrid model going on where most of your class time is going to be in person, but then you will also have the opportunity to do some segments virtually as well with your professors. So that is a brief introduction of John Cabot University. As I mentioned, there is going to be this QR code. So if you have any additional information, you want to sign up for more information for JCU, that is a great opportunity to do so there. We also have our email, and then I am happy to share my contact information as well.
Thank you so much. And now it's time to answer some questions.
Great.
The first one is quite interesting. I don't have the name of the person, but the question says, what is the difference between JCU and American University of Rome, since both are American colleges?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm not too well versed with the American University in Rome, but with JCU, we might have different academics that we offer for students, maybe different clubs and organizations, different campus communities. So if you are looking at potentially going to Rome and you are interested in going to an American university based there, I think it's really important to do some of that comparative work. So go on to both of the websites, check the academics, check the curriculum description. So if you're interested in, let's say, in studying business, and both institutions offer business, I would say go on, look at what the classes look like, look at what the major requirements are going to be, just so that you can see what's going to be the best fit for you in terms of your academics and also community as well.
Mm-hmm. Because community and all that extracurricular activities are very important for your university, and a very important part of that personal development that you offer beside academic programs and studies themselves. Okay, so what would be the next question? Of course, regarding some financial part of the studies, what is the price of the accommodation at the campus?
Yeah, so in terms of the tuition, we're about 9,000 euros for students. And then housing is really going to vary by kind of the location that you're going to be in. Are you going to be on campus? Are you going to be with our independent apartments? And so it's really kind of great, again, to do that comparative work on our website so you can see, if I choose maybe an independent apartment versus a Gianicolo residence, is that going to change my cost of tuition and fees associated included as well, including meal plans. So if you are looking to come to JCU, we do give that flexibility where we don't require that students live on campus or, you know, have a full meal plan. So you can kind of do that breakdown cost. So it's really nice. And if you have more questions about the pricing and maybe what would be most affordable for you, I would be happy to kind of sit down and maybe if you can sign up for one of those one-on-one meetings, we can go over kind of the pricing schedule and see kind of what it would look like. And then pricing is going to be different depending on, you know, if student has US citizenship versus if they have can be considered an international student. So we can kind of look at those different pricing points.
But JCU and you personally can give help to prospective students in terms of accommodation, some kind of advice and suggestion, so they can count on that kind of support.
Absolutely, absolutely. And even if you apply and you have, you know, your full financial aid package in front of you and you still have questions, one of the great resources that we have at JCU is that you can schedule a one-on-one meeting with our financial aid office, and they can actually sit down with you and go over your financial aid package just to make sure that you have all your questions answered and you really understand how much you'll be paying at the end of the day for each semester and each academic year at JCU.
Okay, the next question is about requirements for business administration bachelor program. Is SAT test important for this program? Actually, is it required?
Great question. That's a great question. Something that I did not mention. We are test optional at JCU, so you do not have to submit testing right now. We typically require testing, the ACT or SAT, from students who are applying from the United States. It's always optional for students who are applying outside of the United States. But like I said, it's not part of the process. It's not required. You can submit it if you would like, but it's really not going to be specific to a particular major that you're applying to. When you apply to JCU, you're getting admitted to the entire university. So you're not saying, I want to study business administration and I'm applying for that particular major. You apply to the university as a whole and you get admitted to all majors that we offer. Once you get to campus, you're going to get an opportunity to sit down with an academic advisor. And if you, for whatever reason, change your mind, you say, okay, no, maybe I want to study communications with a minor in art history. You'll be able to have that flexibility to change that major up until your sophomore year. At that point, you start running into if you're able to complete your major degree program within the 4 years that we really give students to complete their degree at JCU. So it's really great. All of the requirements listed on our website is going to be for every student, and it's going to admit you to the entire university, and testing is optional.
So anyway, they have the option to change their mind and to switch from one major to another if they are not sure it's the right fit, it's the best fit for them.
Correct. So they have that flexibility up until their second year.
Until the second year.
Correct.
Okay, great. And what happens if, for example, which is a question from my experience and as a consultant, what happens if, for example, a student has a low knowledge or actually a low GPA in mathematics and would like to apply for business studies? Is it kind of a problem? Is there any additional test that they should pass in terms of, let's say, confirm their knowledge in mathematics?
That's a good question. It kind of goes back to what I was saying in terms of being admitted to the entire institution. So if you put down business as your area of interest, but have maybe a lower GPA or lower grades in mathematics, we're really not going to link those two and hold you to that in terms of the application. We're not going to review your file as, okay, this student put down, business, and we're going to look at it through a business lens, because we know that students may change their mind. If for whatever reason you just have lower grades or lower GPA through your math mathematics or your STEM, in the Common Application, there is a section where you can include some additional information. I really encourage students to utilize that because, as I said, we're going to take a very holistic approach to the application process. So if you say, okay, I had a little bit of trouble, something happened with family, there was some circumstances outside of my control, or I'm really just working towards improving this, that's a great thing to put into that additional information section so that we know, okay, the student is working on this, and they're able to, really strive to do a little bit better. But we're not going to hold you accountable for that particular major, even if that's the interest that you put down on your application.
Let's discuss further and maybe finish with this question. What are the options for master studies after they graduate from JCU? Because for our students, it's still a bit strange to combine a major and minor and to study according to the liberal arts system and then graduate from other university. Can you explain that process and that the possibilities from bachelor at JCU to the master at other university?
Yeah, so at JCU, we actually do have one master's that we offer to students, and that's going to be a master in art history. And so as I was saying with our career services, if you are interested in pursuing a postgraduate degree, at a different institution, kind of depending on wherever you're going to want to make sure that you're looking at those requirements pretty early on. Some institutions, depending on what country, are going to have different requirements for the application process. And if that's where you want to go, it's important to take a look at those, whether it's going to require certain testing, whether it's going to require certain classes that you've completed an undergraduate degree to make sure that you're eligible to go into that master's program. Those are things that are going to be important. Now, of course, all students don't know this right when they're going in as their first year, what they're going to be doing 4 years later and kind of where they want to be applying. But it's good if that you start getting an inkling, like if you are doing communications and you want to continue that as an area of study, that you can start looking, okay, what country do I want to continue my my master's or further postgraduate studies. And then just making sure that the American bachelor's degree is going to be, sufficient for that master's application. So it's really going to quite determine on the classes that you're taking as an undergraduate student, but also looking forward and doing some of that research, beforehand, before those applications come up as well.
And this educational system really supports students in terms of their personal development, all the skills that they will need for master studies and future employment. So I would say that one of the strongest things about JCU is that student life and all the possibilities they have through your student clubs, other activities, excursions, and of course life in Rome, which is amazing, I believe.
Yes, absolutely. And, one of the things we do emphasize is really working on students' soft skills. Of course, we want to make sure that you have all of those great, backgrounds in terms of your education and facts and really knowing your information. But the other part is those soft skill development, where you can do that, as I mentioned, through our clubs and organizations, where you're learning to interact with other students and peers, or where you're doing mock interviews, so that when you are going either into interviews for, postgraduate degrees, or you're going into your first job, that you're really well equipped and not feeling like you've never done that before, because those skills and opportunities at JCU are really going to help you prepare for that future position or a future application to a graduate degree program.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I hope you will enjoy interviews with our students and all those that are interested in getting to know more about your institution, and hope to see you again, maybe another surrounding, maybe here in Belgrade or in Rome, who knows.
Absolutely. Look forward to meeting anyone who's interested. There's still some slots open, so please feel free to sign up. Thanks so much for having me.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Nakon prezentacije pravimo kratku pauzu i vraćamo se sa prezentacijom koju ću ja održati, a tiče se akademske i profesionalne orijentacije. Veoma važno ovo pitanje za sve vas koji niste još uvijek sigurni koja je to idealna oblast studija, bilo da se radi o upisu na osnovne studije ili ukoliko želite da upišete master, bit će reči zaista o tome kako izgleda naša metoda, kako to radimo u Vi akademici, a bit će i to prilika da postavite pitanja pa da vam odgovorim u skladu sa iskustvom koje ovde imamo, a to je da zaista dosta usmerenih studenata i dosta zanimljivih ličnih priča koje smo, da kažem, ispratili i ispratili vas na neko usavršavanje i na dodatno usmerenje. Uglavnom, vraćamo se za neki 10 minuta i nastavljamo sa programom. Evo nas ponovo, nastavljamo sa narednom prezentacijom koju ću ja držati. Za one koji su se uključili ovoga trenutka, da se predstavim kratko, ja sam Jelena Bašević, jedna od mentorki u VIA akademici, držim savjetovanje i profesionalnu orijentaciju, a možda smo se već upoznali kod nas ovde ili preko interneta ili u okviru savjetovanja ili eventualno u okviru orijentacije. Ukoliko budete imali pitanja koje su u vezi sa ovom temom, naravno budite slobodni da ih postavite, da prodiskutujemo i prokomentarišemo što više toga. Ovo je jedna od mojih omiljenih tema kada se radi o svemu onome što radimo u okviru VIA akademike, tako da će mi biti posebno drago da danas rešimo neke vaše dileme. Uglavnom, pitanje karijere, odnosno pitanje obrazovanja, izbora prave studijske oblasti jeste veoma, veoma važno. Mnogi srednjoškolci i oni koji su završili osnovne studije pitaju se šta dalje, koja bi to bila naučna oblast za njih, da li da naprave u svoj neki izbor kao onome što vole ili što umiju da rade. Dakle, tu su neke dileme koje su veoma važne, ako ne za ceo život, onda za neki naredni životni period. Ja ću vam u okviru prezentacije govoriti i o tome kako naša metoda izgleda, kada je pravo vreme da uradite orijentaciju, kako možemo pomoći, kako možemo da vam pomognemo da prevagnete, odnosno da se opredelite za jednu ili drugu studijsku oblast. Uglavnom, spremila sam prezentaciju i ona će nam pomoći da pratite zapravo sve teme koje ćemo pokriti, ali bih svakako volela da što više pitanja bude da bismo mogli maksimalno da iskoristimo ovo vreme. Dakle, u narednih 40 minuta otprilike tema je akademska i profesionalna orijentacija i nadam se da ovo prati roditelji, ne samo učenici i studenti, već i roditelji koji pomažu svojoj deci da donesu ovako značajnu odluku. Hajde ovako da ja šerujem ekran, kao što su to radili i prethodni sagovornici, samo trenutak i počinjemo. Nadam se da će biti sve u redu tehnički. Očekujem samo da mi neko to potvrdi, da budem sigurna da je sve u redu i da ja mogu dalje da nastavim. A počinjemo pitanjem, kao što vidite, odnosno definicijom profesionalne orijentacije. Kažem, nadam se da se sve lepo vidi i da onda imate pravi slajd na ekranu. Full screen, evo samo trenutak. Full screen za prezentaciju. Odmah. I onda ćemo i početi sad. Ja. Evo nas. Ovo je definicija koju sam malo pre pomenula. Šta je to profesionalna orijentacija? Ukoliko smatrate da vam je korisno, možete se osloniti sada na ovu definiciju i da se upoznate sa time koji je to pojam, kada je nastao i šta zapravo znači. Generalno, u našem slučaju, kada opisujemo akademsku i profesionalnu orijentaciju koju radimo u VIA akademici, to je dubinski intervju koji traje sat i po vremena uglavnom i čiji je cilj da odgovori na što više pitanja koja su relevantna za izbor buduće studijske oblasti. Dakle, to nije psihotest, nije test inteligencije, niti bilo kakav test psihološke prirode, ali jeste vrlo pažljivo osmišljen intervju kako bismo došli do što objektivnijeg prikaza onih delova vaše ličnosti koje su naravno važne za izbor studija. Evo ovako, ovo je, da kažem, definicija koja takođe može da pomogne i da vam približi ono čime se mi bavimo, niz aktivnosti čiji je cilj pomoć prilikom odlučivanja o kreiranju profesionalnog puta, to je pomoć mladim i odraslima kod odlučivanja u izboru daljeg obrazovanja, profesije, zaposlenja i drugim pitanjima vezanim za karijeru. U našem slučaju, kada se već bavimo studijama u inostranstvu, zapravo moje koleginice i ja došli smo do zaključka da je pitanje izbora oblasti studija nekome ipak mnogo teže nego izbor univerziteta, tako da je to prvi najvažniji odgovor da biste mogli da se spremate uopšte za studij u inostranstvu. Dakle, treba da znate šta želite da studirate, šta bi vam najviše odgovaralo, pa onda kada odredimo oblast studija, onda možemo da pređemo na izbor konkretnih univerziteta i programa koje oni nude. Dakle, neko kada nam se obrati za savjetovanje i kaže hoću da znam sve o studijima u inostranstvu, da, ali o kojoj oblasti studija govorimo, zato što ne možemo istovremeno govoriti o biznisu i o filozofiji i o psihologiji, recimo, što su kombinacije koje su nam se često dešavale, ili o medicini i ekonomiji. Dakle, dolaze nam studenti sa najrazličitijim dilemama i sa najrazličitijim idejama o tome šta bi moglo da im odgovara. Pa onda kažu da su zainteresovani za biologiju, recimo u školi, istovremeno za matematiku, ali i za, recimo, istoriju, tako da sigurno da postoji neka razlika između interesovanja koje imate, znanja koje imate i talenata koje imate, i to naravno rešavamo na orijentaciji. Samo trenutak da vidim, ovako sledeći slajd se bavi pitanjem zašto orijentacija, odnosno kada je najbolje vreme da nju uradite. Rekla sam već da se orijentacija radi onda kada ne možete sami razrešiti tu dilemu za koju oblast studija da se opredelite ili kada vam je potrebna dodatna podrška i mišljenje stručnjaka da biste bili sigurni u svoj izbor. Dakle, u oba slučaja vam preporučujemo da ih uradite. Kada je vremenski moment u pitanju, to može da bude 3. godina srednje škole, idealno tada, kada još imate dosta vremena do priprema za upis na studije, može da bude i početak 4. godine. Ovih dana je kod nas zaista veliko gužva i veliko interesovanje za akademsku i profesionalnu orijentaciju, upravo zato što učenici uglavnom odmaraju toku leta i ne bave se tim nekim, da kažemo, ozbiljnim ili kakvim god teškim temama, pa onda se lepo odmore, uživaju i onda od 1. septembra zvone telefoni, usija se mail, zakazuju termine za orijentaciju. Naša preporuka je da to uradite, kažem, na kraju 3. godine, u toku školskog raspusta, kada ste neko rasterećeni i kada nekako možete da dobijete odgovor na jako važno pitanje, a da posle imate više vremena za konkretne pripreme. Dakle, kod nas su termini popunjeni čak naredne 2 nedelje, ako se ne varam, a radimo nas 3 ukupno ovde u timu orijentaciju, tako da imajte u vidu da prosto je potrebno da budete i po ovom pitanju ažurni, odnosno da što ranije nam se obratite kako bismo imali i ranije rezultate i u skladu sa rezultatima onda dalje vam pomogli da planirate svoju akademsku budućnost. Zašto je orijentacija važna? Pa evo ovdje imate takođe odgovor, zato što je to pitanje izbora studija jedno od najvažnijih u vašem životu i u velikoj meri će vas usmeriti za sve kasnije faze obrazovanja. Zato što nakon određenih osnovnih studija ne možete upisati bilo koje master studije. Dakle, mora da postoji neki logični niz, odnosno redosled izbora da biste mogli da se usavršavate u konkretnoj oblasti. Ovde takođe vidite na ekranu neku kratkopis situacije sa kojom se mi srećemo najčešće u našem poslu. To je da ste zainteresovani za više oblasti, da niste sigurni gde biste maksimalno ostvarili svoj potencijal i niste sigurni da li je dovoljno što vam je nešto zanimljivo, uzbudljivo i da vam nije dosadno ili kakav je to odnos prema predmetu treba da imate da biste u tom smeru mogli kasnije da se obrazujete. Definitivno je da je profesionalna odluka jedna od najvažnijih, to je ono što svi mi nekada znamo, a da biste doneli pravu odluku potrebno je i da se informišete. U okviru naše orijentacije ne samo da radimo dubinski intervju, dakle ne samo da razgovaramo temeljno o svim vašim interesovanjima, znanjima, vannastavnim aktivnostima, nego se trudimo da vas što detaljnije informišemo o tome šta znači konkretno studirati određenu oblast. Dakle, u okviru izveštaja koji pišemo nakon orijentacije, vi dobijate opise studijskih oblasti, potencijalna zanimanja koja postoje na tržištu rada ukoliko se opredelite za tu oblast, ali i predloge univerziteta i programa. Dakle, to je celokupan pristup, odgovaramo na, da kažemo, vaša pitanja, radimo intervju, ali i dobijate najdetaljniji mogući pregled i to, da kažem, toliko detaljan da ga prosto ne možete tako lako naći na internetu u ovom formatu. Zapravo to jeste prednost naše orijentacije, što je jedinstveni izveštaj i jedinstveni način na koji se pristupa vašem konkretnom profilu. Kada kažem nekako profil učenika, profil studenta, verujem da to malo rogobatno zvuči, međutim, ta riječ profil obuhvata sve ono što također staje i u vaš CV. Vaše znanje, odnosno diploma koju stičete, vaše interesovanja, vaše vannastavne aktivnosti, i to je reč profil se koristi dosta i na univerzitetima, verovatno ćete primetiti kada razgovarate sa predstavnicima univerziteta, kada čitate sa njihovih stranica. Dakle, profil kandidata, što mi kažemo, je ta neka sveukupna slika i sveukupni prikaz svega onoga što ste radili, čime ste se bavili, što vam je, što kažemo, oduzimalo vreme, a istovremeno što vam je pomoglo da se razvijate. Svako zanimanje također traži određeni sklop ličnosti i sposobnosti i veština i tako dalje. Znači, za uspešnog ekonomistu nije dovoljno da završi ekonomski fakultet, odnosno studije ekonomije, već je potrebno da ima određene veštine i određene sposobnosti koje će doći do izražaja više na radnom mestu možda nego na samom fakultetu. Isto tako za jednog dobrog psihologa, recimo, je potrebno znanje iz psihologije, ali i vrlo razvijene komunikacijske veštine, s obzirom na to da se psihologija u velikoj meri zasniva na kvalitetnoj komunikaciji, bilo da se radi o komunikaciji 1 na 1 ili sa grupama i tako dalje, u zavisnosti od toga kako ćete kasnije da se opredelite za koju vrstu, za koju podoblast psihologije. Tako da ako neko na orijentaciji ne pokaže nikakvu sklonost ka nekom tom savjetodavnom načinu rada, ukoliko ne postoji ta neka potreba za komunikacijom, za produbljivanjem odnosa sa ljudima, onda ćemo ipak reći da 2 puta razmislite o psihologiji, to ćemo argumentovati u našem izveštaju zašto mislimo da vam psihologija ne bi odgovarala i dati neke alternative, dakle neke druge predloge koji su više u skladu sa vašim sklopom ličnosti. Zbog toga je važno da uzmete i vi u obzir i da mi uzmemo u obzir i veštine, odnosno te soft skills, neke veštine, kako sada kažu. Dakle, razgovaramo i na orijentaciji i o vašoj organizaciji ličnog vremena, organizaciji generalno, o tome da li ste, da kažemo, timski igrač ili individualac, o svim tim nekim aspektima ličnosti, da vi sami prepoznate da li nešto vam odgovara ili ne, da vam pomognemo u tome da sebe bolje upoznate. Zato je, da kažem, ta metoda intervjua se pokazala kao odlična, jer se meni bar najčešće dešava da mi učenici kažu pa mene to niko nikad nije pitao. Prosto dobijaju pitanja koja deluju vrlo jednostavna, a zapravo gađaju u suštinu, u metu, što se kaže, i onda oni mogu da sebe sagledaju na neki novi način. Ja sam već pomenula ono što je sadržina ovog trenutnog slajda. Dakle, rekla sam da ono što mi radimo u Vi akademici je dubinski intervju koje su razvile moje koleginice i koje razvijamo zapravo kroz iskustvo i kroz neke promene koje nastaju i na tržištu rada i u obrazovanju. Kao što vidite, obrazovanje je vrlo dinamična oblast gde postoje brojne promene, posebno naravno sad ovom digitalizacijom i sa pandemijom su se i neke desile promene na tržištu rada i u obrazovanju, tako da se i naša metoda prilagođava donekle, neke stvari ostaju naravno iste, ali definitivno je da je veći deo ostao isti i da se pokazao kao veoma dobar, jer imamo zadovoljne učenike, oni koji su zadovoljni oblašne studije koje su izabrali i kojima smo pomogli da negde najbolje iskoriste svoje potencijale. Već sam objasnila također da se radi o nizu pažljivo formulisanih pitanja i cilj je da dođemo do ključnih odgovora i da rešimo neke dileme, da razbistrimo vaše ideje i želje, jer namerno koristim, da kažemo, reč tu razbistriti, jer taj sad onako mnogo toga je u magli mnogo toga nije sasvim jasno, jer se, nažalost, u toku našeg obrazovanja ne bavimo tim pitanjem šta dalje i šta vama najviše odgovara, nego su, da kažem, mnoge nejasnoće ostanu i kasnije šta znači studirati određenu oblast, šta znači raditi određeni posao. Cilj orijentacije je da, odnosno, nakon orijentacije kada dobijete izveštaj, dobijate i deo koji se odnosi na opis vaše ličnosti, odnosno neke delove odgovora koji su bili ključni za naš neki zaključak, a dobijate i opis studijskih programa. To je ono što se tiče same strukture naše orijentacije i ja verujem da koliko god da postavljamo ta neka, da kažemo uslovno rečeno, teška pitanja i pitanja koja vam niko do sad nije postavljao, verujem da je orijentacija prijatna i da je veoma korisna u svakom smislu, jer ponovo učenici su svesni da rešavaju neku ozbiljnu dilemu, neko ozbiljno pitanje, pa onda zaista vrlo rado sarađuju sa nama i u tom smislu da se raspričaju, da budu iskreni i detaljni i naravno time nama olakšavaju posao da mi možemo da im pomognemo na, da kažemo, najbolji način. Evo još nekih razloga zašto bi bilo korisno da uradite orijentaciju. Bilo da ste u srednjoj školi ili da pravite, da kažemo, neki profesionalni zaokret ka master studijama. Bolje ćete razumeti definitivno svoje motive, svoje interesovanje i sposobnosti. Ovde bih navela primere dece koje se bave sportom i koji smatraju da to nije toliko važno, da je za školu i za dalju karijeru i za dalje obrazovanje presudno kakav prosek imaju. Međutim, ja tvrdim da sportovi kojima ste se bavili mnogo govore o vašoj ličnosti, o strukturi vaše ličnosti, o vašim generalnim potencijalima i o tome šta bi bilo dobro da studirate, tako da nemojte nikad gubiti iz vida sve te vannastavne aktivnosti, ne moraju to biti samo neke aktivnosti kroz koje se dobijaju sertifikati, zahvalnice, pohvalnice i diplome. Dakle, pored toga, pomaže vam da razumete tržište rada, jer upravo tu se vraćamo na onaj deo gde opisujemo potencijalna zanimanja i razumjet ćete kakve su to, za kakvo zanimanje u buduće su potrebne kakve veštine i kakva znanja. I naravno, veoma važna stvar, posebno za one koji hoće da studiraju u inostranstvu, upoznajemo vas sa obrazovnim institucijama i sa programima koji su vam dostupni u ovom trenutku. Moram da napomenem, baš na osnovu one dinamike u obrazovanju, da se stvaraju svake godine novi studijski programi, da imamo ne samo na našim partnerskim univerzitetima, nego generalno sve više interdisciplinarnih programa koji kombinuju različite naučne oblasti, koje mogu da odgovaraju mnogim učenicima koji nisu opredeljeni baš za jednu naučnu oblast. Tako da naš zadatak između ostalog je da pratimo te promene u obrazovanju, da pratimo koji su to novi programi izašli, koji su to novi programi na engleskom jeziku vama dostupni, da biste mogli da izaberete ono što vam najviše odgovara. Naravno da ne možete vi biti o tome svemu obavešteni, ali s vremena na vreme mi updateujemo sve te liste i opise zanimanja, i o tome sam nešto rekla, znači opise zanimanja i liste programa, da bismo videli kako to oni koji rade na univerzitetima formiraju programe, koje nauke kombinuju, zašto ih kombinuju, koje discipline postaju, da kažemo, traženije i koje su to neki novi pristupi obrazovanju. Bilo je takođe reči, verujem da tu juče pomenuli koleginica Zvijezdana i koleginica Ana možda, o razlici između istraživačkih univerziteta i univerziteta primenjenih nauka. O tome takođe možemo ponekad govoriti na orijentaciji da biste znali koja institucija, koja vrsta institucije vama više odgovara. Dakle, sve je to deo naše orijentacije i sve je to vrlo bitno i relevantno kada donosite konačnu neku odluku i kada se usmerite na određenu studijsku oblast. Mi možemo preći dalje na ono što se tiče baš konkretno samog upitnika koji ovde koristimo. Pitanja ćemo ostaviti za kraj, da ja ne bih izlazila iz prezentacije i da ne bih se posle ponovo vraćala, nego neka ovako bude prikaz na celom ekranu, da bih vam na kraju odgovorila na sve neke vaše dileme ili da biste na kraju već videli, da biste procenili da li vam je orijentacija potrebna sada ili možda kasnije, da biste nekome preporučili. Ovde su neki elementi, kažem, naše metode, odnosno upitnika koje koristimo da biste videli kako to prilike izgleda i da to nije nikakav bauk, da kažem, nikakav komplikovani test. Na početku se bavimo vašim obrazovanjem. Da li, ili znači onima što ste učili u srednjoj školi ili ako upisujete master onim što ste učili na osnovnim studijama. Dakle, pažljivo analiziramo zašto ste upisali tu školu i kakav je vaš trenutni odnos prema predmetima koje imate. Kada su motivi za neku školu u pitanju, zaista odgovori su najrazličitiji. Imala sam recimo u petak, ako se ne varam, jednu orijentaciju gde je dečak rekao pa upisao sam tu gimnaziju jer je to bilo blizu babe. Ali bukvalno tako. Sad to naravno koliko god da je simpatično, svako ima svoje neke privatne razloge na osnovu kojih bira školu, gimnaziju, konkretno da li će biti ona, ne znam, da li će biti prirodni smer, društveni smer, ili sestra je upisala, ili brat je upisao, ili ne znam, samo su me upisali, ne znam ja sama zašto je to bilo. Dakle, i da će na tom prvom odgovoru mogu neke stvari da se zaključe, zbog čega upisujemo određenu školu ili određeni fakultet ili određeni smer. Te odluke moraju biti dosta, vidite sami, pažljivije što smo stariji. Dakle, ne može nekako tek tako da se negde predaju dokumenti, da se čeka rezultat, ali kažem, bilo je zaista najrazličitijih odgovora i to je način da sagledamo na koji način ćete, to je negde dobro da sagledate i vi da čujete sebe kako ste do sada razmišljali, šta vas je vodilo do tog nekog momenta i kako ćete dalje donositi odluke. Naravno, bitno je šta vas zanima ili ne zanima u školi, koji su to predmeti, koji su to oblasti, pa onda obavezno i pitamo ako je biologija nešto što vas zanima, koje su to oblasti psihologija, koja je istorija, koje su to oblasti istorije. Dakle, nije sve jedno da li se nekom najviše dopada praistorija i ne znam, neke tako drevne civilizacije ili 20. vek, jer prosto i tu se, kažem, kriju neke važne smernice za dalje. U drugoj fazi, da tako nazovem, našeg upitnika govorimo o tim znanjima i veštinama koje ste stekli u okviru neformalnog obrazovanja. Dakle, samo inicijativno. Niko vas nije terao da to trenirate, da to upišete, nego ste se sami opredelili ili su vas roditelji upisali, ali se ispostavilo da je to ipak bila dobra odluka. I u okviru ove sekcije imamo dosta podpitanja, pa onda analiziramo koliko ste se dugo nečim bavili, šta ste naučili, kako vas je to menjalo, šta ste saznali i otkrili o sebi možda, trenirajući neki sport, pa eto i ovde pominjem da nije svejedno da li trenirate plivanje, individualni sport ili košarku, timski sport, nije svejedno da li ste pokušali košarku pa pobegli glavom bez obzira, znači sve timskog prešli individualni ili obrnuto, ali definitivno da ovde takođe ima najrazličitijih odgovora i kombinacija i da imamo naravno mnogo talentovanu decu generalno i da je to sjajno što ranije da talenti otkrijete i da ih razvijate, bilo da su u pitanju muzičke škole, da su u pitanju škole programiranja, škole jezika, sportovi takođe ili neke radionice, volontiranja u nekim organizacijama, bilo da su lokalne, bilo da su međunarodne. Sve to, kažem, takođe će uticati na negde vaš profil, kako sam rekla na početku, i na ono što bi bilo dobro da radite u budućnosti. A kada sve to dobro izanaliziramo, odnosno pročešljamo, onda je bitno da napravimo neki balans između vaših vrhunskih znanja i vještina, solidnih znanja i vještina i osnovnih znanja i vještina. Dakle, da vidimo šta je ono što najbolje ide, šta je ono što je negde u sredini i šta je to što ne biste dalje da produbite i što nije u planu za dalje. Već sada znate da vam ne odgovara, već sada znate da vas ne zanima, da stavimo po strani sve ono što neće biti dobar izbor, da napravimo tu neku selekciju šta ne, da bismo išli ka onome šta vam sigurno odgovara. Dakle, to je bila neka treća faza razgovora. U četvrtoj fazi razgovora govorimo o vašim uspesima, odnosno o vašim najvećim postignućima. Na što konkretno mislimo? Pa ovde može biti i ostvareni prosek u srednjoj školi, može biti neko osvojeno mesto na nekom takmičenju, školskom, republičkom, kako god, može biti i neko prijateljstvo, znači sve to što se može nazvati uspehom dolazi u obzir. Bilo da se može izračunati, bilo da je nešto kvalitativne prirode, dakle, posmatramo šta je ono za što znate da ste sami zaslužni, da ste postigli svojim radom i trudom i što će definitivno biti važno za neko samopoštovanje i neko samopouzdanje za naredne korake. Dakle, što bolje vi možete da procenite šta je ono u čemu ste zaista uspešni i što je rezultat vašeg rada, tako ćete bolje moći da dalje vrednujete svoja postignuća. U petom delu razgovora razgovaramo o onome što vas pokreće, motiviše, inspiriše, o onome što vi crpite kao neku energiju, da tako kažem, na osnovu kontakta sa svojim vršnjacima, na osnovu kontakta sa ljudima koji su stariji od vas. Razgovaramo o vašim idolima, herojima, o osobama koje su vam vrlo inspirativne iz nekog razloga. Možda su uspešne na nekom porodičnom planu, možda su uspešne na poslovnom planu, ali i ovde su odgovori najrazličitiji i uvek bude veoma zanimljivo čuti šta je to što vam je moto, znači rečenica koja vam je veoma značajna, koje su to osobe koje smatrate svojim herojima i naravno možda takođe jedno od mojih omiljenih pitanja koji je to najluđi san. Bitno je da imate ciljeve, ali tako, da imate ispred sebe neke planove, između ostalog to je svakako upis na studije, ali takođe je bitno da imate i san, odnosno nešto što je malo iznad cilja, nešto što je dugoročna stvar, onako, šta to može da bude za 20 godina, za 10 godina, gde možete da budete, šta možete da radite, s kim možete da se vidite, koga da upoznate. Dakle, u taj neki najluđi san spada sve ono što, zbog čega nam zasijaju oči, da tako kažemo. Da li je to da se popnete na Mount Everest, da li da istrčite maraton, da li da završite doktorske studije ili da dođete do nekog značajnog patenta. Ti snovi su takođe važni posebno u tom nekom srednjoškolskom periodu i kasnije fakultetskom periodu da bi nam držali negde, da kažem, smer i da bi nam pomogli da odolimo na nekim izazovima, je li tako? U nastavku moramo pričati i o prioritetnim akcijama. Zvuči možda takođe malo neobično. Prioritetne akcije zapravo su one aktivnosti koje vam najviše odgovaraju, one aktivnosti u kojima najviše uživate i ono što vas ispunjava. Sa druge strane, takođe govorimo o aktivnostima koje vam ne odgovaraju, one koje vam ne prijaju, ono što znate da nikada ne biste radili sa uživanjem i da će biti uvek negde na poslednjem mestu. Zapravo dobijate tabelu sa glagolima da sami izaberete te aktivnosti. Ovde nema prostora zaista za bilo kakvu sugestiju. Najvažnije je da vi sami kroz ovaj pregled shvatite šta je ono što vam uvek prija da radite, što ide nekako uz vas, što vas opisuje i šta je ono što vam nikako ne prija da radite i šta je ono što ne biste zaista mogli, koliko god da je potrebno u nekom momentu, svi smo mi negde nečemu naklonjeni, a nešto nam uopšte ne odgovara. Moram reći da se u ovom delu orijentacije zaista pravi neki mali preokret, zato što je nama svima ovde mentorkama u Vi akademici posebno važno da sami, kažem, sagledate tu listu i da izaberete ono što vam odgovara ili ne odgovara. Kažem, prostora za sugestije nema i ne bi trebalo da bude, jer kažem, ovo je moment kada kroz aktivnosti vi birate negde, da kažemo, vaše buduće zanimanje. Nije svejedno da li ćete birati kao jedan od prioritetnih glagola organizovati, rasporediti, voditi, planirati ili ukoliko vam je jedan od glavnih glagola motivisati, edukovati, podržati, savjetovati. Vidite već i sami da se u ovim mojim primjerima mogu izdvojiti potencijalni menadžeri, budući psiholozi. Dakle, negde ovi glagoli mogu da opišu ukratko određeno zanimanje, pa onda znamo da menadžer ili upravljač ili da kažem tako nekako je osoba koja može i da organizuje, da planira, da sprovodi određene projekte, da sprovodi određene ideje, da ih prati i tako dalje. Sa druge strane, psiholog treba da sasluša, posavjetuje uglavnom, da motiviše ukoliko je potrebno, recimo, ili edukator da prenese znanje, da objasni i eto, tako dalje. Dakle, dala sam vam primere koji su prilično jasni i transparentni. Naravno, ne bude to uvek tako jednostavno sa naše strane kada neko bira glagole koji mogu pripadati različitim obrazovanjima, odnosno različitim zanimanjima, ali dobro, to je izazov našeg posla i neke naše analize, ali svakako da znate da i tu može biti veoma simpatičnih odgovora, odnosno nekih izazova, kako za vas, tako i za nas. Nekima treba više vremena da izaberu glagole, nekima manje. Bilo bi idealno, kažem, da to bude što spontanije, jer su ti neki prvi odgovori, spontani odgovori često i najprecizniji, pa onda mislim da je bitno da ovde budete, da je važnije da budete drži nego da budete temeljni. Ovo su samo primjeri tih glagola koje imamo. Ne morate vidjeti celu listu, u smislu nije ni cilj da ulazimo u detalje u ovoj meri, ali ti glagoli su grupisani u određene oblasti, pa onda vidite, da kažem, je velika razlika između istraživanja i savjetovanja, prenošenja znanja, komunikacije. Evo, to je sve ono što, evo da se vratim još jednom slajd unazad da vidite deo liste, kažem, nije baš cijela ovde, ali ako, ne znam, se pravi razlika između vođenja i sa druge strane komunikacije, saopštavanja, ipak ima razlike. Čak i ovde između sebe, mi u okviru tima Vi akademike smo radile profesionalnu orijentaciju da bismo i bolje mogli da se organizujemo, da bismo bili uspešniji, efikasnije u obavljanju nekih svakodnevnih naših aktivnosti, ali i nekih dugoročnih projekata, jer naravno da to neka procena treba da se radi periodično. Dakle, ako radite orijentaciju sada, u ovom momentu pred srednju školu, pred upis na fakultet, možete raditi pred upis na master, možete raditi za 5-10 godina nakon prvog zaposlenja. Dakle, to su neke stvari koje su sasvim dobrodošle u bilo kojoj fazi i akademskog razvoja i profesionalnog razvoja i uvek je dobro da dobijete neko objektivno mišljenje i objektivan savjet kako dalje da se usmerite ili već samo da dobijete potvrdu da ste na pravom putu. Ovo su još neki zadaci koji vas čekaju na našoj orijentaciji, karakteristike vašeg budućeg posla, odnosno jedna kraća lista u okviru koje takođe treba da izaberete odgovore koji su za vas važni ili tačni. Dakle, ne postoje nikad na orijentaciji ne postoje tačni odgovori, netačni, postoje samo vaši odgovori, jer je naravno ideja da vas bolje upoznamo i da radimo samo na onome što je vama važno. Evo samo da kažem, prosto da vidite kako to može da izgleda, ali ne moramo se tu dalje zadržavati, nema ni potrebe. Takođe, jedan od važnijih segmenta da vidite šta će vama biti važno kada budete birali zanimanje. Da li šta ćete više vrednovati, da li unutrašnje odnose ili spoljašnje odnose. Ovo me baš često pitaju učenici, da objasnim šta to znači unutrašnje odnose i spoljašnji odnosi. Naravno, pod pitanja su uvek dobrodošla sa vaše strane, da vam pomognem da razumete bolje test i da što bolje odgovorite. Unutrašnji odnosi bi odnosi sa kolegama. Dakle, da li vam je važnije da budu harmonični odnosi unutar vašeg tima, vaše firme ili želite više da radite na razvoju nekih partnerstava. Dakle, jedno i drugo je moguće, posebno u današnje vreme kada su komunikacije na jako visokom nivou, odnosno i veoma intenzivne i mnoge kompanije imaju sektor koji se bavi, da kažemo, negde, imaju, da kažem, pozicije gde smo više fokusirani na unutrašnje odnose, neke pozicije koji su više fokusirane na spoljašnje odnose. Tako nekako smo se i mi ovde u našem timu podelile, recimo one koje rade više spoljašnje odnose i one komunikaciju sa partnerskim univerzitetima, sa partnerskim školama, sa partnerskim institucijama generalno. To je moja koleginica Jovana, dok neke druge devojke u timu su više fokusirane na unutrašnje odnose i na to kako ćemo mi biti negde raspoređeni u okviru tima, a postoji oni spoljašnji odnosi sa svima vama koji aplicirate na studiju u inostranstvu, pa onda to je negde trostruka nam je ovde komunikacija i sa partnerima i sa studentima, sa roditeljima, a i ovde između nas, jer naravno, kažem, dobra komunikacija jeste presudna možda za dobro funkcionisanje u okviru tima. Nećemo se baviti sad i drugim nekim odgovorima u okviru ovog dijela, ali vidite da su to vrlo relevantne stvari i za upis studija i za izbor vašeg budućeg zanimanja. Ovo bi bio negde kraj našeg upitnika, da razgovaramo malo o poslu iz vaših snova ili o poslu o kome ste maštali kad ste bili deca, pa onda nije svejedno, kažem ponovo, da li ste želeli da budete veterinar ili lekar ili astronaut ili ne znam šta još sad da izdvojim, i tu ima najrazličitijih odgovora, ali imamo naravno učenike koji su sanjali istovremeno u nekim možda raznim periodima detinjstva, ali 4-5 zanimanja, pa ne znam, zbog tate kao sam htela da budem lekar, zbog mame sam htela da budem advokat, pa zbog ne znam neke javne ličnosti sam htela da budem astronaut, pevačica, glumica, kako god. Dakle, postoji više tih nekih odgovora koje mi možemo da povežemo i da shvatimo da ipak nisu tako u suprotnosti kao što može delovati vama na prvi pogled, da dođemo do zanimanja i oblasti studija koje će zaista da objedini neke elemente svih tih zanimanja. Ili dođemo do zaključka da šta god da ste hteli da budete kad ste bili mali, hteli ste nekome da pomognete. Znači, to vam je bilo na prvom mestu. I eto, dajem samo neke primjere da ne bi bilo previše teorije, da ne bi previše uzbiljila ovu priču, bolje je da bude i primjera iz odgovora koje smo dobijali od vas. Zanimanje budućnosti, posebno važna tema, kažem, to je nešto što se tiče i profesionalne orijentacije u velikoj meri, zato što, kao što sam već pomenula, i to naš zadatak je između ostalog da pratimo dešavanja na globalnom nivou i u pogledu obrazovanja, da vam kažemo koje su to novine, koji su to novi programi koje nude univerziteti, ali koje su to zanimanja koje nastaju i koje se razvijaju zahvaljujući upravo obrazovanju. Pa prema poslednjim istraživanjima vrlo relevantnih izvora informisanja, World Economic Forum, The Future of Work in Europe, znači to su dva izvora iz kojih smo mi izvukli zaključke. Ovo su 9 zanimanja budućnosti ili bar 9 oblasti koje će imati potrebu za sve većim brojem stručnjaka. Naravno, jasno nam je zašto na prvom mestu je zdravlje ljudi i zdravstvena nega, a na drugom mestu veštačka inteligencija, oblast koja zapravo je interdisciplinarne prirode, dakle povezuje matematiku, fiziku, programiranje, psihologiju, odnosno kognitivnu nauku. Green professions, takođe oblast o kojoj se možda manje kod nas razgovara, ali imali smo primere univerziteta koji zaista imaju sjajne programe studije iz ove oblasti. Recimo Utrecht sa kojim smo danas razgovarali jeste primjer univerziteta gde se svijest o ekologiji nalazi na visokom nivou, gde postoje programi koji vas mogu usmeriti u tom pravcu. Naravno u Italiji takođe, bit će to danas još prezentacija i moći ćete da čujete kako vas usmeravaju određeni univerziteti da se bavite ekologijom. Prodaje i marketing, i to nam je negde jasno. U svetu komunikacija, marketing jeste važan, ali samim tim i prodaja koja prelazi na internet polako. Svi se danas reklamiraju na internetu i svi nešto prodaju na internetu, tako, znači i u sektoru usluga i u sektoru proizvoda je to važno. Data science na 5. mestu kao vrlo važna oblast obrada podataka i generalno upravljanje podacima na različitim nivoima, bilo da se radi o manjim preduzećima, većim preduzećima, bitno je da se informacije, rezultati, ne znam, na nekom godišnjem nivou kvalitetno obrade da bi mogle da se donesu i odgovarajuće odluke kada se radi o nekim narednim projektima, ulaganjima i tako dalje. Menadžment, ekonomije i financije, oni negde su stalno u vrhu i interesovanja naših studenta i generalno u vrhu zanimanja koje su aktuelne. Tehnologija, i ovde je negde sasvim logično što je tako, ali ja bih napomenula da se posebno u poslednje vreme izdvaja i tehnologija hrane, da treba da imate u vidu koliko je to zanimljiva i tražena oblast studija, pa da eventualno razmotrite i takve programe. Inženjering i videoprodukcija, ja ću samo kratko reći, naravno inženjering takođe širok pojam, može da se odnosi i na neke tradicionalne inženjerske poslove i oblasti kao što su elektrotehnika, mašinstvo, ali inženjering sada postaje, da kažemo, mnogo širi pojam jer se upliće i u druge nauke. Videoprodukcija, naravno, i to je nešto što se sve više traži jer se u velikoj meri prelazi na neki video format kada je komunikacija u pitanju. Evo nas negde pri kraju, ja ću skrenuti pažnju na ono što vam je verovatno već poznato na neki način, to je da su sva zanimanja sada sve više digitalizovana i da ćemo morati da radimo na toj nekoj računarskoj pismenosti čime god se budemo bavili, a ovo su takođe neke brojke, oko 80% poslova traže fakultetski obrazovane pojedince. Samim bih posebno skrenula pažnju na to koliko je obrazovanje ipak važno, bez obzira na to što se govori o veštinama koje se stiču i van univerziteta, ali definitivno da vam obrazovanje na univerzitetu, odnosno fakultetu, daje jako dobru osnovu za bilo koji razvoj u daljem životu, pa imajte u vidu da su diplome koje ćete steći zaista vrlo važna karta za zanimanja i za negde nastavak karijere. Ovo su sad samo neke slike i univerziteta i gradova koji vas očekuju i potencijalnih zanimanja koje možete da birate. I evo tu smo sada na kraju prezentacije, odnosno na početku onog dela koji se odnosi na vaša pitanja. Ja ću vrlo rado da pogledam da li ih ima u međuvremenu, pa da onda možemo da pređemo i na odgovore. Samo trenutak da se vratim. Do sada pitanja nema, ali voljela bih da čujem da li ste imali ili rešili dilemu po pitanju upisa na određene studije i da li ste čuli za orijentaciju kao jedan od najpouzdanijih načina da rešite takve dileme. Svakako možete da pitate i moje koleginice na našoj platformi, možete da se raspitate kod njih za orijentaciju, da zakažemo termin, da vas negde usmerimo da proverimo da li vam orijentacija zapravo potrebna. bilo putem maila, da kažem ili telefona, možete nam se javiti u toku sljedeće nedelje, ali eto, bit će nam drago da se upoznamo bolje, da vam pomognemo da pronađete, kažem, pravu oblast studija za sebe. Ukoliko još uvijek nema pitanja, a koliko vidim nema, ja ću onda napraviti malu pauzu pa da nastavimo sa prezentacijama. Sljedeći je Univerzitet Brunel iz Londona, nova destinacija, nova zemlja koju danas nismo imali među prezentacijama i eto, vraćam se za skoro minut ili dva. Vreme je za narednu prezentaciju. Radi se o Univerzitetu Brunel iz Londona. Čekamo da se Karen javi, odnosno da budemo sigurni da je sve u tehničkom smislu u redu, pa da onda počnemo. Sigurno sam da ima zainteresovanih za London. Hello.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm fine. And you?
Yes, good, thank you. Hope you're having a good Sunday.
Yeah, here the weather is fantastic, almost summer. I mean, summer is not going from Serbia, and it's very nice to know that. Thank you so much for joining us and for being here, because this is the first time we can host your university and some university from Great Britain. So feel free to use your time and to share all the information about the university. I will be here to support you with some questions, and maybe I will stop you in case we have some questions, or we can wait until the end of the presentation, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm happy. If anybody's got any questions as I go along, that's fine. That's not a problem.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah.
The floor is yours.
Fantastic. Okay, so first of all, thank you everyone for joining and listening into the presentation and finding out more about Brunel University. So I'm just going to share my screen with you now.
Yeah, we can see
Perfect.
it. You should only use full screen mode.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's perfect.
Excellent. As you say, so my name's Karen. I am the International Recruitment Manager here at Brunel University London. So I'm happy to, as I say, answer any questions you may have, either today or through via academia or after today's event. So let's get started. So to start off with, I recommend students thinking about three main questions when they're looking at universities and progressing on to their studies. And that's something for you to sort of take away today to think about. So the first one would be about the location. Where would you like to study? Would you like to study, you know, in a town or a rural area or a city? And how important is that to you? And again, for you guys, you have the added decision making of what country you would like to study in and where would you want to get that experience whilst you're studying. The second question that I would get you to think about is about the environment you want to study in and sort of what type of university is it? Is it a campus-based university and you have your accommodation on campus, or whether it would be, you know, a split site campus, so it means that the campus is spread across the town somewhere, you have to travel and the accommodation is off campus. And what support and services does it offer? Does it meet your needs? So again, how important is that to you? And then finally, it's about the subject. And of course, now I've had some great meetings, one-to-one meetings over the last couple of days with students, very focused, they understand, and they have already been thinking about what course they want to progress onto. So it's again, having a look about that research because, you know, each university is different. It might have the same subject title, but you'll find out there's a little bit more different details within the modules there. But it's whether you want to learn something new or something familiar to you. So those are the three main questions. And now to answer it for Brunel. So Brunel is located in the west of London. We are 15 minutes away from Heathrow Airport. And our local town is called Uxbridge Town Centre. And that's only a 5-minute bus ride away, around about a 15-minute walk away. And Uxbridge, as I say, has the shopping centres, the bars, the restaurants, cinema. But the great thing is you can get the London Underground into central London within 45 minutes. Now, I always say I probably am a little bit biased because I am local, but I think it's a great location to be in. It's not as hectic as central London where we are, but being West London, it makes it more affordable. You know, I do meet with students straight away. They think, oh gosh, London is so expensive. How could I afford to sort of live and study there? Well, when you're looking at the options available just out in the suburbs like Brunel is, you can see that you'll find it more affordable. And also you have that easy access into central London into central London if you wanted it. And I forgot to mention, I've got a couple of QR codes up there. So you can take pictures. So this one will just show you a bit about Uxbridge and the surrounding areas to give you about a flavour about what the town's like. So that covers the location, question number 1. Question number 2, the environment you want to study in. And again, I've done a QR code there. So if you want to click on it, you can do your little virtual tour to find out all the different academic departments, the accommodation, and also sort of the food areas, outlets that are on campus. So yeah, Brunel is a campus-based university or a single site London campus. That means that everything's on that one site. So not only are your lectures, the library, the lab spaces, medical centre, coffee shops and places to eat, sports facilities, which is on campus, as well as a couple of minutes walk away. We have UEFA football pitches and competition athletics tracks and the tennis courts. But what is key at our university is that the accommodation is also on campus. So at either side of campus are the halls of residence. So it makes it a nice, safe, secure environment to be in whilst you're studying at university, and such a community feel about the place. So with all the clubs and the societies that are happening whilst you're on campus, it's a nice, lively, vibrant atmosphere. And this is home to around about 14,000 students, and around about 20% of them are international students. And then it's around about 10% are home students. So it would vary if you're studying at undergraduate level to postgraduate level. And then the rooms on campus, we do have over 4,500 rooms on campus. So again, it's a great opportunity for you. But you're within easy reach of Uxbridge Town Centre and easy reach of central London if you wanted to. So with the accommodation that we offer, we guarantee accommodation to students for all their years of studies. Okay, so if you're an undergraduate student and you're looking for a bachelor's degree, so you get guaranteed accommodation not only for your first year, but for your second and your final year there. Different price ranges. You know, I talked about it being an affordable place. So it gives you an idea that a standard room, which is, so everybody has their own private bedroom, but the standard room, you would share your kitchen and your bathroom facilities between about 6 to 8 students. And that would be around about £115 per week. If you wanted an ensuite room, so you have your own private shower and sink in your room, then that goes up to around about £150 to £160 per week. But you'll still be sharing your kitchen facilities there. And then for the students, you can pay in the termly instalments, so you don't have to pay all your fees in one go. And if there's any students there that are listening today that are a couple, we do offer some studio flats for couples. Now so that was about the environment, and this continues with our facilities and services and the support that you get at the university. So not only do we boast those world-class facilities and sports facilities with UEFA football pitches, as well as competition athletics track. If any of you are into your athletics, you'll recognise that gentleman there on the left-hand side. His name is Usain Bolt, the Jamaican Olympic sprinter. He chose Brunel as his training ground for the Olympics when it was the 2012. But he also came back when it was the London Games a few years later. As well as we do have a good sporting reputation in the country, and we have produced Olympic champions as well. For the other up-to-date technology and equipment, there's a couple of examples here, and we'll speak again a little bit more when we talk about the structure of the course. But our engineering students, they have access to the flight simulator, supersonic wind tunnels, and you're getting the latest lab work and experience whilst you're studying at university. Our mechanical and automotive engineering students, they work on and adapt racing cars and motorbikes, which are then competed every year. The other services and support we get, you've got the art centre. So if you wanted to learn pottery, painting, drawing, or be part of that within your spare time, we have a dedicated art centre for you. With our library, which is on campus, it includes that assistive technology, digital resources, and 24 hours opening time during that term time. With those subject-specific collections, and you have subject-specific librarians that can help support you with all your digital and information literacy whilst you're studying at university. And then we have a professional development centre that if you're looking to work whilst you study, there's a dedicated team of careers advisors there for you. And again, I'll be mentioning that slightly later. But we, as I say, we have a mini supermarket on campus. You've got the student union that looks after all the clubs and societies that's on campus. And what's not shown here, but we also have a student centre. And I think it's very key for students this year. You know, that you get the added support and advice and guidance, a go-to place where you may have questions about financial, immigration, or your health and well-being. there are dedicated advisors that can help support you whilst you're learning and studying and living at Brunel. We offer a wide range of subjects at the university, as you can see here from the list. A key point to highlight is if you're an undergraduate student, our degree programs in the UK are 3-year degree programs. So you get an introduction to the subjects in your first year, you build upon your knowledge on your second year, it accumulates into that final year. Some of the courses also offer a pathway option. So you get an introduction to the first year. You can then focus on a specific pathway from your second year, and again, accumulates into that final year. However, over 95% of our undergraduate courses has a work placement option, which you might not be familiar with. Now, that makes the degree then 4 years. However, what happens is you study in year 1 and year 2. Third year, then you're in industry for a year, and that's related to your subject area. And then you come back for your final year. So you're not paying full fees that year. You pay a minimum amount because there will still be some assignments and visits that will be taking place. However, you could be earning a salary that year of between £13,000 and £18,000. And great for your CV. You're gaining links with industries. It just makes you more employable after you've graduated. So if you sort of looking and you're finalising those choices and you're thinking that you've got an option of a 3-year degree programme or a 4-year degree programme, I usually say opt for those 4 years. If in your first or second year you think, haven't found anywhere suitable, or I'm no longer interested in doing a placement option, you can change your mind. And that's the great flexibility that you have with the degree, and you finish it at year 3. However, it's easier to finish it early than if you're applying for a visa, then having to try and extend your visa by a year. So some employment opportunities. So for instance, if you're a law student, you could be working at the High Courts in London, the local law courts. You could be working at solicitors, firms, and corporate companies in their legal department. If you're doing something like computer science, you could be working at IBM or Microsoft, some of the big major companies. But there are smaller technical companies you can work for. So you can see those different areas there. Economics and finance, you could be working at some big financials, banks and investments up in the city. So not forgetting that with the work placement option, we do have for some of our courses at master's level, we also have the work placement options. So in our business school and economics for definite, we do have those placements, and we're looking at a few more other areas to offer that placement opportunity. That would happen at the end of your master's program. Now, all courses in the Brunel starts in the September time for undergraduate and postgraduate courses. However, we do have a small selection of courses that do also offer a January intake. So in business and management, law and engineering, we do have a January intake, and more information can be found on our website. However, just to highlight, the management courses this year are so popular. So if you're looking for any of the management courses, it's good to make that application early, because already for January 22, all the management courses are now full. We are also a research-led university. And as you can see here, lots of research is taking place at the university. The application process there, I always recommend students, if you're looking to do a research program or a PhD, is to visit the website, look at the research and look at the supervisors of their area of research, read their papers, get the connection, get that dialogue going. And then when you've found that it meets the requirements of your research area of interest, you can then put in an application. Again, more information about research areas is on our website. So the UK education system is that you do study in a wide range of ways. So you do have your traditional lectures, and that will offer you with that broad overview and key concepts and ideas of the subject. You have that practical element or the lab work. And again, here are some examples. That helps you develop and understand the technical and research skills and using methods that you're learning in the lectures. Now, the couple of examples, as I say, on the top left is another sort of law example. At the university, we have what's called as a moot court or a mock courtroom. So you, as the student, would be acting on behalf of a claimant or a defendant in a mock trial. And sometimes we have the guest judges that come in their wigs and their robes. So it's very much that role play experience, but it's giving you that practical experience that you've learned in your classrooms and your lectures. A couple of other examples, the lab work with our biomedical sciences students with the latest technology that you'll be using, whether it's extracting DNA or extracting for genetics programs and research skills you're learning. Our engineering students, I mentioned earlier about the flight simulators, supersonic wind tunnels, and obviously the racing cars. So again, helps you develop practically in the lab work whilst you're studying. Our computer science students, all first year students are given a mini robot. So again, what you're learning in your classroom, in your lectures, you've got something visual that you're working with to make sure that your program you're doing is correct. And then our film and TV students and our media students have access to the green room and all the latest cameras and digital technology we have. In addition to that, traditional, the theoretical and practical, experience, you also have smaller group project work and seminars. So you could be working part of a group, which will then help you with those key professional sort of skills such as teamwork, essay writing, report writing, and communication skills. And all students are assigned a personal tutor. So that gives you that one-to-one to help you with your personal objectives and your own personal development. And if you're not sure of something in a lecture, you've got a go-to person that you can ask and question and get the support and guidance whilst you're studying there. Now, each of the departments do invite in external speakers. So again, you're getting that knowledge about companies and careers guidance whilst you're studying at university. And remember, you are being taught by the people that write those journals and those textbooks that you're learning from. Now, some students aren't comfortable or confident with their English language abilities. We have a great Brunel Language Centre based on campus. They'll help support students. So even if you've met the minimum English language requirements of the university, there's free in-session English support, and that will help with one-to-one consultations, as well as presentation skills and academic writing. And if you want to learn another more modern foreign language whilst you're studying at university, again, it's free of charge, and it's open to students that are studying at the university. So it's a great advantage to take from. I always like to break up my presentations. So I'm going to just show you a small clip about the Professional Development Centre, and then we'll cover in a little bit more detail afterwards. Great, so that's the Professional Development Centre. So that was obviously pre-COVID, even though throughout COVID, they still run events and still continued, but just that was in a virtual manner. But they're looking to start again. We're moving back onto campus. So the Professional Development Centre, they run a job shop. So if you want to work whilst you study, you can, obviously, depending on your visa. Now, the job shop, they advertise all the jobs that are on campus as well as in the local area. We do, however, recommend students working no more than 15 hours a week during the term time, just so you can get your work-life studies balance right. And as mentioned, dedicated careers advisors. So it's a great opportunity to improve on your skills, and they help support you in that careers advice there for you. And with the placement option, so we don't guarantee placements because what would happen is you need to sign up to the placement team. You'll be assigned an advisor related to your subject area. You'll then get all the details of the jobs in that area of interest. They will work with you with your CV writing and your interview techniques. And the reason we can't guarantee it because you're the ones that have to be successful at interview. But obviously with the support and guidance you get from the dedicated careers advisors, more successful you're going to be. They offer a graduate school, again, to help all the postgraduate student research students in all different areas with the career path. And as you saw in the clip, they do run employers fairs every year. In addition to that, they run smaller networking events, which will help improve on your interview skills and techniques. And the departments also, as I say, they have guest speakers come in. They may have their mini employers fairs for that subject area for the department. So in summary, I mean, as I've already talked about, the placement opportunities, which is a great opportunity. And we do find that students who have completed that placement do achieve higher degree classifications, better career outcomes, and higher graduate salaries. And the students that have excelled have gone on, the company have offered them a job at the end. You know, we have a student that worked in economics and finance. She did her placement year. And I was talking about salaries earlier in that placement year. Her salary within the placement year was something like £28,000 for that year. And she excelled in that job. They offered a job after she's graduated. So you can see those opportunities are there for you. All students have that first-class coaching, mentoring and working, which again is free of charge. And we have links with over 1,500 companies across all sectors. So our advisors work with those companies closely. They know what companies are looking for from a student. And on the other hand, the companies know what to expect from a Brunel student. And the Professional Development Centre have been award-winning. They were voted 5th best career service in the country, and that was voted for by students. But you'll see from the QR code, it will link you to their webpage of the other awards that they have won more recently. Now, we've talked about studying hard. We've talked about working hard. Make sure you have fun as well. That's all part of university life. So, as I say, the student union run over 150 different clubs and societies at the university. So whether it is a traditional sport and you want to be part of a team, whether it is football, whether it's cricket, whether, there's so many choices to choose from, or you want to learn something new, you can join in the clubs. And the other societies, dance club, drama club, there's other sort of more specific societies you might have interest to you. Or you might think about doing some volunteering. There's always charity work and volunteering that happens at the university. Remember, you're making friends from all over the world. So here's some general information for you. Just to say that it is just a guideline only, but you can see here the undergraduate entry requirements. It varies from course to course. So do check out the course page, entry requirements. There'll be a drop-down list for your country and it will give the equivalencies there. For English language, we do accept GCSEs, IBs, we also accept IELTS, we accept TOEFL, the Cambridge Advanced, we also accept Duolingo, and we also run our Brunel English language test as well. Lots of questions are always asked about tuition fees and scholarships. So just to advise you that we always set our fees and scholarships 1 year in advance. So if you're looking for September 2022, we're finalising them now, so it should go live on our website in around about November time. So if you are, looking for September 2023 or onwards, my recommendation always has been, at the start of my presentation, I talked about those 3 key questions. So finalise those choices. Where would you like to study? What university type would you like to study at? And the course you want to study at. When you're narrowing down those choices, when you're going into that final year, that's when you can look at the finances. How much are the tuition fees? What scholarship opportunities are there available to me? Check everyone. Check the deadline date, most importantly, because some might have an early deadline date. With regard to living costs, this has been set by the British Council. And it is just a guideline only, because we know all students have different requirements and different needs. And I do know there are students that their mobile phone is only £10 a month because they're using WhatsApp and using the Wi-Fi, so saving a lot of money there. Your food groceries, again, if you're shopping right and you're shopping at like Aldi and Lidl, and you're doing your own cooking, your expenses will be a lot cheaper there. But as I say, I think this is always a good starting point.
Sorry, Karen, for interrupting. We have one question regarding accommodation, so I think it's the best moment to answer it. Sure. Actually, it is, do you offer accommodation for first-year students?
Yes, we do. We offer, what you'll find in the UK, most universities offer accommodation, guaranteed accommodation for first-year studies only. But our university, we do guarantee it for all their years of study. Now, most students make friends in the first year with their classmates or their flatmates, and they move off campus, which again, the university can help with. We have links with landlords if they want to do it from year 2. However, I think it's good that they've got that really good backup choice of still staying on campus if they want to from year 2. As long as they, sign up by deadline dates that they would be advised of, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for the answer, and I will wait till the end of the presentation with more.
Fantastic. Great. Okay, so as I say, I've just done another QR code about scholarships and discounts. As you see, there's lots of options available to you. I guess the key one that was for this year is probably the International Excellence Scholarship. It's a scholarship that was open to all international students for undergraduate and postgraduate level. It was awarded on academic merit. So it really depended on how many students applied and what their grades were, is whether they were shortlisted or not. And then it gets referred to a panel. But those students that were successful, it was £6,000 off their tuition fees. Sometimes the departments may have their additional scholarships and options there. We have like an early bird discount where if you pay the full amount by registration, you get a 2% discount. If you have studied your undergraduate level at Brunel and now transferring to postgraduate level, there's a 15% Brunel graduate discount. And also, if your family member, your sibling, or a parent has studied at Brunel, there is now a Brunel family discount as well. But there's other options available to you, like Chevening and other scholarships that are out there. some rankings to highlight. So Royal Brunel is ranked in the 42nd in the UK for QS rankings and the Times Higher ranking. Key one to highlight is the Times Higher Education World ranking of 28th in the world for International Outlook Indicator. And that's through our internationalization of the university and through our papers, citations, and our community. And many of our courses has accreditation. So again, the details will be on our website. What I won't play the video now because you can click on the QR code. But this talks about, I think it's a good emphasis about making sure in light of COVID that you feel safe and secure on campus whilst you're studying, but also for the whole community, our staff and community alike. So with COVID for us, we did have students that come join us still from overseas in the September time, lived on campus. The ones that had to quarantine, we had special quarantined halls of residence. We made sure that they got deliveries of their meals 3 times a day, so they had the access there. We had the cleaners cleaning the halls more often, as well as the buildings. We had one-way systems in place, the screens as well, and the lectures, so there was the social distancing in place. We continue with that. So we now have, we have the lateral flow hub. So if you wanted to do lateral flow testing, if you want your vaccinations, we've now got our medical centres being set up to give the vaccinations to those students that haven't had the opportunity to have their vaccines yet, but they could come in and have them done. Currently for this year, we are continuing with the hybrid learning or dual delivery approach. For those students that the big lectures will probably be online, because obviously a lecture of 200 people will still will want to take place. So we prefer to move that online still. But the smaller seminars and the group project work, we are working towards face-to-face. But some students that are coming from a red list country, obviously that have to can start their studies online in the first instance and quarantine, at least they're not missing out of that opportunity. To summarise, why Brunel University? So no wonder it's called Greater London. So our London campus, I mentioned the community with everything a student can need on that one site, from the sports facilities to the arts centre, to the clubs and societies that you can join in, the on-campus accommodation. Remember, that's all in an easy reach, 45 minutes into central London. Applied learning for the real world. So remember, at Brunel, you are applying your mind to real world problems in real life situations. And the teaching is informed by those international renowned research, and you're delivered by those experts that you're learning from the textbooks and those journals. And you're supported by some of that best equipment and facilities around. And our courses are designed to be as close as possible to the world of work. And, you know, we have companies like our design students might be working on a live project for a company as well. So you've got those shows how we're preparing you to hit the ground running in the real world. That support that you get you ready for work. One of our key ethoses is we want to get you ready to work. We want you to be successful in your chosen career path. So much so, the professional development do support you up to 3 years after you've graduated. So it's not like you've just done your degree and that's it. You can still use their free support and guidance whilst to help you in your employment. And remember the placement opportunity that you have available at the university. Finally, the whole world on one campus. We have over 150 different countries represented on campus. And that does create that really nice, lively, vibrant atmosphere, that diverse community with all those different cultures coming together. And that's why Brunel was ranked 28th in the world in that international outlook. Don't forget to connect with us. Whether it is an open day that we have, if you're thinking of visiting London, you know, see when our open days are, work it into your itinerary. If we don't have an open day that's available when you're due to come over, sign up to a campus tour that we run. And if the campus tours, we'll try and fit it in with your schedule. We currently have Brunel On Demand open days as well, with videos about the core subjects as well. So you can do your research there. Sign up to our social media or chat to our students online to find out what is it like to be a student studying at the university. And you've got my contact details via academia. They know Brunel. They're able to also help you and support you with any application process that you need. So from me, thank you for listening. I hope you've enjoyed that and found it very useful and a bit of a taster. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions that they've got.
Karen, thank you so much for this lovely presentation. We have one question, but we should be quick. It is about, the question is, do you offer biology and biosciences?
Yes, we do. We offer biomedical sciences, and we offer it, they can choose it as a general biomedical sciences program. They can choose it with a pathway. So if they're interested in genetics or immunology, they can focus from their second year. And also we have a program called Life Sciences. And that is a really good option that students are choosing their modules. So if they want to do biochemistry, but they like psychology, they can combine and make it more the degree of their chosen choice.
Yeah, life sciences is kind of combination of different disciplines and biology, chemistry, I guess, and is very close to, let's say, medicine, but it's not surgery. It investigates other areas that could be close to medicine.
Yes.
Okay, for any further information, our students can get in touch with you through our live chat, or they can schedule a meeting with you. After this fair, we can arrange a free consultation with them to explain them the admission process, all the documentation they will need. But thank you so much for these videos and for the presentation, because it was really descriptive and informative.
Fantastic. Have a lovely day, everyone, and thank you for your time.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Nakon prezentacije o Univerzitetu Brunel u Velikoj Britaniji, nastavljamo razgovor o Univerzitetu Jacobs u Nemačkoj. Radi se o istraživačkom univerzitetu koji ima kampus u Bremenu. Veoma lepo okruženje za studiranje i sjajne uslove za sve one koji žele da se bave i ovim naukama, prirodnim naukama i nekim istraživačkim radom u toj oblasti, ali to nije sve što ovaj univerzitet nudi. Uskoro se vraćamo u program kako bismo slušali Kostadina Šopova, koji će nam objasniti šta sve možete da studirate na ovom univerzitetu i po čemu se on razlikuje od svih ostalih koje imamo ovde na sajmu. Ubrzo se vraćamo. Kao što sam rekla malo pre, vreme je za prezentaciju univerziteta Jacobs ili Jakobs. Kosta će nam reći šta bi bio pravilan naziv univerziteta, jer dileme još uvijek postoje. Hello Costa, how are you?
Hi Jelena, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, and of course excited for this fair because, as you already know, this is a great project with great universities, and we are happy to have you here once again because you're already familiar with the Study Expo and with offline version as well. So I hope you really enjoy this fair. So you can start whenever you want, and start your presentation. I will be here for questions and some other doubts of our students.
Thank you. Thank you for having us again. I will share my presentation now. I hope you can see the screen. I don't know, it started from the middle.
We can see it?
Yes, okay.
Okay.
So it's all good now, thank you. So my name is Costa and I represent Jakobs University, Bremen. I'm the representative for the region of Eastern Europe. So I tried to put a short agenda for the presentation. I will touch upon several important topics. First of all, why Germany and Bremen? What is Jakobs about? Our programs, career prospects, accommodation, application requirements, and scholarships and deadlines. So first of all, why studying in Germany? Germany is the largest economy in Europe, and also what is most important, I think, for your students is that Germany has very liberal visa policies, and once students graduate in Germany, then they can stay in their country and work without any restrictions. Of course, it is a clean, safe, and stable country overall with a strong job market. So we are located in Bremen, in the north part of the country. Bremen is a very vibrant, student-friendly city. It's close to other major cities in Germany, such as Hanover, and also close to the Netherlands, a neighboring country. We are English-speaking campus university, something very unique for Germany, actually, because all our programs are taught entirely in English, and students study in and live in our campus. This is how it looks like. It's very green, it's very vibrant, and it's located only 15 minutes by train from the city center. We're proud to be also one of the most international institutions in Germany, with more than 120 nationalities on campus. Also, we are a relatively small institution, but this doesn't mean this is a disadvantage. On the contrary, this is because we strive to offer more personal and interactive education. Classes are relatively small, with around 16 students in the classroom, and the purpose is the students to have more interaction with professors and their peers as well. Jakobs has three focus areas in terms of programs, called mobility, health, and diversity. In the mobility focus area, we have engineering programs such as industrial engineering and electrical and computer engineering, computer science, robotics and intelligent systems, and also mathematics. Within the health or life sciences focus area. We have very innovative and interesting programs such as biochemistry, biotechnology, earth and environmental sciences, medicinal chemistry, and biology and physics, and of course, social sciences such as business programs and economics, international relations, and also psychology. Something very unique for Jacobs is our educational model, which is called the 3C model. All the programs, something very important to mention, are 3-year long. During the first year, students have the opportunity to explore our programs, and in the second year, they can declare actually their major, and if should they want, they can add a minor to their program. So there's this flexibility and, let's say, double degree option. After the second year, all students at Jacobs must complete the mandatory internship. The university has dedicated career office that helps students to find their internship. Also, during the final year, the students have the opportunity to go on exchange program for 1 semester with one of our partner institutions. Although the programs are taught entirely in English, all international students study German as a foreign language, so they can be better prepared for the job market should they wish to stay and work in Germany. This is a list of our partner universities where students can go in their final year. Many different options in the United States, Europe, in Asia as well. So this is again optional, but very exciting possibility for our students. As I mentioned, we strive to offer some dedicated career services. Every year we organize a big career fair on campus. We invite different international and regional companies, and students can speak directly for internships or even graduate schemes and job opportunities for final students. Some of the top companies attend the fair every year, such as Microsoft, Google, and many other companies from different industries and businesses as well. I mentioned also in the beginning that we are a campus-based university. This is really a community that we are proud of. It's very exciting that students have the opportunity not only to attend classes and lectures and focus on their studies, but also do take some interesting experiences, extracurricular activities. We have many different nationalities on campus, and we have many entertainment clubs, more professional orientated clubs as well, such as entrepreneurship, business clubs, computer science, psychology clubs. So this is out there just to give students opportunity to explore other different things apart from their studies. Students live in one of our 4 residential colleges. We provide single room accommodation as well. Applications for them are for the colleges are conducted after students receive their decisions. Every college has their own team, own culture. They organize different events, so it's very interesting and very nice, very similar, for example, to the American campus lifestyle, let's say. Another important topic is, of course, application requirements. Application at Jacobs is through Common App, the famous platform. We ask for academic achievements or high school transcripts from the past 2-3 years of education, motivation as well, why you want to study at Jacobs, recommendation letters, preferably more than one. Extracurricular activities are also taken into consideration, for example, for scholarships and even for admission. Also, English proficiency tests such as TOEFL, IELTS, Cambridge, and Duolingo. Also, a legal requirement is a standardized test such as SAT, although it is important here to mention that students from the region might be eligible for exemption of the SAT based on their high school diploma, but this will be for the admission office to determine the eligibility for SAT or standardized test exemption. Furthermore, let's talk a bit more about fees and financing, maybe one of the most crucial things for every student when they consider studying abroad. So tuition fee at Jacobs is 20,000 euros without the scholarships. Room and board, which is accommodation and food on campus, is 9,000 euros per year. Something very important for us is that we provide students with different options for financial aid. First of all students are eligible for merit-based scholarships. When they receive their admission decision, they receive their decision for merit-based scholarships as well. All students have the option to apply for need-based financial aid as well. And we have something very interesting, which is called tuition deferral. And it's similar to the student loans in the United States and the UK, for example. Students can take up to 9,000 euros and pay part of their tuition fee and repay that amount once they graduate. They find a job and they reach some average income, depending, of course, on the country they live and work as well. Also, some costs that students should bear in mind in general are health insurance, books, and personal expenses as well. This is some, let's say, overview or statistics of prices across major destinations in Europe and the United States. The figure provided here for Jacobs is without scholarship, and if you take them into account, actually you can see, you would be able to see the difference. This is just a financial aid breakdown for scholarships. The amounts could be different, of course, depending on the individual case, but with 1, 2, or the 3 options, students can actually pay their full tuition fee. And what is expected usually from as a family contribution is the cost of room and board. This is a timeline with some key deadlines. So basically applications, we accept applications from November 1st until June 1st for non-EU students and July 20 for students who don't need visa, basically. So then once you submit your application, you'll receive your admission decision, your decision for merit-based scholarship. Afterwards, you can apply for financial aid or need-based grant should you need it. And of course, if you want to come and study at Jacobs, pay The deposit orientation week is at the end of August, and classes begin in the beginning of September. Once again, application is through Common App, and application is free of charge. These are my contact details if you want to contact me with further questions after Study Abroad Week, or of course contact our partners from Via Academica if you need help with the application. This is most important things that I wanted to highlight. I hope it was brief enough.
Okay, Costa, thank you very much for the presentation. And now we'll switch to the questions. Okay. As you could imagine, we have one question regarding SAT test, because
absolutely, yeah,
it is something that is always important to know. And can you please say if SAT is required or it is highly recommended?
Well,
or something in between.
Yes, maybe we can say something in between, because actually it's a legal requirement from the German Ministry of Education for admission purposes. But since most European countries are eligible for direct admissions, in many cases, this is specifically for European students, they could be eligible for exemptions to the standardized tests. But once again, this could be determined once the students submit their applications, and the admission team can take a decision regarding that. But for European students, let's say it's a bit easier to get around it.
In any case, we can encourage our students to apply. Yes. And then they will have the final decision, actually the feedback from the selection committee, whether they would need to sit for SAT test or not. The second question is about application through Common App. Is it the only option, or you have your platform for applications?
Currently is the only option to apply. There are plans to develop individual way to apply directly, but for the moment, it's the only way to apply to Jacobs.
I guess this student is not a big fan of Common App.
Yes.
Yeah,
well,
we already know.
Some students find it a bit complex to get around it, but for the university currently, it's an easier way to receive applications through Common App and review them in one single straightforward process. Let's say this is very German thing to have something operational and secure and stable.
Okay, I see. In any case, if somebody wants to apply, they can refer to us and to ask for help. We will provide full support free of charge, and they will not have to bother with the Common App.
Absolutely. And also, if there is a problem, for example, to submit the recommendation letter through the Common App, it is possible that it can be sent directly to admission office in case there is any problem. Of course, sometimes it happens.
Good to know, because that part of the application sometimes is a bit complicated, because it's easier when you have the document and you can send it directly.
Yes, for some in some cases, especially from, let's say, public schools, it's sometimes difficult to make let's say teachers check their emails and everything. This is actually a new thing, kind of a personal battle of mine to start accepting this as an exceptions in case some of the students can't submit those documents through Common App.
Yeah, because it's not fair if you are a good candidate to have some technical problem with the application platform and then lose the opportunity
Exactly.
to
Yes.
be admitted or maybe to receive a scholarship. Another question is about your accommodation options. As you already said, you have that possibility at the campus. Can you please go back to that part, because this student wants to know if it's mandatory, if the accommodation is mandatory.
Well, until last year it was mandatory, but the university board took decision actually from this year forward. For second and third year students, we will give the option for them to live outside of the campus. So at least for first year, and I think it's actually highly recommended, at least for first year, because it will be easier for them to adapt and kind of get to know their peers better. But now we do offer the option for second and third year students to live outside the campus, and it seems to be well received for now.
Yeah, from our point of view, it's highly recommended because you don't have that part of the pressure about accommodation, where you will stay, if you will be satisfied with what you see on the internet. It's especially good for those students who are not familiar with living abroad, who don't have that experience of spending some time for maybe some language course or something like that. So we would say that they should use this opportunity at least for the first year.
Yes, definitely. And from my personal experience as a person who studied abroad once upon a time, it really makes your life easier, because it's super stressful especially you don't know the destination at all, to find something, you don't know like where the good neighborhoods are, you're not familiar with the city, you can find a lot of false information online. Even some students camped with accommodation options. So yeah, make your life easier. That would be my advice.
Definitely. Although we don't have any more questions, I would like to go back to your financial aid, actually, to the possibility of a student loan. I think our students are not familiar enough with that option, and they are like afraid to ask or afraid to consider it or afraid to whatever. So I think your support and your advice would be crucial here to explain why do your university offer something like that. Obviously, it's something that really has benefits and really gives you opportunity to have the best education at very important moment of your life, and you should consider it definitely.
Yes. Well, maybe you're right. It sounds a bit scary in our neck of the woods, but we actually don't call that student loan, because it's not a loan in the sense of the real term of a loan. It doesn't go, first of all, it doesn't go to the student's family or relatives. You're not chased by some tax institutions or banks, etc. This is provided by a partner organization of ours that provides these services with many other higher education institutions. Basically, we call that tuition deferral, because you can use this money to take off some pressure from your family. And really the terms of repaying that are very different from a bank loan, because first of all, you start repaying once you graduate. You already have a job, you have some stable income, there is a minimal interest to that amount, and it doesn't go until the end of your life. It's actually a fixed term that you're paying that amount. So one shouldn't think of this as a some scary option or some scam or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's a bit scary for master students as well. I'm seeing, like, from my experience at Via Academica, they are looking for scholarships mainly, but not for other financial possibilities. But at Jacobs, you do care about that kind of support. Finally, we have one more question, and it's about scholarships, because yeah, one student wants to know if he or she missed something about a scholarship. So please, can you repeat what could be requirements and criteria?
Well, for the merit-based scholarships, just to repeat, and maybe he or she missed that part. So we offer merit-based scholarships, need-based grants as well, plus the tuition deferral option. For the merit-based scholarship, of course, what is important is the academic achievements of the students. So if you have good grades, you have the extracurricular activities, that's are, let's say, the important factors for this one. But need-based grant is, of course, based on the need of the family and the student in the case. So this is also an excellent option for many families, especially from our part of Europe, where, let's say, incomes are not so high as Western Europe, for example. So again, if you combine that merit base, one student can receive 5,000, another 7, 8, 9,000 is different. Same for the need-based as well. And again, the option to take part as a tuition deferral. And many students, I would say, at least from our region, really, many of them finance, if not full, but let's say 75% or 80% of their tuition fee.
Which is very high percentage, and
yes, absolutely,
very, very high, comparing to the tuition fee and the possibilities they have at the campus in terms of academic development, personal development, social life, everything that Jacobs offers. So Costa, thank you so much. We don't have more questions, but I think our students will meet you if they have some doubts.
Absolutely. I think we covered most important things. Thank you.
Yeah,
again.
sure. Thank you for being with us.
Have a good day.
Have a good day, you too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
U nastavku programa razgovaramo o studijama na Univerzitetu u Padovi. Radi se o državnom univerzitetu, jednom od najboljih u Italiji i najstarijih u Evropi definitivno, jer je nedavno proslavio 800 godina. Tako da ukoliko razmatrate studije na engleskom i baš na severu Italije, u ovom baš značajnom gradu za univerzitete na evropskom nivou, onda vam preporučujemo da ostanete sa nama. Za par minuta se uključujemo i govorimo o tome što vam sve nudi Univerzitet u Padovi. Evo nas ponovo nakon kratke pauze. Kao što sam javila malo pre, naš sljedeći univerzitet koji ćemo predstaviti je Univerzitet u Padovi. Radi se o jednom od najstarijih univerziteta u Evropi koji vam je vjerojatno poznat po broju programa na engleskom jeziku, po mogućnostima za stipendije i po povoljnim školarinama. To su samo neke stvari koje pretpostavljam da znate o ovom univerzitetu, međutim o njemu će nam mnogo više reći Chiara i za njom ste verovatno i razgovarali ukoliko ste već imali sastanak. Ona vam je objašnjavala o njihovim procedurama, mogućnostima za upis i stipendije i tako dalje. Sačekat ćemo još malo da se Chiara javi, odnosno da se poveže, a do tada vas pozivam da iskoristite do kraja našeg današnjeg sajma i do kraja sljedeće nedelje sve opcije koje nudimo. Između ostalog, to je i video chat opcija sa VIA mentorkama, odnosno i predstavnicima univerziteta. Tu su i mogućnosti koje vam daju konkretni virtualni štandovi, da preuzmete brošure, da pogledate videe, da pitate nešto predstavnike univerziteta, a nadam se da su vam ove prezentacije generalno veoma korisne i zanimljive, jer zapravo u njih staje sve ono što treba da znate u univerzitetu pre nego što se opredelite da aplicirate sa nama. Chiara se povezuje, nadam se da je sve u redu u tehničkom smislu, pa da ćemo uskoro i početi. Uglavnom, prezentacije i služe tome da vam pomognu u konačnoj odluci, da vas usmere i da možete da mimo pomoći ovde nas svih u VIA akademici dobijete i podršku ljudi koji se bave baš internacionalnim studentima. Ja se nadam da ćemo moći uskoro da počnemo. Chiara je verovatno tu. Ciao Chiara, how are you?
Hi, hello, I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine and happy to see you, happy to have you on our fair. It's not the first one, I know.
Yeah.
And I hope you enjoyed.
Yeah, sure. And I hope next one would be in presence, actually.
Yeah, we really we're looking forward to it because we really miss you here in Belgrade or in other Balkan cities. I'm not sure if you were with us at Balkan tour.
Yes, just before COVID, just before the pandemic. Yeah. And it was lovely. So that's why I'm saying I really hope next time would be just, there with you. But yeah.
Me too. But until then, let's use this platform and all the possibilities it offers. I hope you enjoyed also conversations with our students who are very motivated for Padua.
Yeah, it was really lovely to meet, a lot of students actually yesterday, and I hope to meet more during the week. And as I always say, like the energy and passion that I, hear, like especially from, students here with the Balkan tour is really like incredible. So I always, come back, at the office very motivated and happy about the fair and, meeting all the students. So yeah.
I'm happy to hear that. So the floor is yours. You can start whenever you want, and I will pass you questions, and maybe during the presentation we'll see if I consider it better to answer straight away, then I will interrupt you.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, please do. And meanwhile, I will just share the screen so that I can show like a short presentation. And of course, feel free to interrupt me whenever you want.
I will wait for you to share the screen and make sure everything is fine. So, okay.
Okay, let's see if it works. Okay.
It works, it's perfect. So you can start.
Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you so much. And let's start talking a little bit about us. I just listed over here like the main topics we are going to talk. Of course, we are going to present the University of Padua. So just share like the main keywords, I would say, that describe this university. I would talk a little bit about the academic offer, of course. And so the main degree programs held in English and what are the main entry requirements. Of course, another crucial topic would be tuition fees and funding opportunities. I know that, especially for international students, there is some cost to consider. So we're going to go through, this topic together. And then if we have time, and I hope so, I will share some information regarding the main student services offered at the University of Padua. So let's start with, describing the University of Padua. First of all, I would describe it as a research-intensive university because, research plays a very important role. And even during the pandemic, like it has shown, let's say, the importance and the important, commitment of our researchers and professors as well. We offer a very broad range of programs, and we are going to check later on, the variety and the different subjects taught here. But let's say we go from literally medicine, psychology, humanities, engineering, economics, really literally whatever you can think of. And we adopt a multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach. As you can see from the next slide, quality is very important when we describe our university. As you can see, we are ranked among the top 250 universities in the world, and we were recently awarded as the best university in Italy for teaching and research quality. So literally having a degree from Padua would make the difference once, thinking also of future endeavors and future goals. So before going more into the contents and the academic offer itself of the university, in these days of virtuality and online participation, I would like to bring you with me on a virtual tour of the city, because of course, especially when thinking of studying in a different place and in a different country, the city and the location plays quite an important role in the experience, in not just in the study experience, but in the life experience. So I would like to welcome you to Padua, which is actually a medium-sized city for Italian standards, located in the northeast of Italy, of the peninsula. I think the most important thing to know is that Padua is a student-centered town because 1/3 of the entire population is actually made of students. As you can imagine, students and young people bring a lot of life in the city. And that's why, even if the city itself is a medium-sized city, I would say that it's very vibrant and you don't really get bored here. So, of course, quality of life is really very, very high. I like to underline this fact because literally, like, you can go around, by bike without being killed by the traffic, which is, quite important. And everything is quite, reachable at walking distance. So it's really like a good place where to live. And as you will see in the next slides, it would be like the typical Italian city. Here you see different cities around Padua. Padua is, of course, where the headquarters and the majority of the programs are held. But our campus is spread even in the Veneto region, the area where we are located. And so some programs are actually held in different cities, as you can see in Vicenza or Treviso, Rovigo, or Chioggia. So even, due to the fact that we are one of the first universities in Italy, and so we are, pretty old, we are nearly 800 years old. Due to this fact, the university is literally spread all around the city center. So that's why we don't have a campus, let's say in the American way, so just in one place where, let's say, dorms and departments are located. But as you can see highlighted in red in this map, like we are literally covering, you know, the area of the city center, and we can consider it as our campus. So let's have a look, and just I will let you picturing yourselves like walking around these streets of Padua. As you can see, like it looks like a very, you know, typical Italian city. So with the main squares, you know, where you can enjoy literally Italian art, architecture. I would say in general, like the typical Italian lifestyle. And here, you know, this is the botanical garden, is part of the university. It's actually one of the first university botanical gardens in the world. It's really lovely. You can actually go there and study, because the access is free for students. And this is the Beau Palace, which is actually really the headquarters of the university, and where it all began back in 1222. So, you know, this is just a, you know, very quick overview to show you like our strong connection with the territory, with the place where we are located, and also with the history, because of course, as you can see with this, you know, sparkling golden picture of the Great Hall of the university, we really care, let's say, about our history and tradition, of course, because the quality has been, you know, building during all this time. But of course, as I said at the beginning, being research intensive, we do care, and we have like this projection towards, you know, the future, innovation, and of course, you know, bringing, you know, development, let's say, to the contemporary society. So here, you know, just, you know, looking a little bit back, a couple of, you know, highlights, you know, of our history. As you can see, there is a lot of very interesting people taught here in Padua, and just, you know, to name a few, Harvey, the discoverer of the blood circulation system, and Vesalius, so the actually the father of modern anatomy, taught here in Padua. I can't avoid talking about Galileo Galilei and Nicolaus Copernicus. So of course, you know, scientific revolution played a very important role in you know, our in our history, and not just you know, the one of the university, but you know, the connection with the global history as well. And you know, among our values, of course, gender equality, to name one, and you know, just highlighted by the fact that the first woman who ever graduated in the world studied here in Padua back in the 17th century. So this is, of course, you know, what we take, you know, from our past, but how do we look like today? So today we are a big university, because as you know, I was mentioning before, we have over 60,000 students. So we are, you know, quite, you know, quite a big university, hosting higher number every year of international students, both studying here full time or coming here for a semester or two as exchange students. We as I said, you know, offer very broad academic offer, and the structure, let's say, that we maintain is organized into 8 schools and 32 departments. Just to show you, you know, some of the schools, and even with these names, you can guess, you know, what are the, you know, subjects taught here. This is the School of Humanities. This is the School of Agricultural and Veterinary Sciences. This is the School of Medicine. And here, the School of Psychology. So, of course, as you can already guess, like the variety of program is quite interesting. So let's have a, let's jump into the contents, let's say, that, are the core, of our activities, of course. Here, just a very quick review about the Italian education system. I guess you're already familiar, maybe you saw other presentations these days, but just to, to be on the same point, after 12 years of education, you can actually access to the university. And our bachelor's degree are actually 3 years long, and you can then continue your studies with a master's degree lasting 2 years, or you can access a so-called single cycle degree lasting 5 or 6 years. These are very, specific programs, and just to name a couple, like medicine and surgery, architecture, and pharmacy, veterinary medicine are these type of programs. So what is, in fact, our offer? In terms of English taught programs, as you can see, we have 45 degrees. 5 are at bachelor level. So we have 1 in animal care, psychological science, techniques and methods in psychological science, information engineering, and Italian medieval and Renaissance studies. Then we offer the medicine and surgery program completely in English. So the 6 years would be, 100% in English. And then, guessing by the numbers, the majority of our English offer is actually at master level. So I won't read, all these programs, but of course you can check all of them online. But as you can see, we go from, agricultural sciences, veterinary medicine, economics, political sciences, psychology, human and social sciences, and cultural heritage, and a longer list here in the School of Engineering, School of Science, and School of Medicine. This is just to give you an idea, at least, of the English taught programs, but of course, the majority of our programs is taught in Italian, so you can also consider like one of the over 150 programs held in Italian language. So it's very important to, just remind the deadlines for the application process. And over here, you can see that for the majority of our English taught programs, the call is going to start quite soon. So from the 2nd of November until the 2nd of February. And then there will be a second call in, in March. I will just go, on the next slide to show you that there are some other programs, and you can check the deadlines and the dates on our application platform. So this second block of programs will open from the 7th of January till the 7th of March next year. These kind of programs have a limited number of places, and that's the case of our bachelor's degree in English and our master's degree in with a limited number of places. So as I was telling you, the point of reference for the whole application process and where you can actually start having a look at the main information you may need is the application platform, which is apply.unipd.it. So over there, you basically need to register, create your profile, and then upload some documents mainly related to your previous education. So over there, you can already register, even if the application process is not open. And you can actually see each program has a dedicated page, and you can actually check an overview on the program structure, on the entry requirements, and the main deadlines that you should look after. There is an application fee of 30 euros, which actually allows you to apply up to 3 programs. So, just in case that you have, you can increase your possibilities to be admitted by submitting 3 applications actually. And then in order to confirm your place, you can, you should actually pay an admission fee of 188 euros. So regarding admission requirements, it's very, it would be better to check each program, but just to give you an idea, for our bachelor's program, the first requirement would be to have at least 12 years of prior education. There is a language requirement, so you need at least a B2 level of the language you're going to study in. So in English or in Italian. And according to the program, there is usually an entry test. So for psychological sciences and English, for example, the SAT is not mandatory, but it's highly recommended because it gives you the priority in the ranking. And then for the Bachelor in Information Engineering, there's a specific test, which is an online TOLK-I, which is something, a type of test where that you can actually check, online on our website. You can see the structure of the test and exactly, how it looks like, let's say. Moving on to the master's degree, as you can see, the language requirements remain the same. So you need a B2 level of English or Italian. And then you actually need to have a relevant bachelor's degree or to confirm to possess a minimum curricular requirements. So just to be as clear as possible, let's say if you have a bachelor, for example, in philosophy, is very unlikely that you would be eligible for a master in I don't know, cybersecurity. So there should be some sort of continuity between your bachelor's and master's degree. So that's what we mean by relevant bachelor, of course. As for the 3 programs in the School of Economics taught in English, actually there is the GMAT requirement, which is actually, again, not mandatory, but highly recommended. So, it would be a plus once, once applying to these programs. Another story is the application process for medicine and surgery. So this program, has a different timing in terms of application and as a specific type of test. So if we are going to look only at the English program, the applications will open in June, July next year. The test is the IMAT, which is usually held in September, and you can actually sit this test in any IMAT accredited center, so you shouldn't necessarily come to Padua to sit it. As you can see, the application platform is Universitaly and not, let's say, the university application platform, so it's a different place. So completely different timing, but, for and this applies to all, also to the requirements. So make sure that you check what are the requirements and, the application dates for your the program of your interest. So despite different application timing, the academic year starts in October for all programs. And actually, this is why, this is because we only have one intake per year. So the first semester starts in October for all students and finishes in January. And then there is, of course, an exam session between January and February. And then we have the second semester from March till June, and then another exam break. So as you can see, like the academic structure, like the academic year structure is the same for all students. So if there is no further questions so far, I will just, keep on talking about the funding opportunities. So as, we were saying at the beginning, like quite a crucial topic. And I would start this conversation by saying that we are a public university, which means that our fees are mostly covered by the Italian government. So this is actually the remaining part, which is instead, something that students should pay. As you can see, the fees are slightly different depending on the subject, on the major, but it's literally like a small change. And for the English DOT program, we can say that 2,600 euros per year is actually the very maximum a student can pay. When I'm saying this, is it actually because these amounts can be significantly waived and reduced based on family income. So if you actually request if you go through like a specific procedure, you can actually balance the fees according to your financial situation. And this is something we really encourage all students to do. So as you can see, like tuition fees are actually divided into 3 installments per year. The first installment for first year students is actually the admission fee that you pay upon enrollment. Then second and third installments are due the following year in February and May usually, and the amount is variable according again to your economic situation. So we can literally say that the fees will be personalized according to your economic situation. This is a kind of standard procedure, being a public university. But then, of course, we offer different, scholarships and fee waivers, so different schemes. This can be based on merit or on income, and they may be funded directly by the university or by external institutions such as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and so on. It's very important, and if among you there is someone wishing to apply, considering to apply for one of our programs, I would highly recommend to apply during the first call for application of our English DOT programs, because in this way you will be automatically considered in the selection process of the first 3 merit-based scholarships that you see here. So the Padua International Excellence, the department scholarships, and 100 full tuition fee waivers that are in fact available for our international students. So this is a good chance, a good opportunity for all of you applying during the first call for application. Of course, all the other scholarships and the funding opportunities have a separate application. So you will need to apply from a specific website or platform, and most probably provide some specific documents, for example, related to your income or your previous education. Still, as we know that, we just talked about, let's say, academic costs. Of course, there's also some other costs that you should consider and face once, moving to Padua. Of course, the living costs here are quite, I would say, reasonable, especially compared to other major Italian cities, because Padua is a smaller town, and the costs are much more affordable. As you can see in the box on top left, the average living cost here is around 700 euro per month, including grocery shopping, accommodation, bills, and personal extras. So, considering this extra cost, to the tuition fees, of course, we know that some students may be interested in earning some money to try and cover these expenses, and that's why I just want to mention the career service office, which is actually an important office within the university, trying to support students to find internship opportunities and job opportunities while studying and also after graduating. So this is definitely like a good point of reference for all students. In terms of job opportunities, as you can see, it's very important to say that the study visa allows you to work part-time, so up to 20 hours per week. And from second year, besides external, job opportunities, you can actually start working on campus. So through our students' collaborations, so starting working for one of the offices of the university, or libraries, or labs, or becoming a tutor, so to newcome students. So this is, of course, something you could consider, to do while studying here. I don't know if we still have some time, but since I think there is some minutes left, I just want to talk about another crucial point, which is actually the housing. I know that a lot of students face some challenges, let's say, when thinking about housing, especially looking for a place where to stay from abroad. It may be difficult sometimes. So in Padua, first of all, there is, I would say, at least 3 alternatives, which are the public dorms managed by a regional agency, and whose applications are managed, through a public competition. Otherwise, there is a private also residences that are managed, directly and independently by each structure, and some of them reserve some places for international students. And of course, the third alternative would be the private market. In that case, we have a housing office supporting students in looking for, the most suitable place for them, and of course trying to figure out which place is closest to the department where they are studying, and of course finding the right conditions, let's say, for each student. In terms of dorms, they are all located in the city center and quite close to the university buildings. And in terms of private market, I would say there is a really, a good choice of places. And anyway, Padua is a quite safe city, so you shouldn't worry too much about, where to stay. Last but not least, talking about some other services offered to our students, I would like to mention the different welcome activities and welcoming procedures, let's say, that we have to to support newcome students. First of all, the buddies, which are actually senior university students assigned to, each international students that are actually, supportive and especially during the first weeks of stay. And they are, in fact, very good point of reference, especially when starting studying in a new country. In terms of academic life, but also daily life through, private connection, let's say, with each student. Even if you're going to study in English, we offer a free intensive Italian language course to our students, and this is actually something offered at the beginning of the first or second semester, and it's a very good opportunity to learn, the language that you will anyway hear or use, during your stay in Padua. Of course, it will just enhance the possibility of interacting with, with more people, and make your experience and your student experience here much better anyway. Last but not least, and I would ask Jelena if we still have time, if there are any questions. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. May
here,
just
don't worry. We will have 2 questions.
Okay.
And we have time to finish your presentation and then answer them.
Okay, great. So I will just I still have a couple of slides, but I just wanted to check the time.
Everything is in order.
Okay, that's perfect. Then I would just give you a couple of more details regarding other services here, especially that are especially useful when one's coming to Padua. And the South office, which is actually a desk dedicated to supporting students on all that is related to immigration procedures, so visa, residence permit, health insurance, and so on. And and here we go, like a long list of offices which are actually thought to support students with any difficulty or anything you may need related to, psychological assistance, for example, or related to, let's say, organizational difficulties you may face in organizing your study plan or your, planning your exams and so on. And as we said, the career service office. Of course, the opportunities of, that you have as a student, even as an international student, are not just limited to our, to our area, to our, to Padua, let's say, but you can also think of becoming even more international, if possible, through our, the different exchange opportunities that are offered to all students. So just to mention one, Erasmus, but not just limited to that. Of course, if you're thinking of spending, some time abroad for your research thesis, or to, deepen your, knowledge or develop your skills in a department in another university abroad, you can still do that through, many different exchange programs offered, by each department. Okay, now we've talked about student life as a, as if, the experience would be just focused on studying, but of course we know that you would definitely have some free time, and you would enjoy your experience as not just as a student, but as a person. So you can have, different opportunities, not just through external institutions, but also within the university. You can in fact join the different sport teams that are in our university, and you can train in the 2 sport facilities in Padua. Or you can start a language course, including Italian, through our University Language Center. And of course, there's many different students associations. Here we just name, some that are in fact, committed and, committed to, let's say, make all students, gather and connect thanks to, hobbies or, a common passion, let's say, which could be, music or theater or, many other activities. Among all of them, I just want to mention the International Student Council, which is actually the representative association of international students here at the university. So it was a very long and intense presentation. I hope you, you got, at least some information for you. I just want to leave you our contacts, and of course, you can either contact us, directly or through Via Academica. We are very happy to, to support you in any way.
Of course. Thank you so much. It was very useful for me as well. And it's like, it's never enough to know about all the possibilities, programs, universities, students, clubs, etc. 2 questions, as I said. So we will have to be very, very quick. The first one is quite general. Is it hard to study and work at the same time? So maybe you have your personal experience to share. I don't, honestly, I don't have. So
actually, it really depends on the program you're studying. But I would say that most of our students do study and work at the same time. Even, by getting, part-time job, I think it's quite reasonable. But indeed, it depends. Like, I think it's very personal, and it really depends on how you, how organized are you, and how intense is your semester as well. So yeah. I think it's feasible, but yeah, of course, it depends.
It is possible. It can be hard and challenging, but if you are really committed to that, why not?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And another question is regarding merit-based scholarships for master studies. Mm-hmm. Is there a GPA which is required, or?
Usually we don't set like a GPA, but of course we consider all candidates and we create a ranking based on that. So it really varies from, I would say, year to year, but do not worry about it. And of course, if there is any specific requirement, it would be resumed in the call for application, in the admission notice, so the official document that sets, the requirements and, the details related to that specific scholarship.
Mm-hmm. I was hoping you will make my job easier with some precise GPA, because everybody wants to know what everybody wants to know numbers, like what is how much is enough, what is enough for a merit-based. Of course, I don't have that answer, and I say the same as you. I mean, it's the same answer. So thank you. I mean, I still I still give the right answer, but it's not that precise. However, thank you so much once again. We will have to finish here, and I will encourage our students to to schedule a meeting with you.
Okay, great.
Will be available during the next week, Am I right?
Yes, on Thursday actually.
So Padua is among the most wanted universities. So you will have more students, I believe.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, and good luck with the next presentations. Okay.
Bye, thank you.
Bye, thank you.
Evo, ja se neću isključivati zato što nam se bliži sljedeća prezentacija. Ostajemo u Italiji, da tako kažem, jer ćemo ugostiti Univerzitet Luis. Mnogima od vas je poznat, verovatno i sa naših društvenih mreža, i sa našeg sajta, i sa naših konsultacija, odnosno savjetovanja, zato što ga zaista rado preporučujemo kao opciju za studije iz biznisa, ekonomije, međunarodnih odnosa i za osnovne studije i za master studije. Radi se o univerzitetu koji ima 4 fakulteta, ali će nam o tome više reći Marija iz Rima, koja se upravo sada priključuje, pa se nadam da ćete uživati u ovoj prezentaciji, da ćete saznati baš ono što vas interesuje. Ukoliko ostane nešto nedorečeno, naravno postavite pitanje, pa ćemo se potruditi da vam što detaljnije i odgovorimo. Upravo vidim da je jedno pitanje vezano za to da li postoji mogućnost da se preuzmu prezentacije. Ja ću samo kratko reći da će biti sve ove prezentacije na našem YouTube kanalu. Za par dana ćemo ih postaviti. Molimo vas za malo strpljenja, ali radimo na tome da vam budu dostupne i da možete da ih pregledate kada god vam bude zgodno. Uglavnom, hajde da čujemo Mariju Petruolo sa Univerziteta Luis i da saznamo šta sve možete da studirate na ovom univerzitetu i koje vas uslovi koji vas očekuju, koje morate ispuniti. Marija, are you there? Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
I'm sure it's being a very intense weekend.
Yeah, for us as well. Can you imagine all the work behind the scenes? But anyway, we do enjoy it, and I'm happy to hear you and to see you again. Although every time we do hope that we'll meet in person, but maybe next year will be offline. Who knows?
Yes, next year is going to be the year that we finally meet in person.
Finally. Okay, Maria, I already made a short introduction about Luis. I believe that we have many students waiting for your presentation, so the floor is yours. I will wait for the questions, and then we will answer them together.
Okay, perfect. Let me share the screen. I guess you guys see it. Okay, so, well, thank you for the introduction. So I'm going to be quick about myself. My name is Maria, and I work here at Luis at the International Orientation Office. So my job is to get to meet students, have a chat about our programs and you guys, and see whether we can be a good fit for each other. So today I'm just going to give you a very quick overview about our programs and our university. And then, of course, if you have questions, I'll do my best to answer them. So I think that throughout this fair, you have actually already heard quite a lot about the Italian education system, but just to make sure that it is totally clear, here is a very quick summary. So obviously students, just like everyone, starts in primary school and they go all the way through high school. In Italy, this process is a little bit longer than in most countries. So students actually study for 13 years. And so all students, also international students that decide to study at any Italian university, need to have at least 12 years of schooling. In your case, your countries are totally fine, so you have no problems. Once the high school is finished, students normally go to a bachelor degree, an undergraduate program. They all last only 3 years, so it's a rather quick program. And then after that, you can decide whether you want to take a 1-year 2-year master program, which usually is a professional kind of master. You could try to apply to an MBA, although of course there are some years of work experience required. Or you can do what most of our students do, which is go to a 2-year graduate master's degree program, which basically complete your academic background, and after that you can enter the job market, do an MBA, or even apply for a PhD program if you are interested in the academic career. So a few words about who we are. So LUISS is a private university. We are based in Italy, in Rome, in the very center of the city. We are specialized in social sciences, so our programs are all connected with political science, economics, management, business, and law. One of the main characteristics of the university is that we were created in the late 70s by Confindustria, which is the largest confederation of Italian companies and enterprises. So their president is our president, and back then the president of Confindustria in the 70s wanted to create a university that would be able to train students able to enter the job market right away, so to be the perfect fit for what the market was looking for. And this relationship, this connection with the corporate world is still very much alive. I have had the pleasure today to talk with some of you guys, and I know that you are pretty familiar with rankings, which is something that makes overall universities very happy, because at least we have to explain a little bit less. But if you do not know a lot yet, my first tip for you is to go online and start researching about them, because understanding where the university is positioned actually helps you a lot understand what to expect afterwards and how that university, attending that university, can help you in your career. So regarding LUISS, we rank first in Italy among private universities according to Il Sole 24 Ore, which is the main national ranking. Our Department of Political Science is in the top 50 in the QS World University ranking. The Department of Business and Management is in the top 100 on the Financial Times, and we also got an accreditation which is called EQUIS, which is a very, very tough one to get, and only business schools get it. So I mentioned before that we are a social science university, so we are quite obsessed with numbers. I promise I'm not going to share too many, but just a few so that you can have a better understanding and perception of who we are and what we do. So we have 4 departments. The Department of Economics and Finance, Business and Management, Political Science, and Law. Overall, we are a middle-sized university because we have less than 10,000 students enrolled, and we want to keep it that way. So our university has a close number so that every year we only enroll about 1,500 students. Being a middle-sized university actually helps us help you guys, so that we can create an environment that is like a community where you are not just, a number or any other student, but we know you very well. You know the offices and the people that work here. Very often we also know your families. So, there is a very good exchange and connection from this point of view. Besides the offices, which of course will help you throughout the whole program, it is very important for us that you get access to the faculty anytime you want. And this is why every class is made of about 80 or 100 students, but they are divided into smaller groups so that each one of them is able to get in contact with the professors and talk directly with them, develop kind of personal relationships that then can help them afterwards. So the student-professor ratio that we have is 7:1. So you really, really can talk to them and have access to them anytime. Again, being a middle-sized university also helps us avoid that you just drop out or that you feel abandoned and so you decide not to keep studying. And our abandonment rate is 0%. This means that nobody is ever left behind. And this is really, really important for us. One of the main things that I believe can, in a way, summarize what LUIS is to tell you a little bit about the two big columns that, in a way, represent like the main pillars of the university. So one of them is definitely the international breadth that the university has. You can see this through the number of nationalities that are represented on campus in terms of students, but also faculty, but also through the agreements that we have with many universities, more than 300 all around the world. So we really want you to have an even more international experience once you come here and are studying with us. So for example, we have 51 double degrees and structured exchanges. The double degrees, you may be familiar with them. They are basically programs that allow students to take a year or more sometimes in a partner university. And then at the end, the student earns 2 degrees with the same amount of time. So from LUIS and from the partner university. The other big pillar is represented by this relationship that we have with the corporate world. I have already talked a little bit about it. So it's this connection that we have with Confindustria that helps us create opportunities in terms of the internships, for example, or job opportunities afterwards. So our students, our graduates on average find their first job within 2 months from graduation, and 90% of our alumni are fully employed, which means with a permanent safe contract after a year. These two columns are in a certain way connected by through our alumni. Right now we have about 45,000 worldwide, and they are always very supportive, and they are involved in the university life, some of them in a very special way, like creating funding scholarships for students and so on. I think it's quite important for you to have an idea of what our alumni do. So I decided just to pick, random 4, which I think did things that you guys may be familiar with. So I don't know if Candy Crush is still popular over there, but in general, the King brand was created and owned by Riccardo Zacconi, which was the CEO, and who created Candy Crush. And still now he's very much involved, especially with LUIS, especially through our startup accelerator programs. Luca Maestri, I'm sure you all know Apple. So he's the CFO at Apple. And here then you see Carla Luni, which is the marketing president, vice president at Bulgari, which is just one of the many brands that I could have put here to share a little bit of insight on what our alumni do. And you see also the symbol of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Italy. And that's because LUIS in Italy is the university with the highest number of graduates that then started a career in diplomacy. So if one of your interests is political science, politics, I think this could definitely be a good option to consider. So we mentioned at the very beginning that LUIS is a private university. So this means that obviously in terms of services, we offer anything that you can think of. If you mention it, I'm sure we have it. And if we don't, we can work on it and create it for you. So obviously, if you need support, with your visa, or once you arrive here, with the registration for the residence permit, which can be a little bit tough sometimes, we help you. We have an office, which is called Welcome Desk. that can help you with all the procedure. They help you also, like if you want to open a bank account, for example, they can support you with that. If you have troubles understanding how to buy the Metro card and all these practical things, they can help you. They're here for you. One of the main things international students struggle with, and also your families, is housing. So we know it is hard to just decide to go somewhere. Maybe you have never been here before and you don't know the city and you don't know anybody, and so you don't know where to go. So we try to develop a couple of services that can be useful in this sense. So the university has dorms. They are ex-hotels that we bought and renovated. So compared to many other dorms, they're definitely above standards. They work exactly like a hotel. So there is a receptionist, the armed guard overnight, etc. You can apply for the dorm in May. So there is a call, and most of the rooms are double, but you can also ask for a single room. And we do try to, accommodate and allocate everyone. Sometimes we receive more applications that we can actually handle, even if we have tons of dorms. So the alternative to that is to go through our real estate agency. It's called Casa Lewis. For those of you who know a little bit of Italian, casa means house. And they are our real estate agency. This means that if you decide to get a room through them in a shared apartment, the people you would be sharing the apartment with are only Lewis students. So this is also a good way to get to know students that maybe are not enrolled in your specific program. What else? We mentioned before that the abandonment rate is 0%. And I think that part of the reason why, if not the main reason why, it's because of our tutoring service. So once you get a Lewis, you will have 2 tutors. One of them will be the university tutor. This is basically the person that you can ask anything to. They help you with understanding how to book exams, how to change maybe the date, or how to access your personal page, all these practical things, how the semesters are structured, and so on. But during the years, of course, there is at least, for every student, there is at least one exam, which is a little bit tougher than the others. For our students, generally speaking, is mathematics. So if that's the case, you can also meet with our academic tutors. They are specialized in that subject. Very often they're professor assistants, so they really know what they are talking about. And you can meet them every day if needed. You can book an appointment just like online and or in person if you're here and you want to meet them in person, and you can talk together, study together, understand what's the problem, and overcome the obstacle, so that you can go through your exams without being too stressed about it. One of the things that really characterizes Lewis is that we are quite obsessed with the concept of sustainability. So the university a few years ago decided to start like a new process to make the campus completely sustainable and plastic free. So if you want to come and visit us for a campus tour, you will see that there is no plastic around. We do have like old fondants around, so that once you arrive, we give you the welcome bag, which also includes a bottle, and you can just fill it up and avoid wasting, and using plastic. What else? Our programs are 100% taught in English, so Italian is not required at all, 0. However, we do believe that it is quite important for you to at least be able to understand the basics, especially afterwards to maybe land a good internship or even stay here if this is what you want once you graduate. This is why we offer free Italian classes for international students. So they are not mandatory. You can decide never to speak Italian in your life besides ciao, but we really think it's important for you to do it to also understand a little bit more about the local culture and people and so on. Part of this program includes also the possibility to be paired with an Italian student. or a language exchange program, which is also another great way for practicing a little bit and get to know other people that otherwise maybe you wouldn't even, you know, get in touch with because they study in Dannenberg, Italian thought programs. Finally, last but not least, we know everyone here at Lewis, like me, working in the international offices, we all have had international experiences as students too. So we know that studying abroad, it's fun, but it can be challenging sometimes. You are, especially at the beginning, alone, you feel alone, you're far from home, maybe you don't understand exactly how the system works and so on. So if it comes to the point that you're feeling a little bit low and you want to talk to someone, we have a counseling service for you. So our psychologists can just, you know, have a chat with you, try to understand the problem and give you tips so that you can get back to being happy and just enjoy your study abroad experience. To give you an idea of how our campuses look like, I decided to put a couple of pictures. I hope they're clear enough. So as you can see, we have proper campuses, so they're not just building, but they are, you know, campuses with guards at the entrances and so on, so they're very safe. The first two pictures are of the main campus. They're the two entrances of our main campus. As you can see, they are villas. Originally, they were houses, villas, and then the university bought them and renovated that. But instead of just like, you know, getting rid of everything, we decided to incorporate all the classical elements, let's say, of the Roman architecture. So it's very easy to, you know, walk around campus and find a fountain that maybe was made, you know, like 200 years ago, or columns or other stuff, typical Roman architecture pieces. As you see, we do have gardens all around the campuses. So we're quite lucky because in Rome, it's pretty much always nice. Maybe we have 1 month that is a little bit colder, but overall you can use them anytime. You can just hang out, use them for picnics, or, you know, just to hang out on campus, which most students actually tend to do. On campus, there are also, besides classrooms, you know, and study rooms and library, etc., there are also a lot of places where you can just hang out. One of them is the Language Cafe that you see in the picture. It's run by our Irish professor, who's always super happy and willing and available to let students organize whatever event you guys want in the Language Cafe. There is free coffee. It's American though, so it's not the best, but you can just, you know, go there. The principle is that you go there, hang out, but not study, and exchange language, of course. Just to give you an idea about the dorms, here you see a picture of one of the rooms. So they look pretty much all like this. So they are, again, like pretty nice. The bathrooms are in the room. So there is a kitchen on each floor, reception is 24 hours and so on. Another particular thing that Lewis offers is the Sport Academy. So if among you there is someone that is very much into sport, even at a professional level, so that you train for the national team and so on, you can be one of our student athletes, just like these three that you see right here. So we have this academy that allows professional athletes to train and study at the same time. They have dedicated tutors and so on. But if you are into sport, just not as much as these three guys that, as you can see, you know, participated to the Olympic Games, you can still, you know, join the teams at a lower level. You still will be asked to train every day. There are selection processes, not to enter the team and so on. And yeah, and if you are selected, you can join the Lewis teams. We have tons of sports like running, fencing, volleyball, basketball, rowing, rugby. I'm sure I'm forgetting something. Soccer, of course, and so on. Okay, moving to the main part, academics. So our bachelor degree programs, the ones that you see here, are 100% taught in English. So Italian is not required. They all last 3 years and give you 180 ECTS academic credits. The programs are economics and business, management and computer science, and PPE, politics, philosophy, and economics. The economics and business program is structured in a very particular way because it allows students to attend classes all together for the first 2 years. And then at the end of the second year, you have to pick your major. So you can pick economics, finance, or management. So the exams of the third year would be 100% focused on whatever major you pick. This allows students to learn like the basics of the 3 fields, and then you're more aware of the decision that you're making. Obviously, we mentioned at the beginning, we like international experiences. And so, of course, throughout any program at Lewis, you have the opportunity to study abroad. You can do it through the Erasmus program, which is, very common. I guess you guys are all familiar with it. You can spend 3, 6, or 9 months in a partner university. Or you can go abroad through our structured partnership. So the main difference is that with the structured partnership, you spend a whole year in the other university. So here you see some. In particular, the PPE program has a double degree. This means that you would spend the first year at Lewis, the second year at Sciences Po, the third year back to Lewis, and then at the end you have to write a thesis and defend it with the 2 universities, and you would basically end up with 2 bachelor degrees, one from Lewis and one from Sciences Po Porto. If you're interested in master programs, so our master's degree all lasts 2 years. As you can see, we have several, they're all taught in English. We don't even have the Italian version of them for many of them, pretty much all. So you can do economics and finance, or data science, or management, strategic management, marketing, global management and politics, international relations, law, digital innovation and sustainability, and so on. So we cover pretty much, again, everything related to social sciences. Also, these master's degree, of course, give you the possibility to do like the Erasmus program, if that's what you want, or double degrees. So 1 year at Lewis, 1 year at the partner university, and you end up with 2 degrees from the 2 universities. How to join us? It's kind of easy because it's done online, but the process, the details about the process for the academic year 2022 are not finalized yet. So the detailed information will be published on the website starting from the middle of October, or you can reach out to me and ask, or you can reach out to our partners, the Academica, and they can tell you as well. Anyways, overall, the application will open in November and will close in May. There will be 3 or 4 rounds, so watch out for what round you are applying for. We always ask for at least these documents that you see shown here. So we definitely need personal information like CV and so on. We need the most recent transcript. So, the courses that you took, if you are a master student, you want to enroll in a master program, or the subject that you studied at school, if you are a high school student, with all the grades that you got. We need an email address of one of your teachers or professors that we can reach out to if needed for the reference letter. And then there are some additional optional documents such as the SAT or the ACT or GMAT or GRE or IELTS or TOEFL and so on. Please keep in mind that even if they are optional, this does not mean that we don't care about them. So if you're planning on taking them, wait until you do and then apply. And that definitely increases your chances of being admitted. The admission process is also structured about what kind of candidate you are. So candidates that do not have any, SAT, for instance, for the bachelor degree, SAT, ACT, or that are not enrolled in an IB school can apply through the standard application. But if you have an SAT of 190 or above, or an ACT of 20 or above, or you are finishing high school, getting an IB diploma, so not the courses, but actual diploma, you have predicted grades of 30 or above, you qualify for direct admission. There is really no difference between the two processes. One is just faster than the other one. So if you're applying through the standard application, do not worry at all. It's fine. You can still be admitted and you can still get merit-based scholarships. The same thing is for the master degree. So there are different processes based on who you are. So if you have a GMAT of 550 and above, you can qualify for direct admission, or the GRE with a score in the verbal and quantitative section of 145. You can again qualify for direct admissions, but otherwise, again, do not worry, just go through the standard process. You have to upload more documents. It will take us a little bit longer, but you are fine. And then the very last thing that I think it's quite important to share is about the scholarships and tuitions as well. So our programs, our bachelor degree costs 11,600 euros per year, and it's in total 3 years. And our master's degree costs 12,600 euros per year, and it's 2 years. But we do have a bunch of scholarships for international students only. So our scholarships are based on merit. So we do not look at your income or your family income. It's purely about what you did before and how your grades are. As I said before earlier, there are some documents that are optional. But again, it's not that we don't care about them. So if you are aiming at having a scholarship, this is something that I would definitely do before applying. Our scholarships are basically of 4 kinds. There is the full tuition plus accommodation in one of the dorms and canteen on campus, which is obviously the very best. There is the simple full tuition one, which still covers, the tuition fee. And then there is obviously, there are the partial scholarships that can cover 1 installment, so like 33%, or 2 installments, so like 65%, and so on. When we give a scholarship, the idea is always to renew it for the whole program. So it's not just for the first year, it's for the whole program. But you do have to meet certain requirements, which are based on the GPA and on the overall amount of academic credits that you will have to learn by the end of the 2nd semester. So these are the 2 things that we look at for renewal of your scholarship. Okay, so here you have my contact details. Again, you can ask any questions right now, or if you think about it later on, you want to get in touch, you obviously can just drop me an email, or you can ask via Academica, and I'm sure that they will be able to answer or put us in contact.
Thank you so much, Maria. I really enjoyed the presentation, and I always learn something new about every university. So it was very useful for me as well. Let's switch to the questions. Of course, one of them is about scholarships, but let's first explain this admission requirements part of for your master studies. How important is GPA? That's the first question. How important is the GPA for your master programs? I mean, is there any limit that our students should pass in order to be admitted?
So in reality, it's not really about the GPA. It's more about what kind of undergraduate studies they have, because the ministry tells us that, for example, if a student wants to enroll, let's say, in Law, Digital Innovation and Sustainability, which is a program under the Department of Law, in that case, the student needs to have at least a certain amount of academic credits in law. So this is like the only very, very important, requirement that they need to be careful about. Of course, there are some masters that are a little bit more flexible in terms of what you studied before. Like if you studied languages and you want to do international relations, that's actually quite common, and it has some things in common, right? So that is feasible and we can work on it. But if you studied languages and you want to do corporate finance, that becomes a little bit tougher. So, we don't say no, you can still apply, and we can look in details at the exams, and we can suggest courses to take, in order to fill up the gap, let's say, that they don't have in the quantitative sector. But this is what we look at mostly rather than the pure GPA.
Mm-hmm. That is something that we also do at Via Academica. When somebody wants a consultation for your university or any other university, we do have a look into their bachelor studies, into their grades, and we discuss their profile, other activities that might support their application. However, that's something that we should suggest as well, just to look at academic requirements and to make sure that they are really able to listen to the lectures and pass the exams in some specific study field. Okay, right. Thank you. And another question is about accommodation at your campus. When somebody should apply for accommodation at the campus?
So the call for application for those open in May. Always in May, and we give the results normally in June. This year we were a little bit late because of COVID and all the problems that we had to deal with. But normally by June, students know whether they have been given a room or not. This means that if you want to apply for an accommodation, you have to have already gone through the whole process. So you need to apply, be admitted, and enroll, and then you can apply for the accommodation.
Okay, so after enrollment,
right,
they can apply for accommodation at the campus. Actually, we have a couple of girls, if I'm right, at your campus or
yes,
campuses, and they're very happy with their lifestyle. So I'm sure that Rome and Louis really can be the place for studying and having a good student life. What else? Yeah, another question was about scholarships, but I think you already explained that really good. Part about that scholarship is renewable. I mean, it's for students who will have the same scholarship in first, third, and second and third year of their bachelor studies.
Yes, we always give them with the idea of renewing them. And the specifics are that students need to have a GPA of 27 out of 30 and have taken at least 70 of the academic credits of the year by July. So these are the two things that, in July we look at, and then we tell students, consider that also that like at the end of the first semester, so when the GPA is starting to become something, right, that you can actually see, our tutors reach out to them. If they see that there could be a potential problem about the scholarship renewal, they reach out to the student and they meet and they try to understand what's the problem and why it's going that way, so that, they don't just end up in July being surprised that they don't have the scholarship for the second year. So they are informed throughout the whole time. But I want to reassure the students, because so far, all the students that have got a merit-based scholarship, I have honestly never met personally anybody that didn't get it renewed. So it means that they are good enough to get it, and so they're good enough to renew it. So that's not too, scary.
Our students are very good, but at the same time a bit afraid of what would happen if they are not that successful at the university. So they always they feel insecure. But once they are at the campus, once they start their studies, I think it's different. But here, when I meet them, they are not that confident.
Of course.
Okay, and the last question that has just popped up is, can we get a regional scholarship? I mean, I guess this is a question about if you can combine regional scholarship with a Louis scholarship.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it's not possible to combine them. Students have to pick one. But the good thing is that let's assume that a student gets a one installment scholarship from Louis in, I don't know, May. Okay, so they enroll and they, go on with the enrollment and everything. Then the regional scholarship outcome is usually usually given in November. So by November, if they get a full tuition scholarship from the region, then they can just switch. So they can tell us, okay, I give up my scholarship from Lewis and I just want to go on with the one from the region. And that is fine for us. So it's still possible to apply and see how it goes, but at the end, they can't, be summed up. They have to pick one.
I see. Okay, thank you for this explanation, because as I told you, it's very useful for us as well to have on mind all those possibilities, although it's not so easy to remember. As you guess, regional scholarship is something that is high on demand. It's like something that we really need to have all the information and have the instructions. And we do help our students to get a scholarship as long as they fulfill the requirements, both in academic way and economic way. Right. We don't have any questions, so any more questions. So I think that's it for now, but you will have more meetings with our students. It's not finished for you, but we have 2 more presentations and more activities next week. Perfect. I hope you enjoy our fair, and hope to see you again.
Hopefully very soon. Thank you for everything, and the fair is just great. Bye guys, have fun. Bye, ciao. See you soon, ciao.
Pretposlednja prezentacija koja se tiče univerziteta ovoga puta biće o modi i dizajnu. Verujem da je to tema koja vas interesuje u velikoj meri, posebno ako kažem da se radi o jednoj od najprestižnijih škola dizajna na svetu. Ona se nalazi, da kažemo tako, u 3 zemlje, u Italiji, Španiji i Brazilu, tako da ukoliko želite da upišete studije dizajna, da kažemo u bilo kom nekom segmentu, bilo mode, industrijskog dizajna, dizajna interijera, onda ostanite sa nama na sledećoj prezentaciji, jer ćemo ugostiti predstavnike Univerziteta Instituto Europeo di Dizajn. Uglavnom, bit će krajnje zanimljivo i bit će lepa prezentacija, verujem, jer kada su ljudi koji se bave dizajnom u pitanju, to zaista će i lepo da bude i za gledanje. Uskoro se vraćamo ponovo, a vi iskoristite još koliko nam je ostalo, pa skoro manje od 2 sata da posetite virtualne štandove, da četujete sa predstavnicima univerziteta i da postavite pitanja koje vas interesuju. Uglavnom, bit će još sadržaja u toku naredne nedelje. Pratite i našu agendu koju možete vrlo lako da proverite na našoj platformi, pa ćemo se onda vidjeti vrlo uskoro.
Ciao.
Aha, izvinjavam se, da, i to se desilo danas, pričala sam da nije bio uključen mikrofon, izvinjavam se još jednom. Uglavnom, da, kao što sam rekla, naredna prezentacija je o modi, odnosno o modnom dizajnu, između ostalog, škola dizajna koja nema samo modu, nego i druge sfere, kao što je dizajn interijera, zatim i grafički dizajn i još animacija, još dosta toga što može biti interesantno. Sa nama su večeras Andrea i Marta, ja se nadam da me sada čuju. Hello guys, do you hear me? Sorry for this part of the introduction that you didn't hear, but anyway, I did my best and it's always a pleasure to have you on board. Andrea, nice to hear you again, and Marta, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, thank you very much for hosting us, and no problem at all.
Okay, so the floor is yours. I said a couple of words about EAD, but as we have a long, let's say, partnership, our students are introduced to your programs. However, it's better to hear more about them from your side, as you are experts in this field. I will be here to pass you questions and to discuss maybe some parts of your story that would be important for our students.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Yelena, and welcome to all of you. It's nice to be here once again. My name is Andrea, and I work as an area manager for ID, Istituto Europeo di Design. I'm here today with my colleague Marta, who will accompany you in the story of ID. So just that you have some reference of who we are.
Thank you, Andrea. Hello, everyone, and welcome. So I will start sharing my screen to show you a presentation about our institution. Just a second. I want to have the full screen. Can you see my screen, Andrea?
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. I just wanted to have the full size.
If you go on Vista, if you scroll down, modalità schermo intero.
Oh yeah, sorry guys. Every time I forget where it is, but thank you so much, Andrea. Thank God you're here. Well, once again, everyone, welcome to this presentation about ID, Istituto Europeo di Design. What is ID? ID is an international network of education operating in the field of design, fashion, visual arts, communication and management, and art. But we will go through these disciplines that we are specialized in later on during the presentation. So on the one hand, ID, as you probably know, is an Italian reality. I mean, we have 100% Italian DNA. The first ID campus was founded more than 50 years ago in Milan. But then throughout more than 50 years of history, ID has expanded truly as an international network over 3 countries, Italy, Spain, and Brazil. So indeed, as of today, we are present in 12 different cities in these 3 countries. So here in this slide, you can see an overview of the cities where our campuses are located and a few images about them. So probably you know these cities, you know them because they are amazing, vibrant cities from the point of view of economics, culture, and art. But why did we choose this city in particular? Because of their very rich, as I said, economic and cultural heritage and environment. And because we as a school, as a network, in our courses, we exploit what we call in Latin, genius loci. What does it mean? It means that every city, every place has its own history, its own culture, its own particular features. And we really want to connect such features, such rich territories with our courses, with our students. We really want to bring these territories and their know-how to the classroom. And how can we do it? We do it through a methodology which has as its main milestone the learning by doing, which means a very practical methodology, a philosophy that allows our students to learn not simply by the book. So, of course, you will have some theoretical classes, some cultural subjects, which are very important, but you are also going to do a lot of practice, a lot of practical activities, which are carried out most of the times in our laboratories. Here you can see a few pictures of them. So we do have state-of-the-art laboratories equipped with all the facilities and technologies that will allow you to realize your own designs, your own projects. And talking about projects, another fundamental word, another milestone of our methodology is indeed the project culture. What does it mean? It means that we will teach you to design and realize, following every single step of a project. So projects which are most of the times demanded by the companies. So another very important aspect of our teaching method is the connection with companies of the territory. So this means that companies, here you can see a few pictures taken from projects realized with Cartel and Amazon. They ask for our, actually for our help, for the work of our students in order to renew themselves, in order to realize some new projects that are needed by the company because they are needed by the market. So that's why our courses are tailored again in connection with the territory where we are located and in connection with what the society and what the market needs. And the companies tell us what the market and the users need, and our students really work on such concrete briefs and present their final works to the companies. So maybe Andrea can add something to this by speaking of a concrete project that our students developed.
Sure, thank you, Marta. This is a great example of what we just explained to you, because we had a partnership with a big brand, Adidas. I believe you all know it, and we wanted to make a project on the interior design level. The project consisted in redesigning the customer experience of the brand through the stores. As you can see here, there are important aspects of the brand DNA that you can recognize. The colors, the shape of the shoebox with the 3 stripes and so on. I mean, all those aspects that are very popular, very familiar, very connected, to the brand's target, to the brand's, customer audience, were reproduced so that you could find an emotional link with the brand while you were at the store. And you know, especially what it was designed, it was not just a choice of which color do we put, which lightings, which material do we use. I mean, of course, these were all choices that needed to be done, but in order to create an experience who was representing the brand's DNA. And as you can see here, you know, we managed to reproduce this kind of aspect. But this is very, you know, this is very much crucial when you are, you know, creating a project, because when you're designing, you're not relying just on your inspiration, but you really need to develop a specific methodology that passes through creating a project in connection with the brand. So you need to respect the brand values and DNAs while you you know, you conceive this project, and then you have to take into consideration who you're designing with. So this is why it's very important to have a feedback with the, you know, from the market directly, and growing, you know, learning in such an environment for us, it's something that it's crucial. And of course, we want to bring to our students projects that are, you know, of impact, you know, projects and brands that are really doing great improvements. For example, you know, we used Adidas, we partnered with Adidas, but here's a representation of, you know, it's a small representation of all the companies that wanted to work with us during this past few years, and I don't think they do need any introduction. Of course, they were chosen also because of this feature, but you know, this is also the kind of experience that you can do while studying at IID. Of course, we invite the brands to be part of the academic life, you know, of our professors, who, by the way, are also professionals. So it's not, we do not really believe in just theoretical universities. We are very practical, as Marta was saying before, but also very much connected also with the teaching methodology, with the professional life of being a creative. But, you know, we involve brands, we involved, you know, the professionals in every aspect, because we really want to launch students in a successful career. So this is also why we give a lot of attention also on the career development of our students. And this is a representation of all the events that we create along, you know, being launched in the, you know, in the industry throughout the year. So you really have multiple occasions inside the classes, because if you do a big project, a great project, you make yourself visible, you know, to the brand's representative. But also we have moments in which we create this connection through you, you know, with your portfolio, your CV, and the brands who are looking for young creatives to cooperate with them. And of course, we want, I mean, I always say that IID, it's like a big family, okay? And it's a family which you stick to for life, let's say, just like it happens in real life. So we do have an alumni network, and that you will, of course, be, you know, asked to join once you finish your experience at IID, so that you can stay in connection with us. But this is, you know, about alumni. This is also, we wanted to give you an idea of the kind of a career that you can have with, you know, through IID, with the methodology that IID gives you, with the lens that IID give you to see the world. If you're into fashion, I believe you know very well the brand Dior. And actually, the current artistic director of Dior is Maria Grazia Chiuri, and she is an IID alumna. She studied at IID. So you can really reach the, for great heights, let's say. But, this is not the only option you have. It depends, who you are, what you want to be. You can really develop yourself in many different ways. We have the example of Daniel. He's from Sweden, for example. He studied with us in Italy, and then he decided, to go back to Sweden to open an interior design studio, which actually it's very famous. And every year at the Design Week in Milan, we see the studio doing impressive projects, in cooperations with Italian brands. And this is a fantastic example of studying, the value that you have with an international education experience, because you really bring with you a set of know-how and a set of connection, such as the Made in Italy in this case, that can really be very helpful for you also in your future professional life. We have other examples. For example, we have Francesco Murano. He was just graduated. He was, developing his graduation collection, and with the good use of communication, Instagram in this case, he managed to be visible to the Beyonce stylist, and actually he managed to dress Beyonce as, a undergrad student at IID in several occasions. So she wore his dress. The dress that you see in the picture is actually designed by Francesco Murano, but also the shoes that you can see in the Lion King's video clip are designed by him, for example. So once you really understand your potential, you can also reach great accomplishment. You don't have to wait necessarily to to grow in experience. You can really have great potential right from the start. So we can really give you a good connection, a good methodology, and then with the use that you do it, you can really do amazing things, as you can see. These are my examples, Marta.
Great. Thanks a lot, Andrea. And actually, yes, Andrea showed you in a very detailed and concrete way what you can reach. I mean, what you can become, where you can arrive at the end of your study experience in IID. But first of all, you need to start it. This IID experience must start somehow, somewhere. So the first important thing will be make your choice about the course that you're going to apply for. IID has a really rich academic offering, divided, all our courses are divided into these main course typologies, which vary, of course, according to the length and the typology, the features of the program. So first of all, we offer a lot of undergraduate programs, which you can access directly after your high school. Undergraduate programs are, most of them are accredited by the either Italian or Spanish state university system. So they will allow you to obtain an official bachelor's degree. They may last 3 years or 4 years, depending on the country, on the course typology. But these are more detailed issues that we will assess later on, if we can, in the Q&A session or in one-to-one meetings that we definitely encourage you to book for this fair. So this was about the undergraduate courses. We also offer postgraduate courses, which means master courses that can be accessed usually after an undergraduate degree. And the very important aspect of all these course typologies is that these courses that I'm talking to you about are completely taught in English language. Of course, we also offer programs taught in Italian language in Italy and in Spanish language in Spain. but I believe that most of you will be interested in education taught in English. So don't worry, because there are lots of programs that are entirely taught in English language. And for this reason, the classes are really international. So they are formed by students coming literally from all over the world. We also offer foundation programs, which are a good start before, if you are not ready yet for an undergraduate course from the point of view of academic requirements, or if you are still undecided about the specific path you want to undertake, and so you want to have a more general orientation here in the world of design that will allow you to understand which is the specific direction that you want to take, either product or fashion, interior, and so on. And then we offer shorter courses, shorter experiences that you can live in one of our campuses, either for a semester or 1 year. So we have semester and year abroad programs, but also shorter programs that happen in the summer. And usually they last from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. And then we also offer continuing education programs, which are mainly dedicated to professionals. So people already working in the field who want to take a further specialization. So I believe that we have told you everything. No, sorry, very important thing. I mentioned them in the beginning, but let's go through them now. Again, so these are the areas, the fields where you can specialize, and in which we offer all the courses typology that I just mentioned. So we offer courses in design, such as I mentioned, interior design, product design, transportation design, yacht design, and other. The field of fashion, where of course we offer courses such as fashion design, but also jewelry design, and courses related to the field of communication, public relations in fashion, such as fashion styling, also courses in fashion marketing, which is highly demanded nowadays on the market, fashion business, and so on. Then we have the area of visual art and communication. Again, here the academic offering is very rich. It comprehends courses such as graphic design, animation, video design, photography, and so on. And finally, the area of communication and management, where we find courses such as business design, brand design and communication, focus on new media, and so on. And again, in order to get to know our academic offer more in detail and have a deeper understanding of any of these courses or these areas, I encourage you definitely to book a one-to-one meeting during this upcoming week. I believe we have time now for some Q&A. And another very important thing, last but not least, I will most probably be in Belgrade in a couple of weeks on the 7th of October. So if you are interested in having a personal one-to-one meeting with me, I definitely encourage you to contact Via Academica in order to schedule an appointment at their office. So it can be a great occasion to meet in person, to know more about our offer, our courses. But again, before that day, let's take advantage at most of this fair of this week. And you will see our calendar in the virtual booth. So I suggest scheduling an appointment whenever you are available to do that.
Thank you, Marta.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for this presentation. And it was really good to see you both, to meet you both, and to hear both parts of the story about EID. I really enjoyed it because I'm into, let's say, design just a bit and enough to understand your way of education and your projects. I was really impressed by the project that you did with Adidas, which it's amazing. I mean, it's both marketing and design. It's something that
Exactly. This is what we always try to tell to the students. It's not just designing by inspiration, but you really have to, the professionals work in this with this approach.
Of course, you have a client, you have a brief. Actually, you have the point, let's say, of the project, and you have to fulfill those requirements and those targets. Okay, let's switch to the questions. Although we will have what Marta said about personal interviews here at our office, and we will offer, of course, that possibility to those who prefer to meet you in person. The first question is about portfolio. Do I need a portfolio in order to apply to a program at EAD?
I can, Marta, if you want, I can answer to this question. Generally speaking, you do need a portfolio, let's say. But then again, if you have a specific interest, let's discuss it, on a personal level, because as we were saying, we have many different programs with many different, the application procedures may vary from, one campus to another and from one course to another course. If you're speaking about the undergraduate programs, for example, we do not cut off the students depending from the portfolio. We do ask to see the portfolio because we are very much interested to know, the approach that a student has to creativity. But all the undergraduate courses start from a very basic level. So all the students can start from zero. In the selection system, we use what we call an holistic approach. So it means that we do take into consideration many different aspects of students. So the academic performance, the portfolio, the motivation, which is a huge part of the evaluation, and of course, other credentials that we can discuss eventually.
And when it comes to graduate programs, portfolio is more important, isn't it?
Yeah, when we speak about a master's degree, and especially a master's that it's let's say would bring your profession to the next level, we will give for granted the basis in this sense. So for some masters, portfolios are crucial. Yes, in this case, absolutely.
And they become the most important part of the application. So it's not about your GPA, it's about your motivation, but about your projects, about what you did in past a couple of years.
Yeah, if you're applying for a master, usually it's the moment with a portfolio, it's the moment to show off, let's say, to show your everything that you've learned. So show us, also on a technical level.
Actually, every time I have a consultation with the undergraduate candidates, they're a bit afraid of the portfolio. Like they are insecure, and they are like wondering if they are good enough, or what kind of candidates will apply from other countries. Can they fulfill those requirements? So my part of the job is also to make them sure that they should apply, although they don't have some high level of any kind of a skill.
Application, it's always worth, it's always worth trying, because it's very hard that we say no and full stop point. It also happens that if some student doesn't have the full level, we can also say, okay, let's meet in 3 months, or let's see, you can develop and let's show us again. So let's see what we can do so that you can improve in the meantime, what you should work on, and then let's see, if you have better chances after you've improved this part. So it's important, because it's never a judgment, a final judgment. It's a more ongoing conversation. So don't be scared. It's an opportunity, of course. So go for every opportunity you have.
That's what we tell them. And another question is pretty much related to this. It's about the deadlines. What is the deadline for applications?
So normally we have rolling applications. Marta, do you want to
Yes,
the
of
question?
course.
Sorry.
No problem. Yes, and then I would like also to add something to what you have just said. That is to reassure students, but let's stick to the question first. So actually, a very important aspect to take into consideration is that all of our programs have a limited number of places. Because in order to apply such a practical methodology, such a tight connection with companies, with real projects, we really need to keep the numbers of students low in our classroom. So usually we cannot host more than 25 students per class. So that's why we definitely encourage early applications because it's never too early, let's say, to apply for a program. It may be too late if you apply, let's say, in August for an undergraduate program that starts in October. So we definitely suggest not waiting too much. As Andrea was saying, our applications work all year round. So right now, at the end of September, we are opening the application session for the academic year that will start in October of 2022, speaking of undergraduate courses. So starting from October, let's say, from now, you can already start working on your application. And in order to reward, let's say, the earliest applicants, every year we offer also early bird promotions that can help you with the reduction of the tuition fee. Because we also want to, in this sense, to reward the students that show a great deal of motivation in advance and decided to apply in advance, which is a very good thing. And also as regards the applications, generally speaking, adding to what Andrea and Elena were saying, we suggest students not to worry too much about the technical skills. If you haven't developed technical skills so far, such as in drawing or in using the softwares like Photoshop, don't worry, because all these technical aspects will be part of your first year, of your learning. So we will teach you, our professors will teach you everything that you need to know about softwares, about the technical subjects that are fundamental for your profession. But for the application, it's not necessary to already have acquired these skills. So what is most important, as Andrea said, is really the motivation and also the creativity that you bring into your portfolio, which means your mind, how your mind works, what you want to show us about you, about your hobbies, about your passions. So don't worry too much about the technical aspect of your portfolio, and yes, take advantage of this opportunity and apply nevertheless, even if you feel that you are not good enough at the technical aspect.
Thank you for those explanations, and they will be useful for us as well. Another thing that you can imagine is always very important for our students are scholarships. As far as we know, you have very good options based on the competitions and on, of course, those talents and motivation that can be presented by a specific project. Can you please explain further about that? And we will be just on time to finish the presentation.
Perfect. I can go for that. Well, yeah, this is another reason why you want to apply early during the year, because we have usually a couple of competition which are talent based, which means that we would ask you to work upon a brief that we will give you. Of course, the brief will be depending from the kind of course you're interested in applying to. We do not have the same request for a transportation design student and for a fashion design student. But in any case, depending from what you're applying to, we will ask you to develop your own work upon the brief and then to submit it to us. Usually you have 1 or 2 month time, depending from the kind of competition and so on. If you're applying to an undergraduate course, again, do not worry of doing everything perfect at a professional level, because we know that you're not a professional. You actually are applying to become a professional. So concentrate a lot on the idea, okay? Concentrate a lot on your passion. Okay, and also show us the process, not just the final outcome. But in any case, when you submit the application, the project, we will make an evaluation, and the selected projects would be in a 50% reduction on the fee. So it's quite an important reduction. So this is about the program, the scholarship contest. We also do have ways of reducing the fees depending from the family income, for example. I mean, we have early bird. So whenever it comes to the financials, let's discuss about it. Again, let's see on one-to-ones, for example, you can discuss with the Academica, all the options that you have, because, there's usually multiple, so. Go for that.
And Marta, do you have something to add maybe on this topic?
Yes, actually, it's pretty much connected with what I was saying earlier about creativity, about the idea. So this concept applies both to the portfolio for the application and to the project for the scholarship competition. So what will be mainly evaluated by the jury, by the panel, won't be the technical realization, the technical part of the project, but as also Andrea said, the idea behind it. So the development of an idea, of a personal interpretation of the brief by the student. And another very important thing is that usually the briefs are developed by our panel, by our academic staff, considering what is happening in the world, in society. So briefs are always close to the life of our students, of the life of people. So it's something that all our students can reason about, can think about, and they can come up with fresh, innovative ideas that our panel will definitely be happy to review.
Yeah, sure. And those are topics that they can relate to, and they can show their creative potential, which is, of course, for you, one of the most important criteria. I have to say that your instructions are pretty much straightforward on your website. And so I encourage our students to check the information and not to be afraid to apply before they read it carefully, or before they come to us to discuss all the possibilities, because they are aware that your institution is important and that you have high criteria. And after that, and they see that they are not like brave enough to go into the application before they make sure that it's really like possible. It's really, it's really something that is affordable. So we are here to help them in every single sense. Although we always say portfolio is yours. I mean, we can help with documentation, we can help with other stuff, but nothing that has something to do with your creativity, with your personal approach. That is something that you have to show and to develop. Okay, we don't have any questions. Let me check once again. No, at our Q&A. However, feel free to add something if you want, or we can finish here. I, of course, can repeat that we are here to support all the students or the potential candidates with the help they need, and we will spread the word about your personal interview here in Belgrade.
Great.
Perfect.
Thanks
Thank
a
you
lot,
so much,
Yelena.
Yelena. It was very, nice to
Always.
be here once again and to have this presentation with Marta.
Thank you very
Marta.
much. Thank you so much.
You like our fair. Although it's virtual, it's really, really very close to the experience we have at our fairs. And I really do hope that we will meet again and that we will keep up the good work.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye. Ciao. Bye bye.
Evo nas, završili smo upravo sa još jednom prezentacijom univerziteta i kao što sam rekla, za kraj ostavljamo nešto sasvim posebno, odnosno prezentacije organizacije srpskih studenata u inostranstvu. Želeli smo njih da uključimo u program našeg sajma zato što je to sjajna organizacija mladih ljudi koja okuplja, kao što sam naziv govori, naše studente i pomaže im da što lakše i bezbolnije prođu privikavanje možda na novu sredinu, neke delove same aplikacije, da podele iskustva, da se povežu, udruže, da sklope prijateljstva i o svemu tome danas će nam govoriti Marija Simić u ime organizacije, tako da vas molim da budete za nama u narednih pola sata, dakle do samog kraja programa koji smo spremili, kako biste čuli i na koji način može da vam pomogne ova organizacija. Verujem da će biti zaista i korisno i inspirativno, pa još malo strpljenja da čujemo i ovu prezentaciju, jer zaista sam sigurna da će vas podstaći i inspirisati. Vraćamo se za par minuta. Evo nas ponovo, a jedno kratko obaveštenje pre nego što pređemo na prezentaciju. Pozivam vas da pratite Instagram live koji će početi u 18:30 minuta na našem kanalu kao i na kanalu Tine Grabež. Tema je master program za zanimanje budućnosti na EU univerzitetu, odnosno govorimo o tome kako komunikacije i digitalne kompetencije menjaju karijeru. Verujem da će biti zanimljivo svima onima koji razmatraju master iz komunikacije i marketinga generalno kao opciju za unapređenje svoje karijere i za narednu etapu u obrazovanju. Ovdje će u fokusu biti Univerzitet EU, zato što, kao što znate, on je baš specijalizovan za komunikacije, ali verujem da će vam biti i priča Tine Grabež veoma zanimljiva. Pažljivo smo birali ljude sa kojima ćemo praviti Instagram live-ove, pa ćete moći da čujete zaista lepu kombinaciju i ličnih iskustava, ali i priča sa univerziteta. Marija je sa nama. Zdravo Marija, kako si?
Dobro večer. Ovdje kod mene je već skoro noć.
Pa dobro. Odakle nam se javljaš, moram da pitam kad si već pomenula to?
Javljam se iz dalekog Sankt Peterburga. Tako da, zato je kod nas, boga mi, već kreće noć. Zimski san je već.
Neko iz Rusije, pošto zaista nismo imali sagovornike iz Rusije, sticam okolnosti, tako je bilo i na, konkretno da se neko javi baš iz Rusije, tako je bilo na prethodnim sajmovima, ti si prva i baš mi je drago zbog toga. Ja sam ukratko rekla u najavi nešto o organizaciji naših studenata u inostranstvu. Svakako ti si tu da nam ukažeš na to čime se organizacija bavi i kako podržavate naše studente i u toku možda nekog procesa apliciranja i naravno kasnije kada već odu na univerzitete, kada krene taj studentski život i kada krenu promene. Molim te najprej da se kratko predstaviš, da nam kažeš šta ti studiraš i kako je tekao taj neki tvoj pripremni put, a naravno slobodno, ako imaš prezentaciju, podeli je sa nama, šta god ti spremila, tu sam da porazgovaramo, možda da ti postaviš neka pitanja, šta god želiš, evo, prepuštam ti reč.
Hvala vam puno, nadam se da ste vi dobro. Dakle, eto, ja ću ukratko da se predstavim. Ja sam Marija Simić i trenutno sam direktorka sektora za odnose sa javnošću i marketing organizacije srpskih studenta u inostranstvu. Ja sama sam također, naravno, student u inostranstvu. Naime, ja sam student medicine na Vojno-medicinskoj akademiji Državnog Sankt Peterburškog univerziteta. Prvu godinu sam ovde, dakle, brusoštom, tako da mislim da je to jedna odlična, optimalna situacija, zato što sam ja pre samo možda pola godine, odnosno godinu dana sama prolazila kroz sve ovo što prolaze verovatno ljudi koji nas slušaju. Tako da negdje u potpunosti mogu da razumem i da zapravo verovatno odgovorim na sva pitanja koja se njima roje u glavi, koja su se isto tako i meni motala kroz glavu, a bilo ih je zaista bezbroj. Tako da, eto, što se tiče same organizacije, voljela bih i tu jednu kratku uvodnu reč da kažem. Dakle, sama...
Ja ti neću da kažem, ja ću biti tu, ko želiš možeš da, ako ne znam ali imaš prezentaciju, rekom da li to možda i također želiš da podeliš sad sa nama, slobodno, ako misliš da je moment, možeš već početi, a i za kraj možemo još neke stvari da prokomentarišemo i eventualno da odgovorimo na pitanja. Kažem, to bi možda bilo zgodno da pratimo taj neki tok, a onda da vidimo na kraju šta ćemo još da... Evo, pita Veljko, ne znam kako se preziva, ali kaže kada počinje OSI. To je bilo pre čitav minut, tako da evo Veljko počeo je OSI, odnosno počela je prezentacija, taman verovatno ima još onih koji čekaju da saznaju više o vašem radu. Iako ja evo napomenem da verujem da ćeš i ti to u prezentaciji, vi imate i svoj sajt i aktivne društvene mreže, tako da je zaista mnogo načina da se informišete o organizaciji i vrlo ste predusretljivi, vrlo komunikativni i vrlo otvoreni, tako da verujem da će biti novih, da kažem, nekih poznanstava i nekih novih saradnji. Samo ću te zamoliti da u nekom momentu podeliš ceo ekran, ja ću da se, da kažem, isključim i zvukom i videom, tako da možeš da podeliš ceo ekran. Eto, toliko, pa pratim i uključujem se naknadno.
Evo, ja sam upravo podijelila ekran. Vi mi recite, samo mi dajte neki signal da je sve u redu.
Preko cijelog ekrana, apsolutno, pa ne znam, može i ovako, prosto vidi se, ali ne znam šta su ti opcije, da li može da bude full screen. To bi bilo idealno, ali ako ne može, i ovo će funkcionisati. Prosto nije, kažem, strašno, nego bilo bi, kažem, idealno da je, ili može tako da se malo poveća, da ne znam da je to PDF ili je neki drugi format, nisam sigurna, da jeste PDF, pa onda ne mogu da vidim da li je na page view kako imaš opciju još da li može da bude full screen. Ako neko može da pomogne iz tehničke podrške, bilo bi idealno, pošto su ovo neke opcije koje nismo baš upućene, ali svakako uspećemo da ispratimo sve.
Pa ja iskreno da vam kažem, mislim da pošto je u PDF-u nisam sigurna da li ima opciju da se u potpunosti uveća, tako da ako vam je ovako u redu...
Jeste, neka bitno je da vidimo neki, da kažem, neke slajdove. Aha, evo kažu isto iz tehničke podrške da ipak nema tih nekih opcija koje bi moglo u ovom momentu, ali neka slobodno ti počni pa ćemo nadoknaditi nešto ako bude trebalo.
Naravno. Dakle, eto, ja sam vam se ukratko lično predstavila. Sada ću naravno da predstavim veoma ukratko, pošto neću da vas zamaram tim nekim faktografskim informacijama koje svakako možete da nađete što na našim stranicama, tako i na našem sajtu. Ali eto, neka uvodna reč o OSI-u bi bila to da OSI postoji bezmalo 20 godina. OSI je inače naravno skraćenica od punog imena organizacije, koja je onako vrlo zvučno i svi nas negde prepoznaju po toj skraćenici. Dakle, OSI postoji bezmalo više od 20 godina i OSI je primarno nastalo tako što se jedan mali tada broj srpskih studenta, pretežno studenta koji su tada studirali na zapadnoj hemisferi, tada udružio sa željom da se oni međusobno umreže. Radite svega da bi njima bilo lakše što se tiče same organizacije i tako dalje. Tako da 1997. godine udruživanjem tih studenta nastaje zvanično naša organizacija i od tih nekih početnih par klubova koji su postojali, kao što sam već rekla, pretežno na području Sjedinjenih Američkih Država i Zapadne Evrope, OSI danas dolazi do 23 ogranaka u čitavom svijetu. Dakle, mi imamo ogranke, odnosno mi kao organizacija dejstvujemo kroz naše lokalne ogranke, kojih ima po čitavom svijetu, odnosno gdje god ima srpskih studenta, tu ima i naših ogranaka. Tako da smo upravo nedavno otvorili i taj 23. ogranak, čini mi se u Australiji, da je bio posljednji ogranak i upravo kroz rad tih, odnosno lokalnih ogranaka, OSI zapravo svoju misiju i vrši, odnosno sve ono na čemu sve principe na kojima je zasnovana sam rad organizacije. Tako da šta zapravo OSI radi, odnosno šta je ta naša misija i vizija koju se trudimo da ispunjavamo, to je upravo taj neki proces kroz koji mi pratimo studente. Odnosno, ja to volim da kažem, OSI zapravo u svakom nekom periodu života, epohi života aktuelan i može pomoći. Kako to izgleda? Dakle, naravno, svaki student koji hoće da upiše studij u inostranstvu, pre svega je u toj nekoj fazi raspitivanja, informisanja, odnosno sagledavanja svih mogućnosti koje ima, koje mu se pružaju. Sad, ono što je, rekla bih, pa ne problem, ali prosto postoji ta jedna, da kažem, negativna stavka, što posebno do nedavno mladi prosto nisu imali veliku informisanost o svim mogućnostima koje im se pružaju. Odnosno, te mogućnosti su, ja bih rekla, bile onako rasute i morao si da ih tražiš svuda, odnosno nisu postojale nigde kompaktno. Tako da smo mi prepoznavši taj jedan, da kažem, problem, odnosno nedostatak, rešili da upravo započnemo jedan predivan projekat koji je to možda moj lično i omiljeni projekat zato što je on meni, ja sam lično kroz njega, da kažem, i saznala upravo o ovome gde trenutno studiram. Tako da sam zapravo na svojoj koži osetila korist ovog projekta. Taj projekat se zove Mladi u pokretu i on se upravo ovu godinu, dakle sada u septembru, organizovao po 3. put. Dakle, od 2019. godine se uspešno realizuje u saradnji sa Ministarstvom omladine i sporta, gde mi zapravo pokušavamo upravo to da informišemo i podelimo sve moguće informacije o svim mogućnostima koje postoje za nastavak usavršavanja u inostranstvu. Sad, ono što smo se mi bazirali u konkretnom projektu Mladi u pokretu jeste da to posebno, znači da posebno raširimo ove podatke u nekim, da kažem, grupama, grupama mladih ljudi koji imaju manje mogućnosti da saznaju za ovakve stvari, a tu konkretno mislim recimo na neke, odnosno sam projekat je bio baziran na opštinama Raška, odnosno Nova Pazova, Šabac, Leskovac i Sremska Mitrovica. Međutim, naravno, jedan od produkata tog projekta jeste jedna baza koja se i dan danas nalazi na našem sajtu i kojoj možete da pristupite u svakom trenutku. Ona je besplatna i ona je apsolutno dostupna svima. I to je baza podataka, odnosno jedan, da kažem, sistematski uređena šema, odnosno da kažem, prosto jedno mesto gdje vi možete zaista da saznate o svim mogućnostima koje imate, koje su pred vama što se tiče studiranja u inostranstvu, a pored toga i da zapravo nađete stipendije, odnosno da vidite da li vam se i tu daju neke mogućnosti, naravno sve kategorisano po državi koja vas zanima. Tako da, pored, da kažem, ovog projekta koji je negde veoma bitan i koji veoma pomaže, da kažem, ljudima koji su na tim nekim završnim godinama što srednjoškolskog obrazovanja, tako i recimo završnim godinama fakulteta pa hoće da nastave na master, to je bio jedan veoma dobar način da proširimo priču o studiranju u inostranstvu. Pored toga, mi smo studentska organizacija, tako da dejstvujemo vrlo otvoreno i zaista prijateljski smo, da kažem, nastrojeni, jer upravo jedan od principa na kojima se bazira rad naše organizacije jeste prijateljstvo, umrežavanje, podrška i obrazovanje. Dakle, ne samo što dajemo informacije, olakšavamo taj neki proces, prosto saučestvujemo u tom procesu, već pre svega mi smo ti ljudi koji su sami prošli kroz to i koji vas negde najbolje mogu razumeti. Tako da naravno u tom procesu koji ume da bude veoma zahtjevan i koji ume da bude onako veoma iscrpljujuć, mi smo ti koji vam nudimo i prijateljsku podršku i pomoć i tako da u tom smislu vi u svakom trenutku možete da nas obratite na naš info-os email, a pored toga i na bilo kojoj našoj društvenoj mreži gde vas mi dalje upućujemo na direktore ogranka konkretne države za koju ste vi zainteresovani. Tako da svi naši ogranci, dakle 23 naša ogranka koja postoje u celom svetu, imaju svoje grupe i imaju svoje direktore. Tako da recimo ukoliko vas zanima recimo studiranje u Nemačkoj, imate neka konkretna pitanja, mi vas upućujemo na direktora OSI, odnosno lokalnog ogranka OSI-a u Nemačkoj, sa kojim u svakom trenutku možete da porazgovarate o apsolutno bilo kojim stvarima koje vas interesuju što se samog studiranja tiče, kako u formalnom smislu, dakle oko tih nekih administrativnih stvari, dokumentacije i tako dalje, tako i u onom manje formalnom, odnosno prosto praktičnom smislu što se tiče života, što se tiče studentskih domova, što se tiče prosto takvih nekih tekućih životnih stvari. Tako da eto, to je neka priča šta se događa pre nego što vi postanete sam student u inostranstvu. Ovaj period jeste period u kome naizgled se čini da u tom nekom haosu mogućnosti koje se danas nude, vi prosto imate toliko opcija da ne znate naravno šta biste konkretno odabrali i to je sve normalno, prosto to je jedan dakle storming faza u kojoj vi pre forming faze zapravo i treba da tražite i treba da kucate na sva vrata i tako dalje, tako da vas tu apsolutno ohrabrujemo da budete znatiželjni, da istražujete i naći ćete zaista sigurno ono što je najbolje za vas i konkretan program koji će dakle u najboljem mogućem smislu moći da susretne vaše potencijale kao i vaše želje. Dalje vas OSI prati kroz fazu u toku studiranja. Dakle, to je svakako možda i najduža faza koja traje od 2 godine, odnosno neki masteri danas traju i po godinu dana ili razmene do recimo 6, 7, 8 godina pa i do doktorskih studija naravno. U ovoj fazi OSI je ta jedna, kako bih ja rekla, zaista jedno sigurno utočište gde vi pre svega uvek možete da nađete na ljude koji će vam pomoći i koji će vam ili dati neki savet ili podeliti sa vama svoje lično iskustvo ili vam prosto biti tu kao neki oslonac i podrška. Dakle, u toku studiranja mi organizujemo naravno u svim našim lokalnim ograncima razna druženja, kako formalnog, tako i neformalnog karaktera. Dakle, formalnog karaktera u ambasadama određene države, odnosno generalnim konzulatima. Često tu organizujemo i neke kulturne manifestacije, prosto okupljanja, upoznavanja, razmene, odnosno kako je cilj OSI-a upravo u toj nekoj razmeni, dakle, povratnoj informaciji. Dakle, to su neka okupljanja gde vi možete da saznate gomilu nekih korisnih stvari, a isto tako i da proširite svoj krug poznanstava, što je naravno uvijek jedna dobra stvar. Takođe, tu su i ta neformalna druženja koje se uglavnom organizuju po kafićima, po Balkan restoranima koji su veoma popularni u našoj dijaspori, po parkovima i tako dalje. Tu su naravno mogućnosti bezbrojne i tu sve zavisi od vas, odnosno prosto vaše kreativnosti i vaših želja, vaših potreba. Takođe, ono što radimo jeste organizacija tribina na kojima zapravo upravo govorimo o tim iskustvima studiranja u inostranstvu, gde naravno opet možete da čujete neke dobre informacije, da saznate neke nove stvari. U toku studiranja OSI, evo ja ću vam ispričati moju priču koja se, da kažem, upravo događa, s obzirom da sam ja sama student u inostranstvu, prva godina, gde sam ja naravno došavši u Rusiju po prvi put, se prosto suočila sa nekim normalnim, to nisu problemi, ja to ne bih ni nazvala problemi, već prosto neke male prepreke koje treba naravno preskočiti.
Odlično, ja sam se baš pitala, izvini Marija što te prekidam, baš sam se pitala da li ćeš podeliti s nama svoje iskustvo i da nisi počela da pričaš, ja bih svakako zamolila da to uradiš negde na kraju prezentacije, tako da sam ja baš radoznala da znam kako izgleda otići u Rusiju, pošto mislim da to vrlo mali broj naših studenata uradi. Jedno pitanje je samo da ne propustiš da kažeš, da li studiraš na ruskom?
Naravno. Kažem naravno zato što su u Rusiji dostupne studije samo na ruskom jeziku. Ali to zvuči, eto možda, to nije nikakav problem, zato što vama Rusi daju, da kažem, godinu dana mogućnost da naučite ruski, tako da se ruski naravno vrlo brzo nauči i naši studenti su ovdje inače poznati po tome da ruski jako dobro znaju i prosto profesori su ovdje generalno jako zadovoljni našim studentima, kao manje više u cijelom svijetu, da budemo realni. Da ne budemo lažno skromni, to je zaista jedna činjenica, ja bih rekla. I to se upravo vidi kroz to kakvi se nama ljudi vraćaju iz inostranstva nakon tih usavršavanja i kakve velike stvari rade.
U stvari, kako si se odlučila baš za studiju u Rusiji, pošto, kažem, to je više izuzetak nego pravilo i baš na ruskom jeziku?
Pa znate kako, to je bilo otprilike ovako. Ja sam završila gimnaziju u Budimpešti i dakle već sam imala taj neki opit života u inostranstvu. Međutim, Budimpešta jeste inostranstvo, ali Budimpešta je blizu i uvek sam prosto znala da ja za 5 sati mogu da budem u Beogradu i da ne postoji problem koji ne mogu da rešim. Tako da posle toga sam definitivno znala da želim i da nastavim da studiram u inostranstvu, jer prosto ja obožavam zaista svoju zemlju i mislim da prave sreće, odnosno prave pravcate ispunjenosti zaista ni nema van teritorije gde si ponikao, van onoga što nazivaš kućom. Ali sam negde smatrala da i dalje želim izazove, želim da mi bude teško, prosto ne teško u nekom mazohističkom smislu, već prosto želim izazove, želim da prevazilazim sebe, želim da prosto širim svoje granice, da širim svoje mogućnosti, tako da sam osjetila da još nije došao trenutak da se vratim kući. I onda kada sam krenula da razmišljam o tome kakve su mi opcije, Rusija je odmah bila, da kažem, prva opcija iz razloga zato što je Rusija uvek bila neki tako, pa možda čak romantični ideal za mene.
Dobro.
Šta god da sam radila u životu, Rusi su u tome prosto bili nesvakidašnji, prosto recimo, ja sam se bavila ritmičnom gimnastikom, Rusi su u tome fenomenalni. Režijom, Tarkovski, literatura i tako dalje. I onda nekako sve te stvari koje volim u životu, tu su mi Rusi bili prosto krem. Tako da...
A da li su studije ispunile tvoje očekivanja? Dobro, ti si brucoš, da kažem, ne možemo baš da govorimo sad o nekom iskustvu u dužem vremenskom periodu. Da li si zadovoljna onim što si do sada dobila?
Apsolutno. Dobila sam ono što mi je bilo potrebno. Ja reći ću najiskrenije da nisam dobila ono što sam želela, već sam dobila ono što mi je potrebno. I to je jedna stvar kod studiranja u inostranstvu, da ćete se vi često logično, u stvari to nije samo vezano za studiranje u inostranstvu, već i za studiranje kod kuće, odnosno u Srbiji ili tako dalje, gde se vi nećete uvek dobiti ono što ste očekivali, ono što ste želeli, ono što ste vi imali u glavi. Ali ćete uvek dobiti ono što vam je potrebno u datom trenutku, da kažem, životno. Tako da, i to mi služe studije zapravo, da nas katapultiraju van te neke naše zone komfora i lagodnosti, što sada zvuči kao jedna onako ne tako dopadljiva stvar, verujem, ali verujte, osjećate da rastete iz trenutka u trenutak. I to je nevjerovatan osjećaj koji vam daje krila i koji vam zaista daje osjećaj da sutra gde god da vas neko baci, u dobrom ili lošem smislu, da ćete se vi snaći, da ćete plivati, zato što vi dok studirate u inostranstvu vrlo ste svesni činjenice da postoje dve opcije. Jedna je da plivajući u tom nepoznatom moru tonete, a jedna je da plivate, odnosno druga i potreba.
Tako je, ali zaista sigurno sam da izazovi oblikuju sve vas i da svi učite, baš kao što kažeš, svakim danom. Kao što si vjerovatno primetila i možda na našem sajmu i na osnovu svog iskustva i na osnovu iskustva drugih prijatelja. Ovde se bavimo ne samo samim studijama, nego i drugim stvarima koje su veoma važne, a to je u kojoj zemlji ćete studirati, u kom gradu, na kom univerzitetu, po čemu se oni razlikuju. Tako da sve ovo što si navela zapravo zaista važi i za sve vas. Dakle, sam izbor zemlje, kao što si ti objasnila za svoj izbor da to bude Rusija, utiče neko naše prethodno iskustvo, neki naši afiniteti, interesovanja, tako da nije svejedno ali će neko birati Italiju, Holandiju ili Rusiju, ili neku, ne znam, koju već zemlju, Veliku Britaniju. Imali smo ovde na sajmu zaista veliki broj i zemalja i univerziteta koji su specifični po nečemu. Ja bih voljela još da nam kažeš, kad su tvoje studije u pitanju, da li traju recimo 6 godina kao ovde kod nas u Srbiji, studije medicine?
Da. Studij medicine traju 6 godina sa tom propratnom prvom godinom. Ispadne 7 godina, s tim što sam ja na smeru trenutno vojno-medicinskom, gde studije mogu da potraju i malo duže, ali u suštini, da kažem, standard je 6 godina kao i kod nas i manje više to veoma sličan sistem studiranja, s tim što bih rekla da ako nekoga zanima medicina, ovde ima, ja bih rekla, više prakse, odnosno manje više ti si od prve godine u bolnici, mislim, i radiš sve moguće stvari, odnosno zaista vidiš iza kulisa šta je ono što se stvarno događa u bolnici i šta je posao sestre medicinske, šta je posao čistačice, jer su to sve neke bitne karike u lanci toga da ti postaneš, ako da Bog, doktor. Tako da...
Upravo to što kažeš, ja bih da se nadovežem kada mogu, da bismo pomogli drugima da što bolju, širu sliku imaju. Pitam zato što i medicina, kao što naravno ti znaš, vrlo specifična oblast i onda se razlikuje zemlje do zemlje, posebno se razlikuju mogućnosti za inostrane studente, tako da to što imaš u Rusiji liči naravno na ono što imamo ovde u Srbiji u regionu, ali i na ono što nudi Italija, pa nekako naši studenti koji hoće na italijanskom da studiraju najviše biraju Italiju za studije medicine, jer ipak nekako prednost onda postaje jezik, pošto je engleski, a relativno blizu su ovde i dobijaju sličan sistem obrazovanja. Dakle, kod tebe je prva godina za učenje jezika, i to ćeš ti iskoristiti, znači sada si u tom nekom programu učenja jezika, da bi naravno sledeće godine baš intenzivne bile studije, je li tako?
Zapravo ja sam već završila tu godinu samo jezika, odnosno to je godina, dakle to je za sve fakultete godina jezika. Međutim, za medicinu, medicina je tu naravno opet specifična kao i u svemu, za medicinu ti odmah imaš i neke propratne, da kažem, predmete kao što su fizika, hemija, biologija, uvod u kliničku praksu i tako dalje. Tako da je to godina gde ti zapravo, ja kada sam razmišljala, odnosno kada je to kretalo u ovom nekom periodu prošle godine, dakle ja nisam znala reč ruskog jezika. Ja sam učila francuski u osnovnoj školi, u gimnaziji sam bila u Mađarskoj, dakle učila sam mađarski. Međutim, ruski sam znala da kažem privet. I to je opus mojih veština u ruskom jeziku. Međutim, i razmišljala sam pa kako će oni nas da uče ruski sa ruskog. Prosto. Međutim, to je nevjerovatno kako mozak radi i kako se mozak adaptira i ta neka plastičnost mozga koja danas sve aktuelnija tema. Nevjerovatno je kako mozak u takvim situacijama se prvo bori sa tim nekim malim otporom, ali kada probije taj otpor, dakle, mozak poput sunđera kreće da upija i vi više ni sami ne možete da ispratite taj proces kako on teče i kako on prosto postaje već i prirodan, da kažem, prirodan za vas. Tako da je to generalno što se tiče učenja svih stranih jezika. Recimo, ukoliko studirate u Italiji, a studirate na engleskom, svakako biste u italijanskom govornom području, tako da mislim da je tu važno opustiti mozak, da on ima tu prosto, rekla bih, slobodu i jednu slobodu da upija, da bude poput sunđera, da upija, jer vi ćete, pored toga što studirate na engleskom i pored toga što ćete verovatno najveći deo, da kažem, vremena, dana biti u engleskom, odnosno raditi sa engleskim jezikom, opet vi ste u svim tim nekim tekućim životnim stvarima optuženi italijanskim ili bilo kojim drugim jezikom u bilo kojoj državi. Tako da je to odlična mogućnost.
Moram samo da te pitam, odnosno da proverim, pošto smo malo pre prekinule prezentaciju, ne znam koliko ti je ostalo još toga da kažeš, imamo još 10 minuta, pa rekao da te podsjetim da samo iskoristimo pametno vreme pa da nastaviš gde si stala, a mi možemo da se vratimo na neke važne tačke još kasnije da dopunimo i da nadoknadimo. Slažeš se?
Naravno.
Dobro, važi. Tu sam ja ponovo kažem da ispratim, ali ostavljam te da završiš prezentaciju.
Važi, hvala. Dakle, eto, ja sam imala jednu malu ličnu, podijelila sam sa vama jednu moju da kažem, lično šta se meni događa na tom planu studiranja u inostranstvu. Ukoliko vas zanima Rusija, svakako možete da mi se uvek obratite putem OSI-a, kao što sam već objasnila u ovom prethodnom dijelu prezentacije. Sada, dakle, čini mi se, ja sam stala kod tog nekog procesa, šta je ono što mi vama, odnosno kako mi vama pomažemo u toku studija. Kao što sam već pomenula, tu su ta naša okupljanja, tu su tribine, tu su događaji koje organizujemo, koji su veoma, veoma zapaženi. Eto, upravo nedavno smo imali u avgustu našu oscilaciju, našu redovnu godišnju skupštinu, veoma svečanog karaktera. Pored toga imali smo i Summer Networking Event, odnosno jedan divan letni događaj koji nam omogućava da se vidimo, da se izgrlimo, da popričamo i tako dalje, razmenimo novosti, razmenimo iskustva i tako dalje. Ono što bih ja veoma voljela da naglasim jeste jedan projekat na koji smo mi zaista jako, jako ponosni, koji je zaista jedna misija naše organizacije, gde se mi zapravo borimo, odnosno postičemo naše mlade da razmišljaju o mogućnosti povratka u maticu nakon studiranja u inostranstvu. Sada, znam da vi kada upišete studiju u inostranstvu, to verovatno nisu stvari o kojima ćete prvo u nekom tom prvom periodu razmišljati, međutim, već kada dođe do tih nekih završnih godina, što osnovnih, što master ili doktorskih studija, nije ni važno, vi već razmišljate koje su vam dalje perspektive i mogućnosti. Upravo zato smo mi pokrenuli jedan projekat koji se zove Possibility, u kojem mi zapravo, koji je pokrenut sa ciljem da redukuje taj jedan negativan trend koji danas postaje, da kažem, veoma značajan, odnosno veoma uzima maha, a to je taj trend takozvanog odliva mozgova. I to je projekat koji mi pokušavamo da smanjimo to, odnosno da promenimo tu samu, kako bih rekla, da promenimo prosto odliv mozgova, tu retoriku odliva mozgova u mrežu mozgova, odnosno u nas koji smo povezani svuda u inostranstvu i koji na taj način smo uvezani sa samom maticom, odnosno držimo se za njeno sigurno kormilo, tako da se ne bi prosto rasplamsali u tim nekim stranim morima u kojima smo, odnosno to je naravno metafora za države u kojima smo. Tako da je Possibility program stručnih praksa koji je pre svega trenutno za privatni sektor u Srbiji, a mi radimo na tome da postane dostupan i za javni sektor, gdje naši studenti imaju mogućnost da tokom letnih meseci uglavnom dođu i u Srbiji zapravo prođu kroz prakse u našim, da kažem, sa našim poslodavcima. Također, ono što je vezano za ovaj projekat jeste i jedna digitalna platforma koja bi uskoro trebalo da se napravi i za koju smo upravo nedavno skupili sredstva za njeno pravljenje. I to je platforma, to je jedinstvena platforma tog tipa koja će služiti za povezivanje studenta u inostranstvu, gdje recimo ćete vi moći da se povežete kako naravno radi iz čisto nekih prijateljskih pobuda, tako i iz nekih, da kažem, prosto poslovnih, stručnih i tako dalje. Recimo, pišete naučni rad, želite neku saradnju i tako dalje. Tako da bi ta platforma bila za to i pored toga imala bi i ulogu da povezuje naše studente sa potencijalnim poslodavcima. Pored toga, dakle, to je upravo, tu dolazimo do priče o još jednom značajnom cilju koji OSI pokušava, odnosno za koji OSI na neki način već implementuje, a to je ta priča o povratku naših studenta u inostranstvo i opet smo i u toj etapi mi tu da vas i u tome podržimo i da vam pomognemo i da vas uputimo na najlakše načine kako da to uspešno uradite, odnosno kako da što uspešnije sve to što ste vi naučili u tom inostranstvu, odnosno sve u čemu ste se usavršavali, kako da to implementujete ovdje u Srbiji i zapravo kako da to posluži na korist svih nas, odnosno na korist naše države i na korist naravno našeg društva. Jer ipak mi kao mladi, mi smo, da kažem, neki budući nosioci velikih promena, tako da je to negde i naša, ja bih rekla, odgovornost, da prosto bilo da odlučimo čak i da ostanemo u inostranstvu nakon studija, ali ta jedna svest o važnosti zaista, ja bih rekla, o važnosti davanja sebe, odnosno prosto vraćanje nešto toj državi iz kojoj ste, odnosno ljudima vašim, prosto vašim porodicama kao prvo, a potom i društvo, naravno. Tako da je to jedna priča za koju se mi zalažemo. Nedavno se otvorio, odnosno uskoro ćemo, nadam se, početi i sa još jednim projektom koji će biti vezan upravo za ovu temu i koji se zove Vrati se. A pored toga je na nedavnoj skupštini izglasano osnivanje i zvaničnog alumni kluba OSI-a, tako da ćete tu imati upravo alumniste, jedne uspešne mlade ljude koji su se vratili u Srbiju nakon studiranja u inostranstvu i koji će sa vama moći da u nekom mentorskom odnosu zapravo vam pokažu kakve su zapravo to perspektive u našoj zemlji, koja zaista ta priča, ja sam prvo otišla iz Srbije sa 15 godina, dakle gimnaziju sam upisala u Budimpešti, međutim poenta odlaska u inostranstvo nije u bežanju, jer vi nećete pobeći od toga od čega bežite, to od čega bežite ćete uvek nositi sa sobom ako bežite od nečega. Znači, nije poenta otići iz nekog deficitarnog stanja koje vi osjećate recimo ovde i to nije pravo rešenje, odnosno odlazak u inostranstvo nije rešenje za to, već je odlazak u inostranstvo zapravo jedna mogućnost da vi unapredite apsolutno sve vaše veštine, kako profesionalne, tako i neke lične, odnosno kroz upravo čitavo ovo iskustvo kroz koje mi prolazimo u toku studiranja, koje pored te dimenzije stručne, odnosno dimenzije usavršavanja, ima i tu dimenziju neformalnog obrazovanja. Dakle, mi živimo ovde okruženi, odnosno živimo u drugačijem kulturnom miljeu, živimo okruženi internacionalnim ljudima i mi tu možemo da naučimo i pokupimo mnoge dobre stvari, mnoge stvari koje zaista mogu da se iskoriste na radost svih nas i koje treba da iskoristimo. I u tom smislu je važno ukazati, i mi se za to i borimo, važno je ukazati na značaj da se mladi čuju, odnosno da se čuje mišljenje mladih i upravo u tome to jeste zapravo cilj postojanja naše organizacije. Pored toga, kada se vi, ako naravno odlučite da se vratite sa studijom u inostranstvu u Srbiju, opet je tu OSI, dakle OSI vas prati kroz sve vaše životne faze, pa ja bih čak rekla, OSI je tu čitav život, vi jednom kad ste osijevac, vi ćete uvek biti, da kažem, tu ćete steći prijatelje kojima ćete, to su takvi odnosi kojima ćete biti okruženi, pa verovatno životno. Tako da je OSI u tom smislu, od OSI-a nećete pobeći, šalim se sada naravno, ali OSI je tu da vas prati, odnosno OSI je tu da korača sa vama, jer OSI nije neko, da kažem, telo, nije neka institucija, OSI su živi ljudi, OSI smo mi, OSI smo svi mi studenti u inostranstvu. U tom smislu bih voljela i da vas pozovem da i zvanično postanete naši članovi registracijom na našem sajtu, a upravo je u toku i konkurs za nove članove. Dakle, ukoliko vas zanima sve ono što se dešava iza kulisa, iza scene OSI-a, dođite, priključite nam se, mi imamo otvorene pozicije u svih 5 timova, odnosno sektora naše organizacije. Jedan od tih sektora je upravo i moj sektor za odnose sa javnošću i marketing, tako da vas sve zaista pozivam da se prijavite, a prijave su otvorene, odnosno konkurs traje do 5. oktobra. Tako da...
Divno, taman dobra prilika da zaista pozovemo sve koji su zainteresovani da se prijave. Samo da pojasnim, svakako može da postane član OSI-a, ali ovo čemu ti pričaš je ipak više za one koji će se aktivno uključiti u rad organizacije i raditi na nekim konkretnim projektima. Kao što si ti sada sa nama javila, tako će i ti budući članovi imati neke određene obaveze da i neke aktivnosti kao zvanični predstavnici. Ostalo nam je još malo vremena, pa samo da proverim da li stižemo da ispričamo sve što je značajno. mada ja pratim i mislim da si zaista još već mnogo toga rekla.
Pa eto, to je, da kažem, neki osnovni fokus nas što se tiče same te mreže podrške, o čemu je danas ovde i reč. Ta podrška, kao što mislim da sve vrijeme govorim, je kako formalnog, tako i neformalnog karaktera. Odnosno, ti principi na kojima počeva naša organizacija jesu pre svega povezivanje, jedno zaista iskreno, srdačno, ljudsko povezivanje koje je svima nama negde prioritetno i u čemu je leži sreća i zadovoljstvo. Vi kada ste u inostranstvu, naravno vi ćete biti okruženi strancima i u tome jeste poenta studiranja u inostranstvu. Međutim, OST je ono što će vam uvek davati utočište i jednu bazu, jednu, da kažem, sigurnu luku. I to su ljudi koji će vas apsolutno razumeti, zato što dolaze iz iste sredine iz koje vi dolazite i prosto iskusili su verovatno sve ono kroz što vi prolazite. Tako da, eto, moj neki lični savjet svima vama, verujem da je ovde na sajmu naravno najviše prisutnih budućih studenta.
Tako je, da.
Da. Tako da, moj savjet kao neko ko je, eto, pre relativno kratko vrijeme prolazio i bio zapravo na ovim sajmovima Via Akademije, kao i vi sada, što je to još jedna zanimljiva informacija. Moj savjet vam je da zaista pustite ta krila, da letite u nepoznata, ka nepoznatim predelima, ka nepoznatim morima, zato što tada kreće rast, tada kreće taj jedan prosto period koji će vas dovesti do neslućenih, koji vas može dovesti do neslućenih visina i u kome zapravo možete da sve te vaše potencijale ispunite i opet kako ove neke, što se tiče usavršavanja, odnosno obrazovanja u inostranstvu, tako i neke zaista lične, socijalne, da kažem, društvene, komunikativne i tako dalje. To je dugačak spisak.
Tako je, Marija, mislim da će se složiti moje koleginice, svi mi koji radimo kao konsultanti u obrazovanju, jel to tako se to kaže, zapravo koji pomožemo vama da upišete studij, dobijete stipendije, zaista vas ohrabrujemo i drago mi je što završavamo ovako nekom lepom motivacionom porukom. Naravno, pozivamo sve koji su zainteresovani da prate vas na društvenim mrežama, da imaju u vidu da vam se mogu obratiti. Zapravo, mi stalno upućujemo na OSI zato što znamo da ćete se odmah, znači ćete odgovoriti da ste ažurni vrlo i da zaista mogu naći podršku kakva im je potrebna, posebno kada neko već ode u inostranstvo u tom nekom prvom periodu. Mislim da je značajno da ima nekog na kome može da i porazgovara na svom jeziku i da podeli neke brige i dileme. Ja ću ti se zahvaliti u ime Via Akademike na tvom vremenu i na divnoj prezentaciji i na svemu što si podelila sa nama. Reci mi samo da li je ostalo nešto još važno da pomenemo ili možemo da završavamo polako.
Eto, ja ne bih da oduzimam više vašeg vremena. Mislim da sam neke glavne stavke svakako ispričala. Naravno, OSI može da se priča još dugo, zato što upravo sve te stvari koje se trudimo da radimo su zaista veoma značajne, ali ja ne bih dužila više. Svakako, kao što ste i vi već rekli, možete da pratite naš svakodnevni rad na našim društvenim mrežama, možete da vidite detaljnije sve informacije na našem sajtu, možete u svakom trenutku da se obratite bilo kome od nas, što direktor samih ogranaka podržavama, što nama, da kažem, iz odbora organizacije, odnosno samih predstavnika organizacije. Tako da želim vam svima puno sreće. Sada otprilike počinje verovatno taj neki period u kome krećete da pripremate dokumenta i želim vam zaista strpljenje i spokoj, zato što će sve da ispadne onako kako je najbolje za vas.
Evo, imam jedno pitanje pre nego što se isključiš, molim te. Veljko je postavio pitanje kada će biti otvorena OSI platforma i ko će moći da pristupi?
Osim platforma će biti otvorena u najbržem, skorijem periodu. Dakle, mi smo tek nedavno završili samu fundraising kampanju, odnosno kampanju koja je bila usmerena na samo prikupljanje novca koji nam je potreban za jedan takav veliki poduhvat. Tako da tu naravno stoji mnogo rada i posla iza toga i mi predano radimo na tome i nadamo se da će to uskoro da ostvane. Svakako o tome ćete biti obavešteni svi vi koji nas pratite i svakako da će tome moći da pristupi apsolutno svaki student u inostranstvu zato što to upravo i služi za to. I pored toga moći će, kao što sam rekla, dakle ne samo za povezivanje sa vašim kolegama, studentima i tako dalje, već i sa poslodavcima trenutno iz Srbije, a možda se to dalje proširi i na neke šire, da kažem.
Odlično, hvala Marija za ovu vest, ovu novost. Mi ćemo takođe podeliti to kada bude platforma dostupna, da objavimo na našim društvenim mrežama. Prosledite nam informaciju, bit će nam drago da to vidimo. Hvala ti još jednom puno, ja te puno pozdravljam. A evo ja da odjavim naš zvanični program na platformi. Pozdrav za Sankt Peterburg i srećno naravno u daljem školovanju, bit ćemo u kontaktu.
Hvala, ja vas pozdravljam iz Severne Venecije i pozivam sve koji maštate o Rusiji da dođete jer je sve zaista kao u Ani Karenini.
Pa lepo, dobro, hvala puno. Imaćemo i to u vidu. Pozdrav!
Pozdrav!
Ja ću evo sada na samom kraju da vas pozovem još jednom da pratite Instagram live koji će početi za evo celi 15 minuta na našem Instagram profilu. U agendi imate i linkove, tako da ćete vrlo lako moći da pristupite. Pored toga, bitno je da kažemo da vas u toku sledeće nedelje očekuje zaista bogat raspored prezentacija. Vidjet ćete da se radi o prezentacijama konkretnih univerziteta. Koleginica Jovana će držati prezentaciju za pisanje CV-a i motivacionog pisma već sutra. Dakle, u ponedeljak u 16:45 počinje prezentacija baš na tu temu, kako da napišete CV i motivaciono pismo. Mislim da će biti jako zanimljivo i korisno. Zatim, sutra je i prezentacija Univerziteta Corvinus i Instagram live koji vodi Lena Stepanović, dobitnica pune stipendije za master studije na Univerzitetu Ka Foscari. Taj live ćete pratiti i na njenom Instagram profilu i na našem Instagram profilu. I naravno utorak, sreda, četvrtak, petak, sve su to dani kada smo napravili raspored prezentacija koja će vam pomoći još sa raznih aspekata da se spremite za studiju u inostranstvu. Sačekat ću koleginicu Jovanu kako bismo odjavile sajam, odnosno ovaj deo koji smo spremili za samu platformu. Verujem da vam je bilo zanimljivo, korisno, inspirativno, da ste čuli prezentacije, saznali ono što vas interesuje, razgovarali sa predstavnicima univerziteta. Dakle, ovo je događaj koji zaista je i osmišljen i organizovan i realizovan sa ciljem da vam pomogne, jer smo svesni da su studije u inostranstvu veoma složen proces, odnosno apliciranje da je složen proces i da im je potrebna pomoć sa raznih strana. Uvek to volimo da naglasimo, da ste uvek dobrodošli da dođete kod nas na besplatne konsultacije, odnosno savjetovanje sa mentorom, kako bismo vas usmerili dalje, ali ovi sajmovi su to podjednako korisni i takođe besplatni, da biste saznali o konkretnim univerzitetima baš od ljudi koji na njima rade. Tako da u kombinaciji tih nekih raznih izvora informisanja možete doći do prave odluke, a tu je i organizacija da biste čuli neka lična iskustva, da biste videli kako može da vam pomogne nečija lična priča, da se opredelite za neke konkretne studije. Očekujem koleginicu Jovanu, pa samo da vas pozdravimo u ime celog tima Via Akademike i naravno da vam se zahvalimo na pažnji. Samo trenutak da ćemo se vratiti da se odjavimo. Pošto smo obe vodile program, hajde ipak da vas pozdravimo zajedno.
Pozdrav svima, hvala što ste nas pratili ova 2 dana. Zaista je bilo zadovoljstvo da odslušamo zajedno ove univerzitete koje su s nama podelili mogućnosti za započinjanje studijskih programa na njihovim kampusima širom Evrope. Nadam se da ćete isto tako uživati i u ostatku naše Study Abroad Week. Mi do sada, do petka, imamo različite predavanja. Večeras imamo Instagram Live koji započinje za 10 minuta na našoj Instagram stranici, tako da vas sve pozivam da se premestite na Instagram i da ispratite naš live vezan za studije na Univerzitetu ILM.
Vidimo se sutra već popodne na našoj platformi ponovo.
Ćao!